Oh, we're back. Round 2. This is incredible. I can't believe that we are here, guys, yet again for another stream, but it's the Draft Day special. Welcome to the NFL Draft Special for the Ryan Ripken Show. We are going to have full coverage for the next, I guess, whatever hours of this draft it's going to be. We have a great list of guests that are coming on. Actually, our first guest, Engraven, one of the top, he is in our mind the OG of YouTube content. But let's talk about who's with us right now. Zach is back in the building.
Boom, baby. We are so back.
We're so back. And Kevin Ostreicher, baby. He's here.
See, I was virtual for the Orioles stream. I had to come in studio for this one, though.
We should probably turn on Kevin's spotlight. I just realized it is real dark.
It's all right. I'm ominous tonight. It's okay. Just like it's very ominous what the Ravens are going to do. So we have a bunch of guests lined up. Going to be really exciting. I'm really excited that we're finally here. It's been a long time, but this is one of the biggest nights of the football. In fact, I think it is maybe the biggest night of the football offseason.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. Besides when the schedule comes out, don't knock down the light fixture. This is going to be a wild night. This is going to be a wild night. Zach almost knocked down the light fixture, so if something falls
allegedly
during the stream, we'll let you guys know. We actually have you can't see it here, obviously, but or actually we might push it to the side a little bit more, Zach, before you sit down, actually. Yeah. Zach, can you push this a little bit further this way? We're actually getting we're going to be watching the draft so we can see what's going on, and we're going to be talking to you about what's happening with our guests in full action. So, Kevin, why don't you actually explain a little bit more of who we have coming on first and what we're going to have going on the rest of the evening?
Yeah, we have a lot of guests coming up. I think it's exciting. We're going to get a lot of content creators. We're going to have some former Ravens stepping in here. Current Raven going to come down to the studio, former Raven coming down to the studio too. So we're going to have nonstop guests for probably the first 3 or so hours of this, which is going to be really exciting, about 15 to 20 minutes per. And then we're going to just dive in. Not only, obviously, we're going to keep it Ravens-centric, talk about what each pick means for the Ravens, but obviously, if you're not a Ravens fan, you're more than welcome here. We're going to be breaking down all the picks from that team's perspective as well. And I think we're expecting, guys, a lot of craziness to happen tonight. Maybe Ravens craziness. Maybe they trade out. Maybe they trade up. Who knows? But there have been rumblings that a lot of teams are trying to move up, particularly for a quarterback. So we're
Ravens drafting Caleb Williams. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. I don't know about all that, but well, I think there's going to be some craziness going on.
Enough of that chatter, Zach. But also, this is the thing: the reactions. I just love when chaos happens. When you think you know what's going to happen, the opposite happens. Except there are some predictions of who's going to go number 1 overall with Caleb Williams. We'll get into all that in the future, but I think we actually we'll get to dive in here in a second because our first guest that's coming on, Kevin, he's going to have a busy night. He's going to be. I'm curious to hear his predictions and thoughts, and obviously we got to ask him a little bit of questions about what kind of just happened here with the recent news of Rashad Bateman extension. So actually, if we think he's ready back there, I think he's ready. Kevin, what do you think?
I think he is. There he is.
Ready.
Thumbs up. Thumbs are up.
Hey, what's up, yo? How y'all doing?
We're doing great. We're hanging in there. It's draft night, so first off, it kind of feels everyone's giddy, even though the Ravens are picking late. It is that one day that Kevin alluded to that all football fans have kind of been awaiting.
Yeah, because you see like 1.5 million mock drafts, and you get tired of seeing them literally every single day, every single hour of every single day. No offense to everybody doing mock drafts, but I'm done with the mock drafts. I'm tired of seeing them. I'm tired of hearing all these predictions. I'm just ready for stuff to become factual. Whoever's going to get picked can get picked. It is exciting now. It's super exciting because everything becomes official, but I'm just ready for it to be real now instead of, what could this quarterback, what team could he go to? Where's this receiver going to fall to? Where's this offensive lineman going to drop? Let's just make these picks and get it done.
I'm with you on that. Especially, I was thinking back, whatever it was, a couple drafts ago, when everyone was thinking Malik Willis stock was rising, how many quarterbacks are going to go? And the only one that went was Kenny Pickett in the first round. Yeah. And obviously that didn't turn out too well for Pittsburgh.
They were saying Malik Willis was going to go as high as number 3, and he's waiting to the second round. I remember that.
Later than that too, but enough about that. Hey, Kevin, because you set this all up too, by the way, and we love our Kevin Oyster Striker Engraven. But Kevin, I know has got a couple thoughts or questions to ask you.
Hey, Engraven, good to see you, man.
Good to see you as always.
I have to ask, man, because we spent all this time talking about the draft and what the Ravens are going to do, but the Ravens love dropping big news right before or on draft day. We obviously saw yesterday. We haven't even got a chance to talk about it here on the show yet. Rashad Bateman gets an extension through 2026. There was some rumblings about, is he going to be traded? What's his future with the Ravens? Well, now we know he's going to be staying in Baltimore long term. Did that surprise you? And do you think it was the right move for Baltimore to extend him?
Oh man, surprise is probably not even a strong enough word to describe how I felt when they announced that Rashad Bateman was getting a contract extension. I didn't see that coming at all, because I for sure thought that Rashad Bateman was going to be gone. And I think it is a good move on the Baltimore Ravens part and Rashad Bateman part, especially if all the rumors on the details of the deal are going to be true. Because, of course, there's been multiple people saying that it's going to be 3 years, 15 mil, so $5 million per. Like, that would be crazy cheap. Yeah. So we'll see the details next week. But if, say, for instance, those are true, those rumors are true, and Rashad Bateman, he can stay healthy, because he's got it, man. Rashad Bateman has it. It's there, but it's just a matter of time. It's a matter of health. It's a matter of him and Lamar being on the same page. A lot of people, a lot of fans, especially over this past week before the deal, they've been getting on Rashad Bateman bad. And some have even taken it to stuff off the football field, which is not even important. But with Rashad Bateman, he's had everything said about him and more. But it's there. The skill is there. Sometimes the reason that it hasn't worked out is because of him. He may have had a drop. He may have mistimed a jump to catch a ball. Other times it can be because of Lamar. Lamar may miss him. Lamar may overthrow him sometimes. But that's why the thing that I'm excited about with Rashad Bateman, though, is that we have seen the flashes. So we know the ability is there. It's just a matter of him and Lamar being in sync. Once they're in sync, and hopefully this will be the year, then the sky is the limit, because they've been close. They've been close to being in sync. And his rookie year, when he first started playing, Rashad Bateman looked great. Him and Lamar were on point, but then Lamar got hurt. And then the following year after that, Bateman got hurt twice. But it's just been off. The timing has been off. The injuries have messed up the timing with him and Lamar. So hopefully this offseason, they'll both be healthy, and they will both remain healthy, and they both can establish that connection like Lamar has with, like, pretty much all the other guys.
Right. And to follow up on that, how much do you trust the Ravens wide receiver room right now with Zay Flowers, Bateman, Nelson Aguilar, Tylan Wallace, Deontay Hardy? And do you think this Bateman extension eliminates the possibility of the Ravens taking a wide receiver at 30? Would you be disappointed if the Ravens took a wide receiver at 30, knowing Bateman now extended?
He's like, anybody who knows me, I'm all about them wide receivers. And a lot of people might hate this, but my pick, if it was up to me, and I know a lot of y'all probably watching going to be like, oh, well, I'm glad he's not the GM. I would pick Xavier Worthy. And if not Worthy, then his teammate Mitchell. So that's who I would go with. So I do not feel like them keeping Rashad Bateman should end it at wide receiver. I don't think that should be the end all be all. I don't think the Baltimore Ravens should be done at all. And whether that's through the draft or it's through a trade, I wouldn't mind seeing that either. Now, Eric DeCosta, he's known to do some crazy stuff, but we'll see tonight how crazy he is or is not. But I don't think it should end there. Ravens wide receiver room, how much do I trust it right now? I don't think you can. Zay Flowers, amazing rookie year. And even with the mistakes that he made in his rookie year, not just the AFC Championship, but just throughout, he was amazing. And with him, like, you see it there, he's got it. So many people have talked about, Ravens need a number one wide receiver, this and that. I think that Zay Flowers could be that. So many people get caught up in size of the wide receiver. We need a tall 6'4" wide receiver. And that would be nice. I ain't against that now. But with Zay Flowers, to me, he's shown that he does have the capability of being a number one wide receiver. You look at somebody like Tyreek Hill, not saying that Zay Flowers is Tyreek Hill because he's not, but Tyreek Hill, short guy, low to the ground, like a little pit bull. But he's a number one wide receiver. You put him literally on any team, he will be the best receiver on that team. So with Zay Flowers, he's got something special too. But other than that, when you think about special, how special are the other wide receivers? Rashad Bateman can be, but he just hasn't put it all there yet. With Nelson Aguilar, I don't think he was brought to the Baltimore Ravens to be a special receiver. I think he was brought in to be the number 3, number 4, sort of be a placeholder as they get their receiver room together again. Then you got, Tylan Wallace, who he hasn't really got much snaps on offense, so the jury's still out on him. So I say all that to say this, that right now you can't trust the Baltimore Ravens wide receiver room. That's one of the biggest reasons why I feel like they need to add more.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's curious. And actually, you brought up the size of wide receivers. Well, wasn't the highest paid wide receiver right now? Isn't he considered a smaller guy? And Amon-Ra St. Brown, one of the best out there. And he really kind of transformed the thought. Jared Goff's a good quarterback, right? When you have good players, though, it doesn't matter the size. It's the talent. Zay Flowers has the talent. And you're looking at maybe the Ravens with the two tight end sets with Likely and Andrews and Bateman. There's some things there, but you always have to explore your options. And I think, Zach, we're going to switch gears, though, on this, Engraven. Zach has a question about, on the other side of the ball, where is just as important or has always been question marks for the Baltimore Ravens.
I got a question for you, too, right after that, Zach.
Appreciate you, Engraven. Appreciate you joining. So we talked about the wide receivers. Now the guys covering the wide receivers in the cornerbacks. Feels like it's not a position a lot of people want to see the Ravens go first round. We've seen the Kool-Aid McKinstry mock drafts, but what are your thoughts on the Ravens picking a corner or secondary help in general with the 30th pick?
Oh, it will be tricky. I wouldn't be mad at it because I get it, especially if somebody like DeJean is available and he's like somebody that can literally do everything. So we think about players like Kyle Hamilton. Kyle Hamilton is just amazing. He's literally Mr. Do-It-All. And I know when the Baltimore Ravens selected him a couple of years ago, it was a head scratcher for some people. But then when you thought about it, we were like, okay, well, what's the safety that we just traded to the Jets, but he was injured all last year?
Chuck Clark.
They were like, okay, Chuck Clark, he'll be the replacement for Chuck Clark. He won't be with the Baltimore Ravens for too much longer. We get somebody like Kyle Hamilton. All right, cool. And I wasn't even aware that he was like that. Like I had heard so much great stuff about him, but then watching him and especially watching him his rookie year, just how much he grew in 1 year. Then the following year, he just took over. I was like, oh, okay. I loved it. So somebody like DeJean, that could be a pick that could just, a lot of people may question it. A lot of people may be upset, but you got to think long term. So with the cornerback position, and then Kool-Aid too. I think he ain't giving up a touchdown in like 2 years, I think, something crazy like that. So having somebody that prevents the wide receiver from scoring. I mean, I know that's a cornerback's job, but somebody that literally has been doing that the past couple of years, it can't hurt to bring them in. It wouldn't necessarily be the sexiest pick. Well, cornerback can be a little bit sexy, but not the sexiest pick. But it is something that the Baltimore Ravens could use. You look at Marlon Humphrey last year, it was an anomaly year for him because he was hurt a whole lot more than usual. He missed a lot of time. It was a down year for Marlon Humphrey. Brandon Stevens in his third year, he just blossomed into something amazing. I didn't see it coming. I don't think anybody saw it coming. No. But then outside of your outside corners, Marlon Humphrey and Brandon Stevens, you think about, okay, who's there? They re-signed Arthur Millette. They brought him back on a 1 or 2 year deal. I think it's a 2 year deal. They have Jalen Armour-Davis and Pepe Williams, who both, in my opinion, I don't think either one of their roster spots are safe. You have Ardarius Washington, who he's shown flashes, but he's been hurt a lot and missed a lot of time. So outside of Marlon Humphrey and outside of Brandon Stevens, it's like a lot of question marks there at the cornerback position. So if they were to draft a corner, I would completely understand.
Yeah, it feels like DeJean would be more of a best player available type pick. If he falls down that far, it's really hard for me to see Eric DeCosta not making that phone call.
That's true. Now with you, like I've been seeing the streams, and it started a couple of weeks ago. But I got so used. I know the Twitter Avi, and I got so used to you having a hat on that. I remember I was watching one stream, and I was like, "Who is this guest that they have in the building right now? It's some random guy. I don't know who that is." But then I saw your name at the bottom. I was like, "Oh, they must have messed something up." Even though they never mess anything up, I didn't realize it was you. What's been going on? What's with the no hats?
I know. Well, actually, so I cut all my hair off. I used to have hair way down my back of the neck, and I decided it was time. It was time with the new baseball season coming up. I was like, cut the hair, and then after that, I was like, well, guess I'll try no hat. You know, I decided to switch it up a little bit.
Okay, I respect the switch up, man. Because before I was super team keep it clean even on my face, but now I decided, you know what? Let me go ahead and grow this beard. I'll see how it goes.
It's looking great.
I feel you with the switch up. And Kevin, you had the beard for a little while.
I had a phase for a little bit. I've now outgrown that. It was about 2 months. Well, that was probably longer than that because it was two different phases. It was a while, but now I'm back to the team keep it clean. I got the team keep it clean going on.
Yeah, you guys are good kids. So you're saying with the hairlines, with the hats, no hats are good for Zach? You didn't answer that question.
We're still fighting the hairline battle, but I think we're just accepting it at this point.
Don't start with the hairline battle.
Yeah, well, that's why I could bring it up.
I appreciate it. Well, I was going to say to you, is there anything, how about just is there anything for the draft that you would like to see? And actually, the news, by the way, Engraven, I don't know, AJ Brown just signed an extension. So anyone that's thinking anything's another one.
Yeah, I can.
Insider Ramey breaking it.
Do you have it, Zach? Oh, I have it. Okay.
Yeah.
AJ Brown, it's a 3-year extension for $96 million, the highest for any wide receiver in NFL history. He's now in a contract through 2029. His total guarantee of $84 million is also the highest. So credit to Ian Rappaport for that. And credit to Ramey for breaking it in the chat. So
actually, I want to point out real quick, this is all Ryan's fault. He literally said, and look, the highest paid wide receiver is actually a small guy in Amon-Ra St. Brown. And then seconds later, AJ Brown took offense to that.
He heard you.
I have a jinx of that. With baseball, it's whoever I break down goes off against the Orioles. In this case, it's whoever I talk about gets rewarded. Hey, we just want people to get paid. I think we have one more question for you, Engraven, so you can get out of here. And Kevin's going to wrap it up for us, because I know you got a busy night ahead of you.
Yeah, Engraven. I think for a lot of Ravens fans, everybody's looking at the offensive line. You see the Ravens lose 3 starters. This is a very deep offensive line class, particularly at the offensive tackle position. Mm-hmm. I think it's a foregone conclusion. Baltimore's going to take an offensive line early, not necessarily round 1. It's certainly a possibility. But what do you want to see the Ravens do on their offensive line in this draft? Are you taking multiple offensive linemen early? Are you taking a guy in the second round that has versatility? Are you taking potential? What's kind of your blueprint for Baltimore in this draft on the offensive line?
I think it has to be a good mix of everything that you mentioned. When you think about the Baltimore Ravens, there's a lot of uncertainty on their offensive line. Ronnie Stanley, their starting left tackle, he only has 1 year left on his deal. Next year, he'll be a free agent. So you'll have question marks there again. So taking somebody, I think, that can be your starting right tackle right now, and then move back to left tackle if they were a left tackle on a collegiate level. If you can do that now while Ronnie Stanley is still there, I say do it. Because you're not only building for this year, but you're building for the future as well of your offensive line. And I know the Baltimore Ravens, I'm sure they're tired of doing the whole mix and match thing. And no, you can't keep all 5 starters on the offensive line every year. I get that. But you do want some more consistency. You want to build more consistency. You got Tyler Linderbaum, who we all love, who was just amazing from jump. So you're going to have that consistency there. But when you look to the left and to the right of him, it's like, oh, okay, what's going on now? At the guard positions, could be Ben Cleveland, could not be. We'll see. But he's in the last year of his contract too, so you still got to continue building for the future. So I think you need to come away with at least 2 people who could possibly. You need to come away with 1 starter for sure, but 2 possible starters, 2 possible immediate starters right away. So get your tackle. And then as far as guard, that can be where you can have somebody who could possibly start, maybe not, because you do have some current in-house options.
And we'll see what happens. Hey, EDC has done a tremendous job. The Ravens in general have done a tremendous job of finding talent in the draft, mixing and matching. Obviously, though, you'd want to think and feel comfortable about who's going to be protecting Lamar Jackson and opening up the holes for Derrick Henry. And you're hoping Keaton Mitchell down the road and having this explosive Baltimore Ravens offense. But for the time being, we're going to have to wait and see. Engraven, do you want to just explain on your way out what you got going on for everyone so everyone can keep tabs, even though a lot of people know if you guys are on YouTube, you know what he's up to.
Man, y'all make me want to cancel my live stream and just join yours. But yeah, I'm gonna be live streaming the first round of the draft. Oh man, we've been doing this for I don't even know how many years we've been live streaming the first round of the draft, but it's fun. We have a lot of fun in there, enjoying it, and just looking forward to it, man. Looking forward to it. I know for Baltimore Ravens, we're gonna be waiting a while, which is a good thing because that means we did really good the previous year. Wish we would have got pick number 32, but another conversation. But yeah, so y'all, if y'all could come through while y'all have this up, y'all can pull up both of our live streams so you can support both channels and everybody. So it's one big party.
That's what it's all about. The thing, what I love is that the community cares a lot about the team, cares a lot about the football in general. And you got a lot of people like you, great content creators, but better people. You got a lot of options, everyone. So listen to us, go watch Engraven and all the above. And Kevin's got something on the way out.
Yeah, I got one on the way out. So is your official prediction Xavier Worthy at 30? Are you doubling down on that? Or who's your prediction?
That's who I want, but okay. I don't think that's who the Baltimore Ravens are going to get. If I had to pick some, you know what? It ain't nothing too crazy. I'm gonna go with Kool-Aid, man, because Ravens, they like to do a lot of stuff that's unexpected. I know most people expect an offensive line. I would expect offensive line too. I mean, it is a big need. But I'm gonna go, if they stay at 30, I'm gonna go Kool-Aid. If they move up, I'm gonna go with Fautanu.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
we can hope. Well, no matter who it is, I hope you get to have the same reaction as you did to when they drafted Rashad Bateman. That video is absolutely incredible.
We need that. We need that type of reaction. We need that type of enthusiasm, especially if everyone's going to get through a long draft night, which there's a lot. And again, there's probably going to be more action with other teams than with Baltimore, but we will wait and see. And Graven, we appreciate your time. Go do your thing. We'll be tuning in ourselves if we can as we get all this done. And we will talk soon.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I appreciate all of y'all. Y'all keep doing what you've been doing. Keep growing. Keep having fun with it. And just keep on being you.
Appreciate you. And appreciate you dropping by.
Engraving, everybody. Kevin, don't stop clapping.
I'm not stopping. All right. We actually have a surprise guest backstage. You want to pull him up here real quick?
Yeah, recurring guest.
The
friend of the show.
The Grinch that stole Christmas.
And he was muted again.
I'm not. I didn't want to pop in and, Engraven was on. I didn't want to screw anything up, so I stayed backstage. But what a guy he is. Fantastic stuff as always. Great insight. And love the idea about watching both streams tonight. I can only pop in for a little bit, so tonight I will be a guest because I have to kind of
recurring guest. It's nothing surprising, but for those that are tuning in here, and I actually saw this comment here on X, Kevin. So he's saying who Engraven hopes that the Ravens take is Xavier Worthy, but he thinks they'll take maybe Kool-Aid or some other player. Right?
Fautanu. How do you say it's Fautanu?
I think it's Fautanu.
Fautanu. Which little thing. What would it be? About 2 months ago, we had our first, and I guess it turned out being the only. Ryan Ripken mock drafted
I did that
too. Kevin had him picking.
I forgot. I had Blake Corum in the 3rd round. God, I hate that pick. I don't hate Blake Corum. I think I'd be fine with him in the 4th. But
put it in the presses.
Since that mock draft, I've put up a strict no running back in the first 2 days policy.
Well, I would hope so. Once we signed Derrick Henry, that kind of
exactly, and that was before Derrick Henry.
Yeah, that was.
I'm still going that Blake Corum's going to one of the hardballs here. It's still happening.
Well,
I know.
No, I'm saying if he goes to Jim out there, he might as well sign here as an undrafted free agent and then go to the Chargers.
So it's going to be Corum, Edwards, and Dobbins all on the same team. That's how it's.
He just like me for real. He just
Seriously.
like me.
He really is. But as we talk about the draft, as I look behind me, where you guys can't see, but we have the Rocco. We got the monitor up with the draft on here. Holy shirts and pants.
We're 5 minutes out.
5 minutes away. 4 minutes and 38 seconds.
Oh, you guys are behind. I'm 3:46 right now. Are you on a little? You on a stream?
Yes. Okay. Yes, we're on a delay. Okay.
Are you on Stream East, Zach?
Whoa. What is that website?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Whoa.
I've never used that to watch.
It reminds me of. Do you remember what was it? Was it last year during some UFC event or something? Mark Cuban put out Tim.
Well,
middle of the story.
Maybe why though? You could have finished your story, Zach, but now that you are, we're going to halt it because Tim is all. It's close to 20. We know the thing. You got to stand up.
Oh God. Oh jeez.
Zach, go ahead. Get up.
Well, we're not. I can't stand up on camera. Jesus.
Get up. There it is. Thank you, Tim. There, Kevin. Oh gosh, that's terrifying.
Oh, dude, what? That's a meme.
Yeah, we can't wait. Can't wait to add that. But yes, actually, it's my computer that is hooked up to the HDMI to get the YouTube TV, right? YouTube all around. But yes, a little bit delayed.
Legal.
Yeah, of course I am. Of course I am. Yeah, by the book. But speaking of that, that's something that we want to be able to do in the future. And obviously, Tim, thank you as we try to get the new laptop, as hopefully then mine doesn't falter and I can continue. That's where I do all my breakdowns for the players. And we just released an Albert Suarez for the Orioles. So go check that out if you're an Orioles fan as well. And my mother, Kelly, marathon day and night. Hey, holy shirts and pants, Mom, you are not wrong. Hello from Santa Monica. Hope you're enjoying it out there. And thank you for always being a big supporter of the Ryan Ripken Show and sometimes Zach and Kevin and Brad, but recurring guest Rocco DeSangro. Even though my mom sticks up for you too, Rocco. She does.
She's a great woman.
She is.
Wish I could say the same about her son. But, he's
Wow.
Jeez.
My God.
Wow.
Yeah.
Eh,
All right,
I mean,
back real quick.
Back to Zach's
just
story
from the
now.
story. So this was during the Heat versus Celtics game last year, and Mark Cuban tweets out, "Got a personal question for everyone watching Heats versus Celtics right now. Who is watching on a pirated stream?
I remember
I'm
that.
just curious how prevalent it is." Everyone's like, "You ain't catching me, Mark."
Yeah.
Like, ain't go hide the or mop the floor and hide the wet sign. Trying to catch
Yeah.
me slipping.
It's like when I can't even remember what it was, but there was another situation like that where it was like a trap tweet and everyone's like, I know what you're doing here.
Mhm.
I know what you're doing here.
Good kids, man. Good kids. And Brad, by the way, we also, the only reason is Brad was having technical difficulties earlier. So that was the only thing. But Brad always is making things happen behind the scenes and was helping us actually set up our other mics because guys, stop traffic. Nick Moore, well, he's in traffic, but Nick Moore is actually coming on down to hang out with us for the draft. Long snapper Nick Moore. We're starting the Pro Bowl push for 2024, 2025 now. We actually started months ago, but officially season now.
Boom.
Boom.
So now it's happening.
So we got a lot more guests, and actually, I believe next guest coming on, Kevin, for us upcoming.
Yeah, we got
is
Brian McFarland coming on here soon, so we're waiting for him. But he is the Ravens salary cap expert. So we obviously a salary cap is a huge part of what all these teams do. We're also, I mean, Rocco's probably ahead of us. We have it as a minute, Rocco. I'm sure it's probably started for you.
13 seconds.
Yeah, don't you ruin it. And I think I'll say in this chat for everyone that's in the chat, we appreciate you guys. But I think for picks, if people are waiting for us to continue to talk about it, I guess refrain if you can from spoiling picks for those that want to entertain it. If you're picking it up online, hey, amazing. We're happy about that. But just so everyone can stay in on the action. But like for Ramey telling us there's an extension.
yeah, please do that.
Please do that.
Yeah.
If there is something that happened there, we would like to know.
Yeah.
We would like to know. So
Nothing
I
worse,
think
Rip, than getting like Schefter or Rappaport or like NBA draft, like Woj or Shams, just like notifications before the pick actually happens and you see them. Hate it. Don't be that guy tonight.
yeah, don't be that guy. Well, there's going to be a lot of people that are that guy. And actually, we'll wait to see what happens. Don C, as always, thank you.
Appreciate you, Don.
Don, a
Thank you,
man of the Kev, of course you stopped clapping for Don.
That's
Kevin,
that's the first time you've gotten me in a while.
I don't know about that, but Don, appreciate you. Let's have a night. We have a lot of great guests. And actually, Kevin, we got our next guest. And why don't you do the honors of introducing
We do.
him?
Thank you, Ryan. We have a salary cap expert behind stage. Let's bring him on. Brian McFarland, Ravens salary cap, is here with us. Brian, appreciate you joining. It's a bigness. Kind of snuck up on us, the draft, didn't it?
Hope having trouble with the audio right now, Brian.
You guys can blame that on me. It's just
Yeah.
I joined. I messed everything up. It's my fault, Brian.
When Rocco gets on the screen, something happens here. Yeah, it seems like for Brian, there's two Brians in the background too. Kevin, you notice that?
I see that.
I don't know if that'd be a problem with it. Brian, can you hear us?
I'll message him.
If you can hear us, try to enter out and back in. That usually sometimes does the trick.
It's the old Jim Palmer trick. Didn't that happen with him first? Got him out, got him back in.
It's only with people with incredible memory and insight that's
true.
continues
That
to
actually
happen
is
too.
very true.
So, yeah, because right now in the backstage, Kevin, you
Yeah,
see
I'm
that?
gonna. Yeah, okay, there.
Did we kick that?
No, I didn't. I don't know if anybody.
I think
did,
you
but-
just.
okay.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here.
Wow.
I think he kicked himself.
Well, talk.
Well, it's okay
I wasn't
because
gonna
I think we all know. Wow, Zach, congratulations.
I don't know if you guys saw me get the phone call, but I was just talking to him. I declined. I did decline. I told him no.
Can you
know.
decline getting
Well,
drafted?
no, I want to ask Brad this
Eli
question.
Manning?
Brad, would you rather have Zach Ballinger or Caleb Williams as the quarterback of your team?
Oh,
No comment.
At least we're
No
consistent.
comment.
Oh, sugar, we're having a good time here. So
I actually, so while we're waiting, oh, there we go. There, Brian's back.
should we try?
let-
Should we try
yeah,
round two to bring our
let's
guest?
see. Let's see.
Kevin, let's see if we got it
All
again.
right.
Round two. Brian, you there?
Yes.
Yeah.
there he is.
Hey!
There he is.
Brian McFarland here. All right, Kevin, why don't you do the honors?
Yeah, the draft
here?
definitely snuck up on us here, Brian. But we've kind of been talking about, the Ravens love making these moves right before the draft or on draft day in the case of Lamar last year. Rashad Bateman gets signed. It's a 3-year extension, at least through 2026. We don't know the numbers on that yet, do we?
No, there's rumors out there, 3 years, $15 million, which seems kind of low to me.
Right.
But obviously if he doesn't, they weren't going to pick up the option for the 5th-year option for next year. So maybe that's in line where it needs to be. But I think probably that's 2 new years at $15 million. And then he had about 2.3 left for this year's. So that's 3 years, so 17.2 to 17.3. It's closer to $6 million a year. I think that probably makes sense. So that's probably a little more in line. But it's still, we'll have to see the guaranteed money and all that kind of stuff. But I still think it's a pretty good deal for the Ravens. It's something that they'll probably be able to get out from under after this year if things don't work out. So it gives him another chance as, perhaps a true starter this year. And we'll see what happens in the draft. Obviously, draft somebody in the first, that potentially changes things. But right now, he's one of the top 2 receivers for sure.
There was a lot of conversation about the 5th-year option. Obviously, that we don't have to speculate about.
Yeah, well, that wasn't going to happen. Yeah, at 14 plus million, that wasn't going to happen. Yeah,
right. And so for the Ravens, there's been a lot of different cap inklings here and there, little things. But one thing I'm really curious about, something that came out recently, and I know you were all over it, is this thing with Tyus Bowser. Obviously no longer with the team, but there was a grievance filed. This is not the first time we've seen a grievance be filed with the Ravens. Can you kind of go into that, what the salary cap ramifications are, and why you think it's playing out this way?
Yeah, I'm a little because they obviously they put him on NFI last year and didn't pay him a cent. He originally had a $5.5 million salary, and obviously they didn't pay him anything, which is their right under NFI. And NFI is a non-football injury list. If you get hurt in the off season at the Ravens facility, it's considered a football injury. If you get, and this is harsh, but if you get injured working out on your own in California or Florida or wherever, it could be considered a non-football injury. If you remember Terrell Suggs from many years ago, blew out his Achilles, allegedly maybe playing basketball, maybe not, something like that. Now they did pay him because he was a superstar, right. And you keep your superstars happy, but they didn't have to. So I guess my guess is that's going to be the crux of the because, and I don't know the exact details, but if he claims, well, I was following the Ravens staff's protocols and I got hurt while doing what they told me to do, and if they told me to do something differently, I wouldn't have gotten hurt. I'm just speculating on this. So, but that's certainly one way. The other could be he played the last half of the 22 season after he'd been on PUP the first half, and he came back and played the end of the season, the playoff game. And if he could claim he got hurt in one of those games and just played through it, and then he could claim that it was a football injury because it was an injury that happened the prior year. So the grievance amount is a little weird, and because of the calculation. When a player files a grievance, 40% of the grievance hits against the cap immediately until it's resolved. But 40% or 1.8 million would be 40% of 4.5 million. So I'm not sure why there's a difference between what he was supposed to make, the 5.5, and what he's actually claimed in the grievance, 4.5. So I'm not sure where that number came from. But this probably won't be resolved till next offseason. So that 1.8 is going to sit on the Ravens cap. If it is resolved before a settlement, or if it's resolved by the arbiter, the Ravens win, they'll get that 1.8 million back on next year's cap as a credit. If they lose, then 2.7 million would hit their cap whenever that happened. Now, of course, they settled with Earl Thomas for about $1 million way back, or a couple years back. Even though his grievance was 10 million, I think, if I remember correctly.
Right.
So they could settle, and then if they settle 1.8, then there's no future cap implications. If they settle for less, they get a credit, and if it sells for a little more. So that's something that's just going to sit there on the cap this year, and it's going to get figured out probably next offseason.
It's a game within a game, isn't it, Brian? Trying to
Very
make this
much
all
so.
happen. And actually it's weird because of, in the sense, me coming from the baseball world, all these contracts, they're guaranteed contracts now. And
Sure.
So it's a little bit more standard overall, kind of, right? But arbitration and all of that, that's where it goes way over people's heads, but it is very confusing. So I appreciate you breaking it down, because these are things that are years prior in the past. And some people don't realize the context of how deep it can get. But I think the next question is actually Zach has it in relation to this upcoming draft.
Sure.
Yeah, appreciate you joining us, Brian. So a lot of people, they'll look at the salary cap, especially right now, and they're going, oh, well, the Ravens have X amount of dollars ready to spend, not truly understanding that they still have to set aside a certain amount of salary to pay these rookies coming in. So how much do the Ravens set aside, and, has that, I'm assuming obviously it's been worked in to their plan, but how much do you really think the Ravens have to spend after all the rookies sign?
Yeah, so the rookie cap is kind of a cap within the cap. You have to fit all of your rookies within the rookie cap and their cap numbers for this year. But they all don't totally affect the overall cap. And that's why it's kind of a cap within a cap. So their rookie cap numbers about for the 9 draft picks, and that's the present 9 picks. Obviously, if they move around and if they trade out of the first, obviously this will probably go down. But it's about $9.8 million. So that would technically put them over the cap, because they only have about $7 million right now as it is. But the way it works is because there's this thing called the rule of 51 at this point of the year. They can have up to, in a couple of weeks, they're going to have 90 players on the roster. You can't fit 90 players under the cap. It's just pretty impossible. So what happens is during the off season, only technically the top 51 cap numbers count against the cap. And then any bonus proration from anybody who's not in the cap on the top 51 also counts. So when you look at their 9 draft picks, 4 or 5 will fully count on the cap. But when that happens, that's going to knock 4 or 5 guys out of the top 51. So you get a credit right there. So those base salaries for those players drop out. And then the lower round draft picks, they're not going to count on the top 51. So their base salaries don't count. Only their bonus prorations. They'll sign a 4-year deal. They'll get if they get a $100 million bonus, that'll count 250 again, 250,000. Again, did I say 250 million? Did I say? Well, anyway.
you got 1,000 at the end.
You caught yourself, yeah.
I think we figured we put 2 and 2 together.
100,000. So that was 100,000. If the bonus is 100,000, it counts 25 on the cap each year. So that's what a lower round draft pick might get. So only that 25 for that 7th round pick is actually going to count on the cap right now. Now, obviously, when we get to September, everybody counts, but you're not going to have 90 players on the cap at that point. So when you look at it, really, they only need about 2.1 million in overall cap space once you do this calculation to fit all their rookies under the cap. So even though they have a $9.8 million rookie cap, the overall effect on the cap is only about 2.1 million. So that's going to take their, 7 million down, 4.9 million, give or take. But they have other options. They have not restructured any player's contract yet, and they're going to need money for their practice squad when September comes along. They're going to have guys that are injured. They're going to be on injured reserve. They fully count on the cap. So it's not just your 53-man roster that's counting on the cap. It's everybody, whether they're practice squad, PUP, IR, and the like. So Lamar Jackson's one. They can restructure him. That's $11.1 million. That goes a long way to creating cap space they need. They're not going to have a lot to spend after the draft, and they've got other players they can restructure. It just depends on how far they want to get into that.
Yeah, and that's why I have the cap expert. I didn't even know. I completely didn't know about the cap inside of the cap for the draft.
The cap inside of the cap inside of the cap for $250 million,
Yeah, that's
right,
right.
Brian? Just to make sure there.
That's a hell of a deal, right? Well, it's getting
right?
closer and closer these days.
Yeah.
I got to know before the last question I ask you, and you can get on out of here. But how did you become so calculated with this? Because it is your mind to be able to explain it to and articulate it. I'm blown away just by listen. I could hear you talk about this, and I still might not understand all of it, or I might need you to repeat it just because it's so intricate. And I think it's fascinating. What kind of got you into that?
Yeah, it's taken me a long time, and I'm not really good with numbers, to be perfectly honest with you. So I really started paying attention back in after the 01 season. So that goes back that far, back when I was young. That was when they had right after the 01 season, they had that purge, the cap purge. They won the Super Bowl in 2000 season. They basically restructured everybody to make cap space to go for one more run because Art Modell was his ownership was ending, and they were going to try to get him one more before that. And then they had to tear everything down. And I think, they got rid of it was 13 starters and a lot of valuable reserves. Your Rod Woodsons, your Shannon Sharps all went, Sam Adams, obviously, but all the quarterbacks went. To be honest with you, the Baltimore Sun didn't do a great job, and they were new to. I mean, when the Colts were here, there was no salary cap,
Yeah,
and
it's
so
a way
they were new to
different
that
time.
too. Yeah,
sure.
So they were new to that too, and they so they just would say, well, they had to cut people for salary cap purposes. And I was like, what the hell does that mean? I didn't understand. I was like, what? I don't understand. So I started getting into it. And, back then message boards were really big. And I started breaking things down there. And Tony Lombardi from Russell Street Report, about 06, I think I started writing for him. And of course, Twitter came along, which makes it a lot easier to get information out there. I'm sorry, X. So that's how I got started. And then, honestly, there's kind of a group of us amateur guys that do this, and we learn something new every year. Some little nuance comes up, and one of us knew it and the other didn't. And we're like, how didn't we know that? Or why didn't you tell us? And everybody's like, I didn't, it never came up. So there's little things that kind of course, the CBA gets redone every 10 years now, which is thankfully it used to be every 5 or so. And there's always a little nuance that comes along there that we got to learn something new that way too.
Yeah, it's I gotta say, you have this on a spreadsheet or something each time you do it, or you put down
I got
these
a lot
notes?
of spreadsheets.
Oh goodness, I bet spreadsheets are not kind to me, or I'm not kind to them. I'll be completely honest. Before we let you get out of here, Brian, we asked Graven right before. Your prediction. Okay, you can have what you want or what you think the Ravens are going to do with their selection or with their pick for tonight's first round.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough because when you draft 30, you just don't know what's going to happen in front of you. I think like most fans, I want to, one of the top, not the top because they're going to be gone, but, one of those second level offensive tackles. I think whether he plays right tackle this year and then moves over to left next year if Stanley moves on. But obviously it depends. That and corner, I think those are the two. Obviously if one of the edges falls down, but I think those are the two. I think those kind of, you plug the tackle in at right tackle, and then obviously corner, whether he starts immediately, but he's going to see a lot of playing time. And as we've learned, corners get hurt a lot, so
they do
depth. So
yeah, I mean, who we try to erase it as Ravens fans, but that game against Cincy a few years back, where the Ravens were, just say they were really on their testing their depth, and Joe Burrow and company definitely made them pay. But we forget about that because a healthy Ravens team, we know what they can do. I'm with you. It'd be very exciting to see, and just for everyone to know, you are at Ravens Salary Cap on X. Anything else you want to plug before we let you get out of here?
Yeah, just my articles. My kind of season's kind of winding down at this point, but after the draft, once we figure out where they've actually drafted and the players sign, we'll break the contracts down on Russell Street Report. And then as we get closer to September, there'll be, what's the roster going to look like, and what's the effect of the cap on that, and trade deadline. But usually my time is hopefully not January, but starting in February through March and April. That's kind of my time of the year.
All right. Well, we will plug it. Go check out Brian's articles with Russell Street Report. And when we have a restructuring news and I need to figure out what the heck goes on the spreadsheet or how it works, Brian, we're calling you up again. So we appreciate you taking the time tonight, and hope you enjoy your draft night.
You guys too. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Brian.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brian.
All right.
I could listen to Brian talk about that, for the longest time, and I still would learn every single time that he mentioned it, because it just the intricacies that go into the business of sports, especially football, is nuts, right, Kevin? So
yeah, 100%. I mean, Brian's the best in the business. I mean, you heard him. I mean, he can go on forever about it in the best type of way. And I think the Bears pick is in. I wonder, guys. I wonder who it's going to be, and I think we can speculate with our next guest, who's behind stage waiting to hop on here. We know him well here on the Ryan Ripken Show, don't we? So
he's actually been in the studio with us as well. So you want to bring him in? There he is, Mr. Sam Njoku.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How are we feeling, by the way, here, Sam? Drafts. You have a guess who the Bears are going to take here?
I'm gonna guess Caleb Williams, maybe.
I'm minus 700 on Rocco DeSangro.
It is out officially from the NFL Network. It is out officially that Caleb Williams is the number one overall pick.
So well, you know what? Right. So that guy that puts Sam, you were the better that put down $20,000 to win $100 for Caleb to go first overall. Not you.
I'm not. I don't have that kind of money.
Okay. Well, yeah, fair enough. Well, again, you got to have that type of confidence and that type of cash to be like, hey, here you go for $100.
Think about how much they were just sweating out the pick is in. Like at that point, like it's like what goes through your mind? Like I'm putting $20,000 to win $100 on the Caleb Williams being drafted.
Imagine if there was like a Laramie Tunsil type situation. It was just an insane drop off. Someone posted a video of Caleb Williams in like a mask like that. And that happens, like that would be insane, man. And that better would just be like, it would just be nightmares.
Yeah, we want to see
to win 100.
Yeah, I want to see. I want some chaos. I don't want that type of chaos tonight. I don't want anyone's stock, but I kind of want some chaos tonight. So, Kevin, let's kick off some chaos.
I was going to say first, I will give the Bears credit for how they have built their roster around. We all knew it was going to be Caleb Williams. I mean, they've made the moves that you should be making with a quarterback on a rookie contract. You bring in Keelan Allen on. He has one heck of a salary, but you know what? The Bears have enough to bring him in. They get DeAndre Swift. They have some tight ends there. So I applaud them for how they handled that situation. But Sam, going to the Ravens, you and I talked a couple days ago, and the whole topic of our episode on Locked On Ravens was, they're going to bring Brandon Ayuk in. They're going to send Rashad Bateman out. What's the likelihood? And then, of course, literally the next day, Rashad Bateman gets the extension. How surprised were you that happened? And how do you like the move for the Ravens? Do you think it was the right one?
I think it was the right move. I think I was expecting them to do maybe the 5th-year option, but when I'm gathering, and I don't know, the numbers aren't really out yet, but it looks to be a glorified 5th-year option for Rashad Bateman spread over to 2026, maybe a few incentives here and there in case he has the season he envisions himself having. I think it was, you just saw Amon St. Brown get that big contract. A.J. Brown just got his big contract. Mm-hmm. The Ravens don't have those type of funds to pay those receivers. EDC has brought in, first-round grade talent and Rashad Bateman, Zay Flowers, even Marquise Brown. So he's really trying to cheapen the load on his cap by getting these guys homegrown. So I'm not surprised by the move. I kind of expected it. I thought that if they didn't sign him and they were to bring in someone else, that they'd ship him out, because there's no way Rashad Bateman would play with another receiver coming in and taking snaps from him. So, but I think it's the right move considering the cap situation. But of course, if Rashad Bateman doesn't show out now that he's given all of this free reign to be the number 1 or 2 receiver in this offense, then they should be looking for a receiver. Maybe it happens tonight.
Oh, maybe. I'm going to get the glasses on. Maybe.
There we go.
There it is. Maybe. Zach. Oh, you're chewing great. Yeah, there you go.
It's on me.
That's okay.
I got to do it too now.
There it is.
I got it.
we're big. You know what, Sam? I don't know if you heard, but Austin Powers was my family movie growing up when I was 5.
Nice.
Yeah, it makes sense now. If you spend more time with me, I think Rocco wanted to ask you a quick question. Well, maybe he can. Rocco, do you have a quick time to ask a quick question and dip?
Yeah. I got a second, and then I got to
nice.
But Sam, always good talking to you, man. I saw the Bateman meme you put out after he got the extension. Fantastic.
Thank you,
it's I feel like this is the most important question for you tonight. How long did it take you to come up with that? Was it something planned? I mean, obviously we weren't sure what was going to happen with Rashad Bateman, but was that like one that was in the chamber, kind of just waiting for him to sign something? What was the deal there? Kind of take us through that.
It was definitely in the chamber. Him and Odafe Owe both had 50 options potentially. I wasn't sure based on what the Ravens were saying behind the scenes if they were going to extend either of them to a 50 option, but they go the extra mile and get them to 2026. So I'll have 1 or 2 memes in the chamber for each of them just in case it happens. And surprising to me, it happened before the draft. I thought if something were to happen with Rashad Bateman would be after the draft had already passed, but the Ravens said, no, that's just that Brandon Ayuk wants $25 million. Let's get our guy in and lock things up for the foreseeable future.
So like how long after Bateman, that announcement happened, did you fire that off?
Oh, I fired it off immediately. I usually schedule it for the next morning, but this time I was like, oh yeah, sign, let's push it out. So didn't take much time to get it out there, maybe like 15 minutes after I heard the word.
Yeah, you're definitely like Zach in that case where you just have drafts just ready to go.
You have to. You have to.
You guys are ridiculous. Go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, Sam, good to talk to. So obviously, a lot of people on Ravens Twitter, especially, very torn on position that they would like the Ravens to take. Is there a specific position that you would like them to go that maybe people aren't talking about? I know O-line is a big one. Are you a wide receiver guy? We just talked about it a little bit with Bateman, but would you still be shocked if they grabbed a receiver, maybe a corner at 30?
Wouldn't be surprised about.
I was just going to say, before you answer that, Sam, I have a poll out for our folks. So this is a perfect time to bring this up. So I just wanted to get this in there before you gave your answer. But the folks that are voting right now have tackle as the Ravens' first pick. So it's still close. They're still voting, but I wanted to put that in there. Go ahead and give your response, Sam.
Awesome. I would not be surprised if they go cornerback just because I think there's going to be an influx of teams going after those O-linemen and wide receivers. Would I be surprised if they go wide receiver? They must really like this wide receiver to grab him at 30 because I just think that it just changes the dynamic of the locker room. Rashad Bateman brought out a meme of his own this morning with the Drake meme kind of thing going on. So he's feeling confident about what he can bring to the table. Just to bring in another first-round wide receiver to the mix, I think it will be too much for his confidence. They must really like the receiver if they get him at 30. So my take was probably a cornerback. I would love for them to get an edge rusher. I think they really need to make sure they have a bona fide pass rusher in there because there's a big question mark with David Ojabo. Calvin Noy had a great season last year, but who knows what type of year he's going to bring in this year. Who knows if it's an aberration, a one-off thing. So if they can get somebody to be opposite Odafe Owe, who also has a lot to prove, then that'll make me feel a little good. But either way, the Ravens are still loaded. They have small bits and pieces of holes, primarily at O-line, which is why I'm sure the fans went ahead and picked tackles in number one position. But I wouldn't be surprised if they went cornerback. But my personal belief, they should go edge.
Oh, yeah. I don't think we've had anyone say edge yet. Well, I mean, we've only had 2 people on.
Someone who's gotten a lot of late buzz is Darius Robinson.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a guy that I think the Ravens have a connection to. I know everybody, it's all Chop Robinson, but I think it might be Darius if you're talking about a guy that might be a sneaky pick for the Ravens at 30.
Yeah. And it wouldn't be surprising for them. 30 really is, and I mentioned it on your show, Kev, a couple of days ago. 30 is really a fringe second-round pick. Not too much in the way of backlash from fandom if they totally miss on the bona fide Hall of Famer, which is what I think all fans will love, their first-round picks to be Hall of Famers, but doesn't really work that way, especially at this end of the round. So if you can get a guy like that, he could provide production, maybe not in the first year, but definitely in the second year and third. And I say go for it. Edge all the way for me.
What we've seen, there's that going. Because actually, hey, we got Nick Moore coming in the building right now. We got to literally let him in the building, Sam.
Oh, yeah, I know that.
Yeah, you know that very well. Hey, we need you to come on back and maybe come back and enjoy some summertime here in Baltimore. But the pass rush again, or edge rushing, as we can see for any team, can really separate you. And the teams that have success, you get pressure on the quarterback. Obviously, then you have the superstars like in the interior, like the Matabikes, and then the now retired Aaron Donald, Chris Jones that can wreak havoc. But for a team like the Ravens, that's something that you need to add, especially it helps your secondary. It helps your corners out when you're able to get to the quarterback and alleviate. So I'm really curious to kind of see. And as we're talking right now, Sam, Jaden Daniels is the second quarterback taken off the board. People have made comparisons to him as being as good as Lamar Jackson. That's high. I can see it, high praise, and I hope he has a great career. But it's hard to be a 2-time MVP and a guy that has a chance to continue to be one of the best in the game. And that's just lofty expectations for the number 2 overall pick.
Yeah, I don't think that he's the next Lamar Jackson. Maybe Deshaun Watson with this type of, but it's so difficult to mimic what Lamar Jackson has done in this league. And there's other teams that have tried. You've had Kyler Murray come in, Bryce Young, even though he's just starting out, hasn't really became the type of quarterback that they would like. It's very hard to have a mobile quarterback who can also throw it as effectively as Lamar Jackson. So high praise, and you get that a lot around this time, but I don't think so. There's only one Lamar.
It's a lot of pressure. And the funny thing is, everyone thought that the Lamar was supposed to be a wide receiver. Anything but being a running back, right? And well, he just ran his way to 2 MVPs and one of the best dual threat quarterbacks, not anything else, quarterbacks in the NFL. So it should be a lot of fun. Kevin, any final thoughts for Sam before we let him get out of here?
Yeah, I think, Sam, we've been asking everybody their predictions in terms of, your final prediction for Baltimore, not only in the first round. I think, you mentioned edge guy. Is it a Darius Robinson for you? Is your official player prediction? Do you think it might be Chop Robinson? What do you want the Ravens to do? And then what do you think they actually do?
I would be okay with a Chop Robinson or Darius Robinson, but I'm going to switch it up because I think the Ravens trade up. I think this draft is going to set up where guys are going to start reaching for these receivers and top tier offensive tackles. And I think the Ravens decide, hey, we need to get our guy now. They reach up and they get either Mims or Tyler Guyton from Oklahoma.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
I like it. I like that a lot.
I like it a lot too. Hey, before we let you go here, Sam, let us know. Can you tell people what you're up to? What's going on in the life of Sam Njoku for tonight and beyond?
Yeah, I'm going to try and get a stream in. You guys are doing such a great job. I love your show. So I think I'm going to sit back and relax for a little bit. Maybe come in and live stream a little later on as it gets closer to pick 30, maybe. But afterwards, I'll have some episodes out, some reactions to whatever the Ravens decide to do the first 3 days, those 3 days, I should say, of the draft. And then we'll on to mini camps and then training camps. So season's right around the corner.
It's right around, and you better come to Baltimore. Let us know, and we can all get together. And actually, we're trying to update this. Actually, on that, we got the giant monitor put in since the last time you were here, so we have the draft going on right now to see what's happening. So it should be a lot of fun. But Sam, we'll tune in. We'll check in on you later. Thank you for taking the time and putting up with everyone, especially Zach and Kevin and myself as always. But
appreciate you, Sam.
Sam Njoku, everyone. Appreciate you. Yeah, keep clapping, Kevin.
Thank you guys later.
Play musical
Thanks, Sam.
While I clap.
All right, Sam, one of the best. Really is. Honestly, the meme game is so on point that you can't even begin to he's one of the best. So, guys, the next pick that's going to be coming in, I know we're a little bit delayed here. I have a feeling it's going to be a quarterback for the Patriots, but Jaden Daniels actually loved that for the Commanders. Do we have any Commanders fans in here, by the way?
That's what I'm curious about.
Oh, let me go ahead.
Oh, so yeah, I was gonna say if I'm curious because, and I talked about this on the Orioles stream, and I'm switched chairs. I'm playing musical chairs, but if you're not, whatever team you're a fan of, Ravens fan, Commanders, I'm curious, how many Ravens fans do we have in the chat? How many Commanders, Patriots? Who is your team? Put it in the chat because I'm curious to see the distribution of fans that we have. And for this third pick, a lot of people are wondering if the Patriots going to actually trade the pick away. There were rumblings that teams wanted to move up badly for this pick. I presume this is going to be Drake Maye, but we'll see. There's been a lot of late JJ McCarthy rumblings, so that would be an interesting one if that were to happen.
Yeah, and so I just will say this with the Commanders. I hope for their fan base and for everything else that's happening as Nick Moore appears from the shadows, finally back from broadcasting camp and the Masters and everything else that he's doing besides being in here with us until tonight. But Jaden Daniels in general, talented player. If you caught the end of it, Sam Njoku, we said about that people were comparing him to Lamar. That's lofty expectations, but what he can do, he's a dynamic quarterback, has the ability to make a lot of things happen. And that is a skill. That's a skill group where they added Austin Eckler. You have Brian Robinson, scary Terry McLaurin. They have Jahan Dotson. They got a talented team. So it should be very interesting to see on what should happen here as we get everyone settled. And it's about to be, I know we're delayed here. I know that. So I have an idea who's actually getting picked. So it should be interesting. I know you have the pick. The pick is in. Well, guess what? Yeah. What is the pick, Brad?
It is the Patriots hold off on trades. Adam Schefter said there was zero chance they were going to actually make a trade. And they're going to go with their QB1, and that'll be Drake Maye.
Well, there you have it. That's it. So Nick's getting set up. Yes, Nick, that is a bear behind you. That bear.
Did you guys put the cow behind me because I'm fat, dude? Jesus.
No, we didn't.
Wow. How insensitive.
Well, I don't know if we could hear all of that because the mic's almost at your stomach.
Did you put it behind me because I'm fat, Brad?
Yeah. Well, you are looking a little thick. You're looking good though. No, like thick in a good way. You should mention that again.
It's bulking.
It's bulking season. But Nick Moore's back in the building. Long snapper of the Baltimore Ravens. Hey, baby.
Glad to be back.
Sorry about that, Mike. It's it's my height.
We need to bring the mic closer.
Yeah, I got it. It's down for Kevin.
So. Yeah, it's
because you guys are about the same height.
I might have an inch or two on him in terms of height. Yeah.
So, guys, honestly, the biggest question right now. So, if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. We do talk a lot of Orioles and we talk a lot of baseball, but we are a channel that's going to talk all sports, specifically around the Maryland region. And it's draft night, NFL draft night. Yes, the Ravens might not pick until I don't know, late in the evening
at this point.
They might here. But hey, Nick, great to see you. So
thanks for having me, boys.
Hey, you're welcome.
Glad to be back.
So to give you an update, we have more guests coming on here next. I think Kevin, who was our next guest?
Waiting on Jack Settleman. He's a huge Knicks fan, and I did not realize the Knicks game is on right now.
Oh,
so he's probably locked in the moment right now.
He's busy, huh?
And very, very understandably so here for the Knicks. And he's been waiting for that. He lives up in New York, but he is a Maryland native. It's where he is from the Baltimore region. He does a lot of things with Snapback Sports. That's his company that he started, CEO of it. But to give you guys a quick little recap here is that number 1 overall pick, Nick, Caleb Williams. Number 2, Jaden Daniels from LSU, the Heisman Trophy winner. And then Drake Maye from UNC. Those are the first 3. So now, guys.
Did you? So there was, what do we got here?
So this is the offensive lineup now for the Bears, which looks pretty dangerous.
Yeah, so for those that are listening or can't see it, it's Caleb Williams, starting running back right now, DeAndre Swift. Then you have DJ Moore and Keenan Allen as your top 2 wide receivers and Cole Kmet at tight end. It's a pretty dynamic group right there. And actually, Nick, Swifty's one of your old guys.
Yeah, that's a very elusive offense right there. They got a lot of skill players. That was one of our topics actually at the broadcasting thing. And I really like this for Caleb. I think he has so much talent around him. They have so much potential on the offensive side of the ball that I think it's going to take a little bit of the pressure off of him. I know he's the number 1 pick, so he's got a lot of pressure anyway, but I really think it's going to be good for him. Give him a chance to get his feet wet and get some experience and hopefully play really well for them.
Yeah, I mean, they made the move, traded away Justin Fields. They set him up with everything they possibly could. Their defense is solid. Obviously, they got the pick because they traded with the Panthers the year prior for the Panthers to select Bryce Young. Panthers were terrible, obviously. They were the worst team record-wise in the NFL, and that pick was the Bears, therefore the number 1 overall pick. But now, I think what's interesting, so Jaden Daniels, Drake Maye, this is where it gets interesting, at least in the draft. The Cardinals are sitting at 4.
Yeah, right? It's being
we're not taking a QB, right?
No.
I was actually think so.
I was actually going to make the joke that the Bears contacted EDC to say they'd give the first pick up for you, and EDC said
he told me that today. He said he got some calls last night, but
yeah, a lot of teams in the top 3 trying to move for you, and it wasn't happening.
Yeah, no, I respect it. I love it here in Baltimore, so I'm glad I'm still here.
Well, that's the thing. Hey,
Good.
while we're doing this real quickly, talk a little bit about what happened at broadcast camp. So you got to work on some skills,
Yes.
obviously, great exposure, and a lot of people that you got to meet in the experience.
Yeah, man, it was the best thing I've ever been a part of in the NFL. I think the NFL and the NFL Network did such a good job of setting this up and really allowing guys to kind of live the life, if you will, of a broadcasting type, somebody on TV or somebody in the booth or somebody on the radio. And we were out in LA at the NFL Network's headquarters right there next to SoFi. And it was the most intense 72 hours I think I've ever had, other than like playing football. And there was network producers from literally every football production company you could think of: Amazon, NFL Network, NBC, ABC, Fox, Sirius XM. They were all there. The real-time casters, like we had Mark Sanchez was in there, Maurice Jones-Drew, Mike Robinson, Maria Taylor was there, Christina Pink, all the people that are on NFL Network. We got to work with them, for 3 days really, and learn from them. And we did like classroom stuff for 2 days, and just really kind of learning how the operation works with production meetings, and how, like, Amazon, for instance, was one of the most informative ones on how they do their Thursday night game. And they gave us like a daily schedule, exactly what time they do all their stuff. And so we learned a ton of information. And then on Thursday, we were able to take that stuff we learned and put it into action. And I was able to call a football game in the TV booth with Paul Burmeister, a great play-by-play guy. And then I got to do that twice. And then I got to do a radio call with this guy named Spiro. I'm sorry, Spiro, I'm forgetting his last name. But he was phenomenal. And then I got to do a podcast with Roman Harper. And then I got to do a studio segment with Christina Pink and Maurice Jones-Drew.
So that was the picture. Brad pulled up a photo of you. That was the one that we showed our audience. That was it looked awesome.
Yes,
and you look good
awesome.
in the suit, by the way.
Thank you. I don't get to wear suits
bro.
very often. I wish we did. I wish John made us wear suits, but they made us, or they gave us opportunity to, and I got a nice suit, so I might as well put them on.
Oh, there you go. Well, you look good. And while you were explaining that, we'll dive into that in a second. Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to the Arizona Cardinals.
That had to be the pick.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's gonna be our backup. I
Look
just
at
have it
that.
on my phone.
Bum, 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 bum.
That's kind of
Yeah,
terrifying.
that had to be the pick.
What a pick, dude. This guy to be the most dynamic guy in football, right?
So if you take out quarterbacks, right? Like people were saying, if the Bears weren't in that dire need or they're going to keep Justin Fields, you take Marvin Harrison Jr. Right now. This is a talented wide receiver class.
Yeah.
But Marvin Harrison Jr. felt like he was in that town of his own.
Dude, here's a hot take.
Uh-oh.
If Marvin Harrison Jr. doesn't get hurt against Georgia in the semifinals in 2022, they 100% beat the Bulldogs and they win the national championship.
I don't think
Are you allowed to say that?
I played at the University of Georgia. Dude, that we could not stop. We could put 10 guys on him and somehow he was catching the ball. I mean, unfortunately for him, he got a concussion. Thank God for the Bulldogs that he got a concussion because we won the game and their kicker, poor guy. But no, that dude, I mean, come on, that's Marvin Harrison.
Yeah, that is. And actually, and you know what's crazy? That was the moment, at least for me personally, where I always was a CJ Stroud fan. Like I loved his ability, but that game alone, it's like, dude, he to me, that's the guy you got to go get.
He took it to another level that game.
He literally, him and Marvin Harrison Jr. It's a team
100%.
sport, but those two guys
100%.
legit made it what it was. And Georgia was the best team in all of college football, and Ohio State very well with those two guys. And I mean,
they realistically, they probably should have won that game. I'm glad they didn't, but
emphasizing again, the Bulldogs won.
I'm a Bulldog. Okay. I'm from Georgia. I grew up there. I went to school there. My wife went to school there. My dad went to school there. I'm through and through. Okay. I'm a thoroughbred, but they had us on the ropes, baby. Woo. I was sweating that game on New Year's Eve. I was sweating that game.
I do just kind of for everyone. I feel like this is kind of where the draft begins. I know obviously there's thoughts of maybe a team trading up with Arizona, with someone trying to get, but I just feel like the Chargers this is where I really am not sure what they do. Because do you get a Malik Nabers? Do you go and get an offensive lineman? Like Justin Herbert was getting hit every single freaking play last year.
Yep.
But you traded or cut all your top receivers. Now it is Greg Roman's system. Do they think, okay, we can just get a wide receiver day 2, something like that? Maybe. But I'm really intrigued with where they go right here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question. And everyone, the conspiracy theory that Harbaugh is going to take McCarthy and Herbert gets traded.
Do it.
That's not
How electric would that be, though?
JJ McCarthy is a good player, but he is not Justin Herbert.
Well, but that's the thing is that where there was, I think even Adam Schefter commented on it. The Vegas was taking the odds of higher up. They're going, oh, wait a minute, the odds that the Chargers trade Justin Herbert, it became a prop now where people were actually thinking that would happen. There's just too much to see.
Sports books have way too much power in the fact that they can just make a prop and people just go for it. Like if we saw, me and Kevin were talking about this, some sports book made a thing of who does Rashad Bateman take his first snap for next year? And it was minus 270 for the Denver Broncos. And it's like, and people ran with it. People were like, they know something. He's been traded. And then he signs an extension literally the next day.
Yesterday, so he's not going anywhere. Love to have you, babe.
Yeah, well, so now as we sit and await, we'll see what happens here. If you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. Ryan Ripken Show Draft Day Special. Yes, we talked a lot of baseball, and if you guys are wondering, well, we recorded that earlier, put up some videos. We'll have more coming out there. The Orioles start their series tomorrow, Friday, against the Oakland A's before they meet the Yankees next week. But right now, it's all about draft day. It's all about draft night. And at this moment here, we're waiting for what's going to happen in the Jim Harbaugh era out there in Los Angeles, Ravens West, as some would call it there, with in this past offseason, who's gone there so far? Guys, player-wise, Gus Edwards, J.K. Dobbins. What about staff? Hayden Hurst. What about staff-wise? Joe
Ortiz,
Greg Roman, Joe Ortiz, and Andy Bischoff. Andy didn't come from Baltimore, but he was in Baltimore a couple years ago.
Yeah, same with Bradley Bozeman as well. Isn't he out there?
Oh, yeah, Bose is out there. Yeah.
And former Ravens offensive coordinator Mark Trestman is out there, too.
Dude, he was my XFL head coach, bro. Love you, Tress. But I totally forgot that he went out there.
Yeah. You played in the XFL?
Oh, yeah, baby.
Yeah.
Can we?
Who Vipers, right?
Vipers,
Vipers,
dude. Come on, baby.
Right.
Oh, dude, you got to pull it up.
Come on. Gotta get the tape on that.
I was an OG XFL. First time back. Steve McMahon still had it. We were sponsored by Bud Light Seltzer. Every win was a party. We only won one time, but it was fun.
And it was a party.
So did you party each time?
No.
Well, one time?
I mean, obviously you party the whole time, but when you won, every player got a 12-pack of Bud Light Seltzer in their locker, dude. It was hype. Sick. Oh, it was hype, dude. It was XFL, dude. It was the best experience. I mean, it was so much fun. I mean, it was a total shit show. Like our practice facility, we had the old Cincinnati Reds. Your dad probably played there, back in the day. In Plant City, Florida, we bought their old spring training complex, and they converted it to like their clubhouse converted it to our locker room and stuff.
That's electric. You can't see the photo there.
I'm there. We didn't have uprights at practice, dude. I swear. We did not have uprights we didn't have any. We practiced on a baseball field, okay, and the city painted our lines. I'll go back to the uprights in a second. They painted our lines, bro, and I swear to you that our lines were shaped like the curve in the fence. I'm not exaggerating. I swear. It was the craziest thing. And so back to the uprights. We did not have uprights. So we play our first game in MetLife Stadium. We kick a 50-yard field goal. Andrew Frank's our kicker. He hadn't kicked a field goal in a game in like 3 years. Played for the Dolphins for 2 years. Misses it barely, but he hammers it, but he misses it. We go back in. Frank Gans Jr. was our special teams coach, who was also here in Baltimore. He goes, what the hell, Andrew? How'd you miss that field goal? He's like, Coach, we don't have uprights at practice. I don't know if I'm making kicks.
Wow.
And so this is what we do. This was our solution. Okay. We're broke as hell. We're making $1,400 a week in the XFL. He goes, oh, well, we got to figure something out. Tress is like, we got no money. Like we can't, ops people, like we can't get uprights, we had gotten a pair that was broken. All right. So what we
wait, how did you acquire a broken pair of uprights?
The XFL sent like us uprights, but they were broken that when we got them. So it took forever to get them back. So we go to Jake Shum was our punter and Andrew Franks was the kicker. We went to Lowe's, the three of us, and bought 20-foot tall PVC pipes. And we had our equipment manager standing on the hashes like Canadian football at the front. So we knew they were exactly at 6 yards. And they held them up like this.
Oh.
And that's how we kicked during field goal period. Swear to God, dude.
So,
Swear to God.
okay, we're already making this a clip, by the way, for the X. Dude,
It was hilarious.
You have to tell more stories of the XFL.
Dude.
This is legendary. From Bud Light seltzers
Dude.
in the bottom to you guys making your own field goal posts.
Bro, it was unbelievable. Like it was such a crazy experience for us, and we had so much fun. And our first day in Tampa, we did our spring training in Houston, or our spring training. Our training camp was in Houston, and we did when we first got to Tampa was Gasparilla. If you guys know what Gasparilla is, it's the largest boat show in the world. So it was a hell of a time.
Oh my goodness. Okay, we're gonna have more because we have our next guest coming on, but we also have the picks coming in for the Chargers, which we'll discuss here in a moment. What do you got, Zach?
They made the pick,
and it is what it is.
Don't say it. Malik
Neighbors.
No.
Oh,
they went Joe Alt.
Oh wow, Greg Roman.
Wow, G-Ro coming in, baby. Shocking the world, G-Ro.
Hey, you know what? It really is Ravens West.
It
is the Roman Empire out there in LA.
I got to give a quick shout to my guy Malachi. He is devastated. He wanted the Titans to get Joe Alt, so he is devastated.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's a good player.
Well, why don't we bring on our next guest here, Kevin? And you've been doing the introductions here so far because you helped set this all up, Kev.
Yes, we got our next guest in here, well respected, Mr. Pete Gilbert himself. So we'll can we get him on?
Pete Gilbert, how are we doing?
Respected. Okay, all right.
Well respected.
Yeah, you don't think so?
Well, I don't know by whom. I mean, in this household, it's a day-to-day kind of thing. I got teenagers.
Yeah, it's understandable. I guess you know what, your kids always rip you. I mean, I ripped my father. You see, Calvin never is going to get a clean look past me. Did I miss something, Zach?
Oh no! All of a sudden they were just putting people on the board, and I was like, "What's going on?" I thought the Giants just took alignment too, and I was like, "That is weird."
Well, that's for a whole different subject. But Pete, appreciate you joining us, and I know it's a crazy night. Ravens may or may not pick for a while, and Kevin's been working his butt off this afternoon, and actually the last couple of days. But Kevin, you want to kick us off with questions for Pete?
Yeah, Pete, we just saw the Chargers take an offensive lineman at 5. Does that shock you with the Greg Roman offense? Malik Nabers seemed to be the popular pick there, but they go Joe Alt. How surprised are you at that?
The only surprise I have is that they didn't trade out. Kind of thought that Jim and Joe might be trying to stash some guys there, but I mean, to take a lineman, no, that is not surprising. And what's Greg Roman going to do with Malik Nabers? I mean, that's
That's where wide receivers go to die, dude. I mean, come on, G-Ro.
Right now, he has to avoid that. So no, look, that doesn't mean that offense is going to roll. They're going to do some great things there. I have no doubt. Can they win a championship with it? I feel suspect about that, but I mean, they'll be in the fight and they'll be tough and they'll be good. But so taking a big tackle when you got the fifth, you take any offensive lineman you want, that doesn't surprise me in the least.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like right now the philosophy is obviously run-oriented out there. And for Justin Herbert right now, the weapons, if I'm not mistaken, on offense, it's
Quentin Johnston, Josh Palmer. I couldn't tell you.
Who
else?
Who are we talking about?
We're talking
about
Chargers.
Josh Edwards.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey.
Quality running
Those are
backs.
studs, man. If JK stays healthy, that's good. Those are two good running backs.
I just don't know if either of them are playing wide receiver.
Yeah,
no, they're definitely not. Neither one of those guys are playing wide.
Gus out wide.
That might be the new Greg Roman offense that they haven't seen so far, but it's interesting.
We also missed shoot, I'm blanking on his name. The fullback also went out there.
Oh, Ben Mason.
Ben Mason also went out there.
I saw that. I was at OTAs the other day, and I was like, "Where's Ben Mason at?" Because he never missed OTAs. And someone goes,
is this the Geno Stone story part 2?
Yeah, he goes, dude, somebody. He goes, the Chargers signed him. I was like, since when, bro?
Yes.
Literally, that was like 2 days after Harbs got hired out there.
Yeah, we got to get you more acclimated, Nick. Come on, man.
I need Twitter, honey. Okay, Ashley, I need Twitter.
Yeah.
Well, you can follow for all the news on X with Pete. Pete's up to date with everything, and Pete obviously got to see you at the Yard the other day. We'll talk baseball for a different time. But we've already asked, so far, but with the Ravens are sitting at 30. Right now we'll get your pick at the end, but is there anything that would surprise you with Baltimore here, or something that you would expect with them, especially knowing what the organization has done over the years?
It would surprise me if they took a quarterback. I think that would be kind of silly.
Oh.
No, I really do believe when you're that deep into it at 30, you're going to go ahead and really they can very easily live to their mantra of best on the board, because you don't have a need that you're like, I have to get a starter at this position tonight. You're not in that shape, so you figure, hey, they really can go ahead and take who they want. And as they have seen of late, they were when they took Kyle Hamilton, nobody saw them taking a safety at that point. And what did that do? It gave them, the avatar. It gave them a freak, someone who could just, has become the best at his position maybe in the NFL. It didn't matter that they didn't need a safety at that point. That's where, and they're that luxury right now, certainly at 30, to take someone if they fall to them. I wouldn't also be surprised if they trade out, because if you can stock up in the second and third round, when you do have a offensive line heavy class, when you do have some depth there at wide receiver, why not go ahead if you can get a couple of seconds, to go ahead and give up 30. If you can get 37 and 40 for 30, okay, something like that, then you go ahead and go ahead and make that play. So it'd be desperate if someone's desperate to get back in and get a quarterback. Like the Ravens were in 2018 when they traded back in to get Lamar. They see someone there that think it can do it. You could see something like that happening for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting you bring that back up, because there's still a lot of quarterback options that are out there. Obviously, 3 are taken with Jaden Daniels, Drake Maye, and Caleb Williams. But then where does JJ McCarthy fall into this equation? Where does Michael Penix Jr. get evaluated? And what do you got, Kev?
Yeah, we just got the Giants taking Malik Nabers, number 6. So I know with Daniel Jones and that uncertainty, some people maybe thought that was a spot for JJ, but the Giants, they needed a receiver badly. I actually like this pick a lot for them.
What other picks do the Giants have in this draft? I'm trying to think.
I don't know if they have any.
I know they don't have any, but I'm trying to think if they would be able to just jump back in somewhere. That's a team I feel
like a Penix or a
Penix, I think that now all of a sudden there's a team like you just talked about, Pete, who if they see a guy fall and he's sitting at 30, they're probably, I guess, picking around 39, 40 in their second round. That could be they're like, hey, we want a 5th-year option, whether it's Bo Nix, maybe a Michael Penix, something like that, and they jump up. So that could be a team now to look for that.
Yeah, so that's Bo Nix. There's 3 quarterbacks that it's going to be interesting in having a chance for a 5th-year option, right? And that's the point you alluded to. Baltimore trades back in. Lamar Jackson, whammy, here we are. It's the franchise quarterback, 2-time MVP.
I think it worked out.
I think it worked out for everybody, but I think you're right, Pete. I think we're all on the same page. The Ravens are not going to take a quarterback here in the first round. But Zach, I think you have a question you wanted to ask Pete about.
Yeah, Pete, thanks for joining us. So kind of we've been asking if you had an ideal situation, maybe not who you think the Ravens are going to pick, but is there a certain player at 30 that you're like, man, I would just love for him to fall? Because I feel like a lot of people are just going for tackle. We've seen Engraven joined. He said maybe a Worthy, pick at number 30, getting a fast wide receiver. Is there anyone that intrigues you that you're like, man, I would love to see him fall?
DeGene Cooper. I think that, as someone who was just, again, he's so versatile, and you can do so many different things. And what we've come to learn, certainly over the last couple of years, with what the Ravens want to do defensively, they want to have guys that are so multiple. They can line up all over the field. They can cover. They can rush the quarterback. They can get up being physical and deal with the run. And that he speaks to all of that. He could be outside. He could be inside. And he's got the dog, right? He's got that dog. And I know how much Harbaugh, they still love those Iowa guys. And I think that is there, that connection there. As long as you don't take anybody, I'd say maybe necessarily to catch the pass from Iowa or transfer points. They don't do that so well. Maybe you get a punter from Iowa, sure.
A lot of linemen for sure.
By all means, linemen, no doubt. And defensively, I mean, you think of like the way Geno Stone developed out of Iowa, and just the way he was, the physicality he brought to it, and what he learned there. This is just a better athlete than Geno coming in and could do a lot of, he could play at safety, he could play at nickel, he could play outside, and that then gives Zach Orr options to be as creative as he wants to be, and he's going to have to be in his first year. You want to try and improve yourself, and you want to have all the different kinds of weapons and arsenal at you to be able to do that. So I'd love for Zach to get to get someone like that. You get the sense that I keep seeing, him at really later than 23, but guys fall, and he could be that guy.
Yeah, that's the guy, at least me personally, that I'm sweating out. I really want him to fall. I think him and Kyle Hamilton, just the versatility there would be so much fun.
Well, and you bring up that point. Wasn't Kyle Hamilton before
he was supposed to go top five?
Was supposed to go top five talent, and then he fell, and then he had that terrible spring or training camp, quote unquote, practice, and he was a bust. Actually, we have that reel on there of showing it on Instagram, and I think Kyle Hamilton figured it out. And like you said, Pete.
Yep,
one play,
singular
but
play.
That's how they judge it.
Play in an open space where the defender is supposed to lose, and he just got roasted for it, and it was silly.
It's like they should have traded him or got rid of him then, and just like the Orioles should have got rid of Corbin Burns because his spring training numbers were terrible. That's just the way it works. If you don't do well when the games don't matter, that's a big indication of how you're going to do for your career. On the way out here, we got two quick things then. Your actual prediction of who the Ravens are, what they're going to do, or who they're going to take.
I think they trade out.
Okay.
It's maybe a cop-out to not pick an actual name, but I think they move back. I think that because of the level of depth at a couple of positions where they wouldn't mind collecting. And again, you take who you can. But it's also key. You don't draft thinking I got to fill a need. You draft for the next 3 to 4 years. Free agency is a better area to go attack when you're like, I got to get a starter, and the draft should be bigger picture. And they just said over and over again that the scope of this draft at offensive line, at wide receiver, which is definitely places they would love some depth, even with the signing of Bateman, they would. That wouldn't surprise me. That's what I think they're going to do.
Hey, you know what? Reading between the lines, you're right. And no one seems to value their picks like the Baltimore Ravens. So we'll see. And last thing for fun, Brad, we got to ask him on the way out here. What's the question?
Yeah, Pete. So, seeing it at the yard the other last week just got me thinking. We ask a lot of people this, especially that come on the show. What's going on your dog at the ball game?
Oh, you don't put anything on it, right? That's what everyone does. Oh no, that's just Ryan. I'm sorry.
Wow! Damn! Shots fired.
Yes.
God, Pete.
I love that fire, Pete. That was good.
Come on, Pete.
Yes.
And onions, mustard and onions.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
That's it.
I like it.
And then,
like
and then
it.
don't come anywhere near me.
Yeah. That sounds like a disaster waiting to happen.
Yeah, no, we'll stand clear. I'll get some Febreze. But yeah, thanks for taking the shot at me on the way out, Pete. But anything else you want to plug before you get on out here? Obviously, people can see you on WBL on TV. They'll see you around the yard. Anything else that we should know about with you?
I would say if you have not had a chance or to stay up late on a Sunday night and watch Ravens wrap up, I get to do that show with Keith Mills. It's the favorite thing I get to do. It's the favorite thing I've ever gotten to do in my career. We have such freedom to do what we want with the show. We don't even have an off time. We go till we're done. And it's just, and that's such a rarity in the format that we have and the vehicle we had to deliver this news to be able to say, yeah, just go until you're done. And it's so much fun. And so if you can't stay up late, DVR, because we don't come on until after Sunday Night Football, after the news, after Sunday Night Football, then we get our time. But we put an awful lot of work into it. Nobody else, certainly on that day, does a show like that. And so if you haven't had a chance, I would say go ahead and give it a shot. If you like the Ravens, I think you'll like this.
I think they will too. And honestly, for those that don't know Keith Mills well, you guys tandem fantastic. The ebb and flow of it is great. And again, if you guys like Pete now, except for him ripping on me, I'll remember that, Pete. But really, two of the best out there, especially in the Maryland region. So check out Pete late night as soon as we move into Ravens season. Pete, I'll forgive you this one time, but I hope to see you down at the yard here soon, and we can catch up even more.
Catch up, share a dog. It'll be great. Good to see you all. Thanks for having me.
Perfect. Pete Gilbert, everybody.
See you, Pete.
Thanks, Pete.
Wow. Real fast. The Titans made their pick. CJ Latham's.
JC.
I don't know why
Yeah.
I said CJ.
Okay.
A little bit of a shocker. I thought Fautanu was going to go as the second offensive lineman.
He flew up.
Yeah.
Boards. That was not. I saw people even predicting he could fall close to the Ravens.
Well, this is something because they actually won in Week 18 against Jacksonville, and it cost them a couple draft spots. So everybody wanted Alt there in Tennessee. That even cost them a shot at Nabers too. And I think Titans fans are now very upset that they won that Week 18 game, and they're like, "Oh, they should have tanked it." But Nick, NFL players aren't tanking games. You play to win. You play
really
to win.
is. It's you can't. There's no way.
Well, and too, at least in this case, Titans trying to get better in the trenches, right?
Trying, yeah.
Like that's the goal, and we've seen it. Yeah. The Ravens got to make some decisions besides Linderbaum, who we know.
Man,
hopefully he's going to be.
Dude, I am putting the pressure on him to get on the show, Tyler.
We're going to clip
Your girlfriend's not even in town, bro. You got no excuse.
Call him out.
Yeah, I did.
There you go.
You're on, boy. When I beat you in golf next time, you have to come on.
Yeah, seriously. And you know what? We'll do some wagers here. I'll get in on it.
What do we think about this guy? Because the Titans have a history of drafting not such great type, not such great tackles.
He's good. He's physical, strong at the point of attack. It's just I thought Olu was going to go as the second offensive lineman. I was a little shocked that they made this pick. So
well, why don't we? What do we want to know? But we also want to bring our guest on here.
Yeah, I just saw who the Falcons drafted, and let's bring him on and talk about this. Because
we need to. We got to bring our next guest, Kevin, because you set up this lineup. You do the honors.
Yes, all right. We have Galway coming in now. Let's bring him on. There he is. Look at that. Look at that. Oh,
what's up?
Go to Zach.
Oh, yeah. It's crazy. Not someone I expected.
Okay, I don't know who it is. Now I'm curious.
Is the pick out? Can we
explain it? Yes. All right. Who wants to? Someone say it.
All right, I got it. I got you. The Falcons are drafting Washington quarterback Michael Penix Jr. at number 8.
Oh, whoa!
Wow!
All right, Gowie, since you're the first one to hear it from us, okay, we'll get into other stuff. But how you feel about that? We got Captain Kirk going down there, but Michael Penix Jr.
So to be honest with you, I had a feeling they was going to take a quarterback because I just feel like you have to go younger. You have to have that mindset of developing the QB. Behind your guy. They seen it work with the Green Bay Packers. I feel like that's a tradition that the Packers run with. So I'm not surprised by it, but I actually thought it was going to be JJ if they did take one.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest shocker to me is if
play styles are totally different.
Yeah.
Right?
And I feel like JJ McCarthy's kind of that guy. Like he and Kirk Cousins are very similar. Like if you wanted him to, learn from Kirk, but now you get Penix is just a massive arm. And man, I also loved what Michael Penix said. Did you see where he was like, you can take all the MRIs you want? He said he would do anything.
I think it was my second ever show in studio. The three of us in studio, and obviously Brad too, talked about after that win to get to the national championship, could Michael Penix Jr. be a fit for the Falcons?
I was on the train.
And then they signed Kirk, and everyone's like, oh, well, that's that.
It's a good landing spot, obviously, right? And seeing so far, we know you got the Baltimore Ravens ties here, but I guess anything so far in this draft, you feel status quo before we ask you a couple Ravens questions, or is there anything that shocked you so far, or something that you think's a great fit for one of the players taken so far in the draft?
So even though I'm a Ravens fan, I'm also a diehard Buckeyes fan. So I want to use this opportunity to talk about my guy, Marvin. I think that Marvin's going to be a great fit for Arizona. And also one of the things that I've been trying to push agenda-wise, I feel like the Cardinals got to go get T. Higgins. I think that if you have Marvin Harrison on one side, you have T. Higgins on the opposite side, I think that you give Kyler Murray 2 big targets. You get away from the munchkins that you had in previous years. And it's kind of like actually give them some size so they can make some big plays on the outside, win those balls. So I think that would be a dream, not necessarily for me, but I know that Cardinals fans would love that. And then on top of that, on the compensation side, I think that the Bengals would still walk away with a quality pick. So I don't think whatever situation they got going on right now, I don't know how big the tension is or how pressured they feel about getting rid of T, but I think that the compensation would be good enough for them to actually pull the trigger on something like that. So you got the money, make it happen.
Especially if you're committing to Kyler Murray. But it's interesting for the Buckeye love, by the way. Nick Moore here, Ravens long snapper. I don't think you've met yet.
I met him last time.
Yeah, it was on last time he was on.
I forgot because then actually how I remember this too, by the way, we had you guys on and then Jackson Holiday for the Orioles didn't make the team to start off right after. I don't know, just it just went into my mind. But anyway, Nick was just talking about, he thought that Ohio State of Marvin Harrison, right, didn't go down.
Yeah, I had a hot take earlier, Gowie. I said, I played at Georgia. I said, if Marvin Harrison hadn't got hurt in that game in 2022, they beat Georgia and they win the national championship.
Talk about it.
Honestly, dude, we couldn't stop. I mean, literally, we could not stop him. It was him and CJ Stroud. It was like it was like two little kids playing in the backyard and nobody else was out there.
Man,
like, what's going on here?
Completely changed the trajectory of the game because it was just like, oh yeah, this is the year, and like it makes it look even worse because we saw what CJ Stroud did his rookie year, and then obviously you saw a receiving core like at that time, so you kind of just looking at like they had all these pieces and didn't win a championship, and it's like,
yeah, and even after he got hurt, they still had a chance to win. On the kicker obviously didn't make that kick, but I definitely think we're talking different here in the Georgia football lineage if Marvin Harrison doesn't get a concussion.
Yeah,
in that semifinal game.
I'm with you. I got a lot of Buckeye fans or friends that are fans who went to Ohio State. And also, by the way, it was right when the new year was starting. Yeah. So I remember it was a tough time. Yeah, I don't know if this happened to you. This was my New Year's for a second. We were about to do the drop. I was with my dad's side, and we're hanging out. And then all of a sudden they're like, hey, let's go in the other room and, do a toast. And everyone in the room is like, well, why can't we do it right here? During it.
Because the kick,
So we paused it and we're like, everyone leave your phones. And so everyone left their phone, did the toast, Happy New Year, and then sprinted back in, and we watched the kicker miss it by 100 yards. And I felt terrible for him. That was a tough go, but that was my New Year's. And then, that's the rest is history. Congrats to your Georgia Bulldogs. Kevin, why don't we get into a little bit of some Ravens talk with Gowie? And also, Gowie, I didn't tell you last time. Shout out the hat, man. That's fantastic. That's the old bird right there, man.
Yeah, come on. I had to rock the vintage.
Hell yeah. Yeah, you got to. You got to.
It's that Cal Ripken.
Yeah, we don't mention
Junior.
Who dat?
We don't mention him here. Calvin who? Calvin who? Just kidding. He's a good kid. All right, Kev.
Yeah, Gowie, last time you were on, we talked about Rashad Bateman and kind of where you were with him. And obviously he was in the news yesterday getting that extension after it seemed like there were all these rumblings about, what's his future? Could he get traded? We've asked a lot of people already. I want to get your opinion too, especially because we talked about it last time.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about the Rashad Bateman extension? And now that he's extended and Baltimore's placed that belief in him, do you think he can finally put it together consistently for them this season?
So the way I look at it, you get a guy who's familiar with the system. You get a guy who's been around for a bit. I guess Ravens, they know his work ethic, so it's not anything that they're going to be surprised by. Like if he was some guy that they just felt was just straggling along, then I don't think you invest in him. So I think that the Ravens see something that we aren't seeing on the field, but they're seeing it maybe during practice or, during camps or whatever the case may be. But in my personal opinion, I think that in terms of how it's going to be received by fans, I think it really just comes down to the contract numbers. I don't know if the official numbers have come out yet, but I know that it's been rumored that maybe it's like a 3-year, $5 to $6 million something, annually type of deal. And if that is the deal, I think that EDC definitely finessed, because I think if I'm not mistaken, that his 5th-year option would have been like 15 million alone. So if that goes up to like 15 to 18, whatever that range may be, I think that you got yourself a solid wide receiver 3 who could be a wide receiver 2 based on, if Lamar and him can get that chemistry going. But that's the biggest thing. And that's the thing that still kind of makes my stomach turn, because last season was just so bad chemistry wise. I mean, like if you look at the numbers, passer rating wise, Lamar Jackson, when targeting Rashad Bateman, had a pass rating of 60.2. And it's like, that's terrible. And I don't know about you guys, but if we had a quarterback that had a pass rating of 60.6, I don't think I would necessarily want him starting from my team. So I know a lot of people talk about targets. The target numbers were low. Odell was taking his spot and this, that, and the third. But I think that all these things work together. All these things were a reason why his numbers were so low last year. I think just the trust wasn't there. My numbers are low when I throw in your direction. Most of my interceptions came when I was throwing to you. So I think once they actually get that feel and get that groove going, maybe they spend some time during this offseason working together. That's what's really going to determine how this thing plays out. But it's really just that, man. It's just the chemistry. I think that Rashad Bateman has the potential to be great. It's just a matter of, can we get him the ball, and can he, be on the same page with Lamar, play the little backyard football, extending plays, have that connection logically. When Lamar's rolling out to the right, you keep going. Don't come back to me. Keep going. We can go for the big play. Certain things like that, those nuances would definitely make him better and make the contract worth it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, another thing too, people, the skill sets, he has the skills there. I still remember in my mind, Xavier Howard, Dolphins, Ravens, Nick. Yeah, that was healthy Nick Moore right there, right? Dolphins, Ravens. Yeah, you're damn right.
Damn right, baby.
Beat him on a slant and took it 75 yards to the house on that play, and interrupted. We're gonna forget how the rest of that game went. But,
let's not talk about
yeah. Yeah, they said it was on the long snapper, Nick, but I don't know about that. And hey,
blame it on the lowest paid guy on the team, guy.
You're a good kid. Hey,
Oh, do we have something?
Yeah, we got Rome Odunze to the Bears, and then so that was pick number 9. Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze now heading to Chicago. The Jets trade up to number 10.
Interesting.
Oh, sugar.
Now, why would they do that?
I can take a guess.
Offensive line.
Yeah. Well, I'm just thinking, what if they go and take a quarterback because Aaron Rodgers?
No.
I don't think they would. But why?
Wait,
who would
they
they?
No,
just-
the Jets
they just
traded with
it
Minnesota,
to the Minnesota.
but Minnesota didn't trade there first. It says Minnesota's
Oh,
on
yeah.
for
I
back-to-back
completely read
picks.
that
is this
differently.
Is this JJ McCarthy?
This has to be
It
JJ
has to
McCarthy.
be
It has
JJ
to be
McCarthy.
JJ McCarthy.
Yeah, I don't think you make that leap if it isn't.
Yeah.
And they didn't get. There's rumors they wanted Drake Maye. Didn't get Drake.
So the
Maye.
terms are the Vikings get number 10 and pick number 203, while the Jets get number 11 and 129 and 157.
So they must have thought someone else was trying to jump them for a quarterback because that you don't move up one pick unless you're.
Yeah. Somebody was trying to get up and get JJ.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Well, I guess we'll find out here. I guess
actually,
what you got?
It's looking like it's JJ.
Well, I mean, it's
not a shock.
Yeah.
It's got to be okay. Well, in this case, then, are there any surprises, Gowie, at least for tonight for the Ravens in your mind, or what do you expect? Or actually, we're gonna have two questions, right? We all just expectation and what you actually think is gonna happen. How about that?
All right.
Expectation of what you think they're going to do and what you want them to do. Is that a better way to
phrase
it?
You explained. Yeah,
I explained it like absolute dog shit, but it's
All
fine.
right.
We're still learning.
It's all good. Expectation wise, for me personally, I think this is going to be a boring night for us. I think it's either going to be a lineman, maybe more specifically a tackle, or we trade out. And I think, it's going to be one of those two things. Now, obviously, we still going to show love to the lineman. Shout out to Nick. Yeah, I don't want y'all to feel like we don't appreciate you guys, but I do think that it's going to be kind of like, it's not going to have that shock value. Skills positions get people all wild and giddy. Like, I can't wait to see him on the field. But I think that we're going to get ourselves some solid protection for Lamar. We saw that Lamar dropped the weight, so we definitely need to protect him now. And I just think that that's going to be, a solid pickup for us. Now, who do I want?
Yes.
That's a good question because I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. I think I done seen a few names that have crossed, like Cooper DeJean. I done seen A.D. Mitchell. Like, I done seen a whole bunch of different names. Xavier Worthy. I see a whole bunch of different names popping up. But for me, it's just kind of like, to be honest with you, I wouldn't be mad getting another second. Like, I just don't. There's nothing that stands out where I'm like, I need that guy, at least for me personally. Same thing with like Kool-Aid. I've seen Kool-Aid pop up, and I know some people are opposed to getting the corner in the first round for whatever reason, but there's nobody that really just gives me that it factor to where I just think that it has to be a pick. I think if you're able to get like an early second, possibly get another pick on top of that, like, I wouldn't be mad at that. But ultimately, I'm looking more at the lineman because, once again, Lamar dropped the weight. We got rid of Moses and some other linemen. I think that you got to kind of at least fill that void.
No more Zeitler.
Yeah, we only have 2 guys coming back. So definitely need to get, make a move there, probably in the tackle position, like you said. Gowie, what do you think besides that? offensive line, what do you think we need? Maybe foreshadowing for tomorrow, if tonight's going to be a boring night for us.
All right, so tomorrow I think that's where it gets more interesting because I think we still would need a wide receiver. I think that we still would need possibly an edge, but I feel like every year is like an edge. I think every year was just like we need an edge, we need a wide receiver, it's the same thing. But ultimately, I do think that we need a cornerback. I think that with Marlon Humphrey, we still got Stevens. I think if you add another corner, I think that will really set that position off and, put us in a good position. But wide receiver and corner is kind of where my mind is in the second round. So that's why I'm not opposed to taking a lineman in the first round, because you want to make sure you have somebody that's of caliber that can actually come in and step right in and play that role. Yeah. But then on day 2, I think that's where you go skills position and you get those guys.
Well, I guess we're going to find out here, right? It's going to be interesting to see. Hey, Gal, you going to come down for any Orioles games at any point?
I need to. I was talking to my manager. He said that he got season tickets, so I might pop to one game or a few of them with him and see what's up. But I haven't been to a game yet. I need to go.
Yeah, let me know. I talked with Jay. I guess we met a while ago, and I said, hey, it's buzzing time right now to come down and see the birds. Kev, what you got?
Yeah, I got something on the way out for you, Gowie. Nuggets are up 2-0. We talked about this last time. I'm a big Denver Nuggets guy. They play tonight at 10. They're up 2-0. Do you think they get the sweep on LA? Do you think LA steals a game? Do they come back? How you feeling about the series, man? I got to know.
I'm not going to lie to you. I literally, before I hopped on Cam, I put a parlay down, and I have Denver winning tonight. I have Denver winning tonight. But I'm not losing faith in my man, Bron. I think that if they do steal a game, it's going to be right before they get swept, and it will be a gentleman's sweep. So I think,
all right, I'll take it.
I think it'll be one of those things where it's like they'll steal a game, and it'll be over after that.
All right, I love that. I'll take that.
Yeah, Kevin had to take 3 showers after game 2.
Oh my God,
man, that was crazy. Like, they were getting smoked, and the thing that bothered me a little bit is like the game ended, and then the Lakers started talking about foul calls. I'm like, come on, bro, you blew a 20%, lead. It ain't no point talking about that. So
can't be one call. Yep.
Yeah, it's not that. You got to keep that lead. That's what really went wrong.
Yep, 100%.
Oh man. Well, all right, Gowdy, anything you want to plug on the way out here?
Nah, man. For those who know me, you know where to find me on all platforms at the Kid Gowie, DAKIDGOWIE, and I'll see you there.
That's perfect. And see you down at the yard too. It's gonna be a fun summer. The birds are buzzing down in Baltimore. Hopefully the rest of the summer as we get ready for Ravens season. It's a good time to be a Baltimore fan. But Gowie, appreciate your time as always, and I hope to talk to you soon.
Yeah, appreciate y'all.
All right.
Thanks, brother.
Kevin, don't stop clapping. Kevin.
Jesus, Kevin.
I've clapped for a pretty long time right there.
Oh, goodness. You're a good kid. Well, if you're new to the channel here, hit that like and subscribe button. We've had a list of guests on so far from where did we start tonight, guys? I forget. Engraven. Sorry, Engraven. Brian McFarland, who does all the Ravens salary cap. Pete Gilbert with WBAL. Sam Njoku, who does the Ravens podcast and is a meme machine. And then just had Gowie, right? Am I missing anybody yet? Am I good?
Pete Gilbert.
You're good.
Didn't I just say Pete Gilbert?
Yeah, you said Pete Gilbert. Yeah.
Not gonna lie, I was not paying attention.
We know.
We
know.
We get it. And
Well,
obviously,
the reason you didn't, because he took that shot at you on the way out. So you're still a little salty.
yeah, man, what's wrong with eating a plain dog? I
That
guess
was a crazy stray thought. He set that up.
Hey, we didn't confirm this with Gowie, but JJ McCarthy is going to the Vikings.
All right.
Nice.
Confirmed.
Well, there it is.
Only one quarterback left, boys.
Well, that they would think. What do you, Kevin?
Well, I'm saying, yeah, McCarthy going to the Vikings, and actually, I want to ask our next guest about an offensive lineman. He's in the studio right now. Let's just bring him on, shall we?
Yeah, let's
bring him on.
Let's bring him in.
Former Ravens wide receiver Mark Clayton checking in. Mark, how you doing?
Mark.
Hey.
Go Ravens.
They know what's up.
Well, Mark, I wanted to ask you because we've seen this run on offensive linemen early. You're an Oklahoma guy. Feels like Tyler Guyton's been a guy that's been linked to the Ravens a lot over the course of this draft process. How are you feeling about him in particular? Because, could add another Oklahoma guy to the Ravens pipeline.
You see the smile on my face. Smiling. Man, I mean, obviously we had somewhat of an exodus up there, and dude, if we got Guyton in there, obviously as a Sooner, it's awesome. And then it's a huge need for us.
Now, he's a plug and play guy, right? You don't take him at 30 to not start him, right?
Yeah, no, nobody that's a one is
Right.
coming in to really sit. Unless there are certain quarterbacks. The guy, I mean, now Penix is going to sit behind Matt Ryan. Hopefully he's healthy. But yeah, no, you're bringing him in to play.
Yeah, 100%. And speaking of, I mean, the early draft was pretty predictable. Caleb Williams going 1, Jaden Daniels 2. You mentioned Penix going to Atlanta. How shocked were you when that came across? Everybody here was in disbelief.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, shocker of the draft because there was no conversation of him being remotely close to the top 10. But man, I was a Penix fan and have been on record talking about I would take Penix over Caleb at points. So for that to happen is like, man, the dude's track record is he's proven, and so I get it and I understand. But yeah, definitely still a shocker.
Yeah, now it's almost like, what do you do with Kirk? What's the timeline on Kirk? Because they just signed him. I mean, that contract is not anything cheap. I mean, he got a lot of money to go down there and play. So we're going to see what happens. But Mark, the big topic of conversation in Baltimore, obviously, is the Rashad Bateman extension. There was a lot of conversation, and obviously you being a former receiver for Baltimore. And I think you and I have talked about him before. It's a big vote of confidence in Rashad Bateman, what he can do consistently. He hasn't put it all together. But I mean, how happy are you for him that he was able to get this extension and get that long-term security?
Oh, extremely happy, man. It's always huge for a young player, especially that's been in the league and it hasn't quite went your way. And he's been, fighting to get it all together and to have an organization stand behind you and believe in you like that. That's big time.
And for him, even I think for the Ravens, Zay Flowers entering year 2. Expectations are going to be through the roof based off what he did in year 1. Even, for Bateman, the expectation is going to be there too. But for Zay, what did you see from him his rookie season, and what are you looking forward to seeing next year?
Enough. I think Zay was fortunate to come to Baltimore and be on a team that found like a new identity offensively with Lamar at the helm, which was really cool to see. And he didn't have to be all of the explosive plays. It wasn't all that pressure was not on his shoulders. But I feel like he did a tremendous job showing up and making plays when he had his opportunities and really giving us something that was exciting and something that we knew gave us a home run hit at any moment.
Sorry, I muted myself because I was trying to eat a little snack. Mark, how we doing? How you doing?
What up, man? What you eating? What's your snack, bro?
Well, right now I was having a little Quest bar because, body's a temple. We can't just put all the bad things in there. It's not bulking season right now, Nick.
No, it is.
Hey, Quest.
OTA started. Yeah, it's time to bulk.
Quest nailed it.
Yeah, I got
I get it.
Okay, well, hey, Brad's got a poll.
That's a good.
I'm just curious about this poll he's got.
I was just saying.
Maybe you had it. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, the poll right now is the best little Debbie snack of all time. I couldn't fit them all because I could only pick 4, but I picked zebra cakes, Swiss cake rolls, nutty bars, and cosmic brownies as the option. So far, the Swiss cake rolls are running away with it.
Really? God, I'm a zebra cake guy.
Oh, there you go.
I got a box right now in the pantry.
You're loyal, man. That's your go-to.
hey, so true story. In college, you're in the dorms and you got the bed with the drawers up under it. I didn't put clothes under there. I had candy and snacks, and so there was 3 drawers, and one drawer was all like Skittles and Starburst, another drawer was like chocolate, and the other drawer was all little Debbie snack cakes.
That's hey, if it helped, it helped you out, right?
It did.
I think it worked out for you.
Hey, Nick, what was your go-to down at Georgia?
My wife's on a cosmic brownie kick right now. But I'm a Swiss cake roll guy. I mean, they're just so good.
They are good.
There's just nothing better than a Swiss cake roll, man.
Nick Saban, I think, has an oatmeal pie every single day.
Yes, he does.
That's why
I like oatmeal cream pies.
Those are pretty money too.
Yeah. That's why they were so successful, right? That's why he had so much success.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to give a shout out to Hostess. I grew up on Hostess.
Hostess,
as well.
With the mostest.
Oh yeah,
it's good. It's good stuff. It's what you got.
Yeah, Mark, I wanted to ask you, not related to the draft this year, but do you have any fun Frank Gans Jr. stories from back in the mid 2000s here in Baltimore?
Oh my gosh.
I played for him in the XFL. Sorry to cut you off. I played
No,
for him
I think-
in the XFL. He was my special teams coordinator.
Yeah.
And I played with Sam Cook. He's still coaching now, and he played for Frank too. And I love the stories because they're the same and they're 20 years apart. These
Yes.
time periods.
Well, I mean, in my limited experience, the thing that one time was hilarious. He was so pissed. He said a sentence, but he never said a word. Like it was just stuff was coming out, but I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. But he spoke. It kind of sounded like old buddy on Bobby Boucher.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah. My experience with him is just him being pissed like all the time and then saying stuff, but I never understood what he said.
I don't think he did either.
No.
So you're not alone there.
Yeah, gosh. Nick was just telling us some stories about as we got, I guess, the recent pickup right now. And I wish I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to say it because I'll probably miss. Okay.
Olu.
Goes by Olu.
Okay. Olu. Well, actually, Mark, can you pronounce the whole name for us?
Let me see. Fashanu. Wait. Olumayiwa Fashanu.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
It's close.
Was it
No, I
right?
think that was right. Yeah, I think that was right. Fashanu.
You know what? I just wanted you to say it.
It's
so I didn't have to say
it's
it.
like with Salah when he first got drafted. I was like, all right, I'm just gonna call you Salah for now.
His
then.
name is Salah. He goes
Definitely solid.
Yeah.
All right. So again, you've been around here in Baltimore. You've seen how they've worked, how they operate.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you think anything? The boring value move is they trade out, right? Or do just maybe they take a pick there, and they're always taking best available. You have any expectation for tonight? And then maybe if you have someone you might want to see besides who we already talked about.
No, I think I'm par for the course with what we're gonna do. And then if anything, maybe DN UCLA as a kid.
A lot to, yeah.
If he gets there, maybe. But I don't. Yeah, I just think we're probably going to stick to our guns. I think we're in a really good shape going into next year.
Yeah. I mean, they got to address some things on the offensive line. Actually, I didn't meant to ask you about this. With the Oklahoma connection, with Kyler Murray just got a new weapon.
Yeah,
with Marvin Harrison Jr. And you being a wide receiver, you've seen it all. You touched a little bit on what it can mean for Kyler, but just what you've seen with Marvin Harrison Jr. because there's a reason why everyone thought if he left, if he could have left 2 years ago, even if he was a freshman, it felt like he was going to be a top pick. Anything that you want to add on that? Because Nick's saying that Georgia wouldn't be national champions a couple of years ago if he didn't get knocked out.
We're just going to keep bringing that up.
We are going to keep bringing that up.
We're going to clip every time.
Yeah, Nick was hoping Georgia would lose. He went there and wanted the Bulldogs to lose. But touch a little bit on Marvin Harrison, what that means for Kyler.
Huge. I think Marvin Harrison, his whole process and what they did, I thought was actually pretty awesome because, I was telling a story earlier about how, the value of the 40-yard dash, the weight that holds against the actual film, you actually playing football is insane at times. And so, to this point is like, bro, we know this kid and how he's been groomed and who his pops is, where he is from a mental standpoint, and the stage is not going to be too big for him. And physically, we know, he looks great, and we know he's going to show up and be a player and probably, first team all rookie and potentially rookie of the year and do all these things apart from, injury, Lord willing, he's healthy. And so I love the pick. I love it for Kyler because I've always been a fan of Kyler since he was at Allen High School here in Texas. Kid is insane, was insane, and still is insane. Coming back off an injury, he had a couple, flash games last year, big wins that reminded us that Kyler is still Kyler. And so I'm looking forward to him coming back and having a really, really nice season. But then, with Harrison in there, I think they're going to be obviously younger. I don't think that they're competing for a Super Bowl or anything like that, but I think they'll put up some nice numbers and have a solid season offensively.
They're hoping. I mean, they're banking on it, right? It's got to be the move. They held on to it, and then the Chargers, instead of taking another wide receiver, they went completely Ravens West from the last 5 years with Gus, Greg Roman, Dobbins. They took an offensive lineman there, so we'll kind of see what happens. Zach, you got a question here?
Yeah, Mark, how's it going? So obviously we talked about Guyton, but besides him, is there any player that you would like to see the Ravens kind of either move up for? Is there a player that you see in the draft and you're like, I would love to see him play for the Baltimore Ravens?
Off top is Turner, because he's a monster. That would be insane. Turner and Ravens defense kind of all over. But I mean, and we just, gave Bateman, his contract. But a couple names like that was on the top of my tongue was like legit Leggett, is it? And then Coleman, like a couple guys that are, really stout, dense dudes, kind of jump ball guys, and guys I felt like would fit into what we're doing in a really nice way, from a physicality standpoint, a mentality standpoint, and so between those two dudes coming into it before the deal got done, I was like, man, that would be a nice alternate to somebody in the offensive line position.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely one of those guys that I really want. It's even obviously before Bateman, but he he gives off the same vibes as like DK Metcalf coming off. He's just a physical specimen.
Yeah, I mean, DK, Debo, catch and run, breaking tackle, like fit what we do, how we are, and kind of that our culture,
Yeah, exactly.
Well, here as we're going through this right now, it's in that Bo Nix is going to go to Denver. So Zach Wilson and Bo Nix are your quarterbacks for the Denver Broncos.
Zach Wilson laughing all the way to the bank, by the way. He chose number 10. Bo Nix is obviously number 10. If Nix and Wilson want to work out something for the number, did Zach Wilson, did he know? And he's like, hey, you know what? I want to make a couple, whatever it is, or get something for my charity, whatever that money is. So could be interesting. Yeah.
That's for sure.
Interesting to note here. Adam Schefter said that Sean Payton has never drafted a quarterback in the first 2 rounds. So will be interesting to see how that goes.
We are going to see what happens here. Mark, are you coming to Baltimore anytime soon, or what do we got?
I think we got like a Ravens reunion for camp coming up, and so I'll be up, and there'll be quite a few guys in town. So looking forward to that. I'm bringing the family, and so we'll have the time and eat and drink and watch some early football.
Okay, I feel you. What was I going to ask you next? I forgot what I was going to say to you. I'm blanking on this. I'll be honest here. I'm trying to get my mind. I went through.
a lot going on.
Yeah, I'm not locked in. I'm not locked on like Kevin. Locked on.
I have to be. Yeah.
Yeah.
You fresh off of that meal though.
Well, yeah. I'm being recharged right now, Mark. You kidding me?
Right.
I was just getting all fired up. You missed some. We'll let you get out of here in a second, but I'm also I want Nick to tell more XFL stories too, because Nick was telling us about they didn't have any things.
Goalposts.
They didn't have goalposts in the XFL for practice. So electric. So Nick,
it was a great time, but there was some really, really, really shady shit going on in there. Vince McMahon owned the league. All right.
Hey, Mark, you got any fun stories? Like I have my minor league stories from baseball. Nick's got some XFL stories and minor league stories. Do you have any stories of like, on the way out here of you playing something that it could have been in college, could have been in NFL career, or even amateur? You got something there that's wild? If you give one wild, I'll give one that's wild.
A wild one? Man.
We're just interested. It doesn't have to be wild. It can be.
No, I mean, well, all right. Well, I don't want to get. I guess what's the statute of limitations on shit?
Depends on who you're talking about.
Yeah, well, it depends on where it's going here. We can put the hand up for like, yeah, Mark. Okay, nice. We'll just cut you off the screen.
Right. Exactly. Well, I think probably the wildest situation I've been in was seeing how competitive we are and can be on an airplane. Yeah, flight back from an away game. That was pretty wild. I think the plane seat was broken. I don't know who paid for that, but a plane seat was broken over a craps game. And the crazy thing is, like, it went out beyond that. So off the plane, it kept going, and out of the parking lot, and it got pretty wild. But we got the story the next day, and everybody was okay. You shake hands and you move on like men. But that was one of the wilder nights as a Raider.
Yeah, we had a probably. I'm curious. Maybe off air we'll figure out how much was being thrown down for these games here. But I know in the minors for us though, we had these card games. I forget the name of the game. And I'll tell you what, it was Boo-Ray. That's what it was. And it was
wow.
We were getting
our asses whooped over Boo-Ray now.
A lot of asses whooped. we were being careful with that, but I'll tell you what, when we were getting our shit kicked in for a good month stretch, it was not a good year for us.
Turn around.
Oh, what am I turning around?
Brock Bowers going to the Las Vegas Raiders at 13. Michael Mayer gets in there, and now they have Brock Bowers too.
What? From Georgia.
Yes.
Hey, gotta love them dogs, baby. It's a great pick right there.
It is.
That guy's a stud.
Wow.
So Gardner Minshew, right? Is like starting, or Aiden O'Connell.
That was a Penix landing spot. I feel like
yeah.
But the Falcons decided to mess everything up. So.
Well, Mark, we'll let you get out of here. But anything you want to plug though before you go?
Oh no, man, great to see you guys again. Looking forward to seeing this pick or trade out coming up.
Trade out.
Yeah, we'll see.
Well, great. Well, hey, let us know when you're back in town. I would love to meet up with you. And I told you I owe you a meal or 2 or 3 or 7. But would love to get a chance to see you. But hope you enjoy your time, and we'll talk soon.
For sure. Y'all have a good night. Good to see y'all, boys.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Mike. Later.
Wait, did you say Mike?
Yeah. Always good to be.
Somebody did. I said Mike.
I heard.
Who said Mike?
That was Brad.
It was definitely me. Why did I say Mike?
Look at him.
I was like trying to play it off like I didn't say it, but it was definitely me.
Guilty.
All right,
it's
so
okay.
I'll just keep being quiet.
All right, so I have to go through this right now. So I'm looking at, I guess, currently the Raiders depth chart, at least offensively. And I don't think what stands out to me is let's go get a tight end. Like we just said, Michael Mayer last year, Mayer. Yeah, you have Devontae Adams, you have Jacoby Myers, but after that, like Zamir White, obviously you want to take a running back here. I think they were going to maybe we're trying to get a quarterback. They don't like who's there, but I think there were other players or at least positions, unless they're just running a 2 tight end set the whole time, that you could have taken.
Yeah.
That's just an interesting pick in my eyes, especially if they didn't take Mayer last year. I think it fits in well, but yeah, they
just want to be old school, baby.
Yeah.
Run the football, play some defense. Raider Nation, let Aiden O'Connell throw the ball up there and see what happens. Or Gardner Minshew.
Right now, Greg Roman's thinking, "Shit, why didn't I do that?"
He might.
He was probably trying to trade up. You know what?
You know what? Our next guest we'll bring on. I actually get to see him quite a bit at 105.7 The Fan. I hopefully get to see him on Friday because he might be mingling down there. Does his work, but he also covers the Ravens very closely. Kevin, why don't you bring in our next guest?
Yeah, Mr. Cordell Woodland coming in from 105.7. What's up, Cordell?
What's up, fellas? What's going on?
Well, hanging out, just waiting for the Ravens to trade
cool
out.
Spot.
Yeah, you got to come down and see this spot, man.
We're trying to y'all got the lights, you got the arcades, you got the seats. I mean, man.
Yeah, we got some NBA Jam tournaments we got to do down here.
When do you ever leave?
Well,
not a lot of reasons to.
Yeah, well, so eventually we got to fill out the space here in the back, and we got to do a cleanup here. I was telling Rita this yesterday. Like, hey, when you come on down, Rita, we'll have it all taken care of. And I also told her I'd get my tequila tastings out for the group.
Nice.
So Cordell, we'll let you know when that time is coming here. All right, Kevin, why don't you kick this off because you've been doing it all night.
I've been kicking it off, Cordell. We've seen some surprises in this draft. Now, the top wasn't super surprising. I mean, Caleb Williams going 1, but then even people were wondering, is it going to be Jaden Daniels at 2 or not? How do you like that pick for the Commanders? Was that a guy that you think can turn the franchise around? Would you prefer to Drake Maye there? Do you think the Commanders made the right pick after Caleb Williams?
I love it. It's the first time I feel like the team has actually listened to me in my 30 plus years of living. I've been talking Jaden Daniels up since his freshman year at Arizona State. The kid is about as dynamic as they come. I think he's the best dual threat quarterback to come out of college since Lamar Jackson. I know he's gotten a lot of the Lamar comparisons. I don't think he's the runner that Lamar Jackson is. Few people are. I mean, you go look at Lamar's college rushing numbers. They're laughable. I mean, there's nobody in his universe at the quarterback position as a collegiate rusher. But as a passer, I think Jaden Daniels has all the tools to be not only one of the best passers in the NFL when it's all said and done, but I think he definitely can keep defenses on their toes with his 4.3, 4.4-ish at worst type of speed. So the big thing with him is bulking up, not taking some of those RG3-esque hits, because that's a little bit in his game too. But I love the pick. I think this dude is as dynamic as they come.
Now, the other quarterback surprise was Michael Penix going to Atlanta at number 8. They paid Kirk Cousins a whole lot of money to go down there and play football, and they draft Michael Penix. What do you think the plan is in Atlanta right now for those two guys?
I mean, it's ironic that 2 years ago, a team that went out of their way to let everybody know how they didn't want Lamar Jackson and how they believed in Desmond Ridder and all of that stuff. Not only is Ridder gone, not only is the head coach gone, but they bring in, they spend big money on Kirk Cousins this offseason just to use an elite top 10 pick on yet another quarterback. I don't understand what Atlanta's doing. I mean, Rome Odunze is sitting right there. Yep. They need edge rush help because they have nobody to get after the quarterback right now. There were just so many other options. And look, I say that, and I think Michael Penix is a heck of a player. I would have had no issue with Michael Penix going to 8 if it was almost any other team there but Atlanta. Like if it's Denver, okay, cool. You need a quarterback. I think Penix should have gone before McCarthy, and it's good that he did because nothing that I saw from either of those two guys showed me that JJ McCarthy is probably the guy that I'd like to lean on. I know he's a winner, but I've seen Penix do some miraculous things. So I like Penix, but I just do not understand what the Falcons are trying to do right now.
Yeah, and from a Ravens perspective here, I mean, you like the run on quarterbacks particularly because it's pushing other positions down.
Yeah.
I think, Brad, you just said the Saints took Talise Fuaga from Oregon State at 14.
Yeah, no defensive players have been drafted through 14 picks. So
have any long snappers been taken?
Not yet, dude. You just keep waiting, dude.
One of them's coming.
One of them's coming. There hasn't been one taken in a long time.
Yeah. Well, you know what? And again, especially when you have to have record-breaking kicks like in Detroit, but who remembers those moments?
It happens.
It does happen.
It does happen.
And so I get it. I talking about the big Penix energy down there. We'll see what happens. It's a situation that has to go. So Kevin or Zach, do you have some thoughts here? I see you swirling.
Well, so then I had to look up if there's ever been a long snappers drafted, and there was one, 1981. Todd Tomlin.
Wait, did you say long snapper drafted ever?
Yeah. Well,
no, there's been a bunch. Just no one's been outside of the highest pick. For a pure long snapper, I want to say is the 4th round.
2 were taken in 21. Wow.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah. Most of them are the 2 and the 21 were both 6th round picks, and one of them are still playing. 2019 draft, my year, they took a guy, he's not playing.
Some of them, they just ain't built like you.
Yeah, someone there's you're built different, Nick.
They're like most of the guys in the league are free agents, and there's no point to draft a long snapper. There just isn't.
Yeah,
you're gonna cost yourself $80,000 or $90,000 in the 7th round for what?
Mm-hmm.
Just wait. literally wait 5 minutes and you can sign the same.
Don't devalue your position here. I won't let you do that.
No one, like literally the guys in the league that were drafted, there's probably only the guys I can think of is Cardona, Ferguson with the Dolphins, and that's like all I can think of.
I'll be honest here. You named all those players, never heard of them. But I bet that they're good kids. They're not as good as you because we don't. Nick Moore. Cordell, we're starting this the 2014 or 2024, 2025, 2014, way back. 2024, 2025. Nick Moore Pro Bowl voting is already starting.
Everyone,
so we're already
start the Twitter train now.
You got to get the hashtag going early before they start stealing all the hashtags once the season starts. You got to get it going now.
Exactly.
The big problem is we got to get Nick a Twitter account first.
Yeah, that's another. We'll get there, baby. Right,
he was just saying get the train rolling on Twitter. You don't have a Twitter.
I'm talking to my PR lady back at home. We need to get that one going.
Oh goodness! Hey, all right, Cordell. Kind of the situation right now. Have we even talked much about with the other teams around the AFC North? I mean,
no one's drafted yet.
I know, but I mean, curiosity right now with everything that's happened here.
I'm really happy. I'm very confused still why the Raiders took Brock Bowers, but I'm so happy he did not go to Cincinnati because that was my biggest fear for like this draft.
Well, we didn't even talk about it. Trey Hendrickson apparently wants out.
Cordell. So with this right now, how do you think of all the teams right now where they need to make I don't want to say they need to make a splash for things, but the Ravens are in a good position, right? They got to make some changes. They need some offensive line help, obviously. But right now, who do you think would seem to have the most, I guess, help from this draft if you were going to look at it specifically? Because it's a competitive AFC North, but is it crazy to think that the Bengals are the team now that kind of might be a little bit rocky with if Trey Hendrickson and some other guys, they got to make some decisions on T. Higgins?
T. Higgins also is the second or third trade request?
Those are two big time players asking out. And T. Higgins is pretty much doubled down on his trade request at this point, asking out again. And Trey Hendrickson, I think he's got about 2 years left on his deal. But yeah, I mean, those are two guys. I mean, the Bengals the last couple of years, I would say last season going into now, it's been some question marks about them. We saw kind of a nice overturn on their roster last offseason. And even this year, they lose Joe Mixon. You still wonder about some of their offensive line issues. You mentioned tight end. That's still a need for them. I was wondering if the Cincinnati would go wide receiver in the first round as well, just because of, what are your plans for T. Higgins? He could be, I don't know if he's, what the odds are of him being traded necessarily tonight. But I do think a team like the Bengals now has to start figuring out where they could get cheap labor from. You're going to spend big money on guys like Burrow and Chase and these guys. I don't know, maybe they end up resolving this thing with Higgins and maybe they find some money for him. But in general, this is a team right now that's looking to have to start relying on some of these guys that they're getting out of the draft for financial reasons.
Yeah, I mean, because even like looking at it, the structure of it, the Browns, really good roster construction. I think they got even more depth or more balance on offense. You add Judy, you have Amari Cooper, all of it's going to obviously hang on Deshaun Watson's arm of what's going to happen. But more than that, I mean, Browns are in a good position. Steelers are this steady. They have Fields kind of in the waiting, but that defense is no joke still in Pittsburgh. And then there's Cincy, right, where you have the question. So I'm just curious with it. So we'll see what kind of happens here. I think, what was I going to say real quickly? Hold on for a second. Do you have a question, Kev, about with expectations?
For the draft? Yeah, sure. I can ask it. Cordell, we've talked a lot to a lot of different people just about the expectation for the Ravens in this draft. We're seeing some offensive linemen slide, a few of them. They're actually showing Troy Fautanu on the screen right now, who I think he got flagged for medical recently, didn't he? A knee. So maybe he falls. But what is your expectation for what Baltimore does at 30? What do you think they should do? But then maybe what do you want them to do also?
I just think it's so many different scenarios for them when you're picking that late. You have to kind of let the board dictate what you do, obviously. But I mean, we know offensive line is still a primary need for them. I know they have Voorhees on the roster who we're expecting to take at least one of those guard spots, but we're still talking about 2 open spots. And even with Voorhees, that's a guy that hasn't played yet at this level. So that we're talking about pretty much another rookie stepping in on the offensive line. So I do think if there's a lineman there that they really believe is their best player available, I think they're going to take him. That said, I would not be surprised, though, if we see them go wide receiver still. Even with the extension of Bateman, it really would not shock me to see the Ravens go and get yet another first-round wide receiver if they feel like that wide receiver, A, is the best player available out of their needs. And also if they feel like that player can take their offense to the next level and make them an even tougher offense to defend. So guys like A.D. Mitchell, I've heard Keon Coleman's name as well. Xavier Worthy, if he's there with that type of game-changing speed, wouldn't shock me if they go that route with those guys. And in terms of DBs, I mean, look, defensive guys, if they want a defensive guy, it'll probably be there for them at 30, the way that this draft has gone to this point. So if they want a Cooper DeJean, we'll see how far Kool-Aid McKinstry ends up sliding if he ends up making it to 30 for them. But I've definitely heard that they do like Cooper DeJean, and I've heard about a couple of these wide receivers as well. So I don't think they're married to the idea that they have to get an offensive lineman in the first round, despite that being their biggest need.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? It makes sense. But again, ideally in your mind, then, if Cordell could be the GM, what are we doing?
I don't want to ever make it seem like.
Well, no. How about this? What would be exciting? It doesn't have to be
exciting.
Yeah,
I'd say Xavier Worthy. I'd say Xavier Worthy is exciting for me. I mean, we're talking about 4.2 speed. We're talking about now the with the addition of Derrick Henry, defenses are going to play the Ravens different. You're going to see more loaded boxes. So you're imagining you're going to get more one-on-one opportunities for your guys outside. So having cornerbacks on an island with guys like Zay Flowers, with guys like Rashad Bateman, with a guy like Xavier Worthy would give defensive coordinators nightmares. I mean, we're talking about a team that could then rival the type of speed that the Dolphins have, except the Ravens, I think, have the physicality to be able to play a different way, unlike the Dolphins when it gets cold. So if we're talking about shaking it up and being exciting, yeah, Xavier Worthy, if he's there. And then it's the idea of, yeah, I get that the Chiefs aren't in your division, but the Chiefs are clearly in the Ravens' way. So with them picking 2 picks behind you and everybody thinks that they're going wide receiver, it does have to, I would imagine, get in your mind like, all right, do I want a guy like Xavier Worthy playing for Patrick Mahomes and those guys in Kansas City, or do I want that type of game-changing speed? So I'm curious to see how they approach that pick, assuming they stay there.
It was. Now you're making me think a lot here. Now I'm thinking about that dynamic offense right now, what it could be in Baltimore. But you're right. The physicality part has always been the brand of Ravens football. They always like to be dominant in the trenches. That has been the MO. But having more weapons on the outside, or having weapons that can impact the game in many ways, right? So I think that's the part that's interesting. And I'm really curious, though, how Isaiah Likely and Mark Andrews can coexist. That's something where when Andrews been out, Likely's elevated his game. Obviously, Mark Andrews when he's on the field, but never both at the same time, the way that Ravens fans were hoping. So I'm curious. Another year of Todd Monken, another year of what they got. It should be fun. Hey, Cordell, before we let you get out of here, what else we got going on with you so we can keep tabs with what's going on?
Yeah, appreciate you guys having me, man. I know y'all got a lot going on tonight, so appreciate y'all making a spot for me. I got, my Shaking It Up sports show. I'm on weeknights on 105.7 The Fan. I'm actually on vacation next week after the draft, so don't look for me next week. But I have that show, and me and Rita do the Win and Drive podcast. You can hear that anywhere you get your podcast from. I'm doing a lot of stuff with the Orioles this time of year, and I'm happy to do that as they're obviously doing what they're doing. But the Ravens as well keep me busy because the NFL is 365 days now.
Yeah, it's crazy. And unfortunately, this is what I wanted baseball to be like for free agency, where it's just chaos, right? We were here when Nick Moore broke the news that Will Lutz was not going to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
That's a true story.
Yeah, true story. So Will Lutz was reported, and then we had our own Ian Schefter right here.
There it is. There it is, your inside guy.
He tell us that it was what was the phrase? Premature.
Yeah, premature. And then he goes, I have some inside sources saying it's not happening. It starts with a W and ends with an L.
That's about as strong of a source as you could get.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. We're like, okay, we'll trust that guy.
I would trust it. Now he's with Denver.
He is. He stayed back. He's back with Sean Payton. They got a new quarterback there, Bo Nix.
Why isn't baseball free agency the same?
Oh gosh, we do you have how much time do we have? Well, I guess
I feel like there's a lot of questions about baseball that you could start with the word why. Like why? Honestly.
I talked with a guy recently. I had a fortune of playing golf with a very well-respected baseball player.
Oh yeah, you're such a jackass for
and
this.
he kind of I'm not going to name his name. I'm going to keep him out of it.
Okay.
But he kind of said there's one particular person that causes a lot of issues when it comes to the free agency stuff. And maybe an agent, if you will.
So an agent that maybe was in the news this past year.
Yeah, that has caused a lot of problems with some of his players, and as far as contractually cost a lot of money. So
probably been the agent that's had players leave places that they didn't want to leave, despite being offered mind-blowing money. You know,
for sure.
But I'm just guessing.
Yeah. Well,
it's all speculation at this point.
Here, real quickly. Yeah. Well, hey, Cordell, we appreciate you, man. I will talk to you soon. Maybe see you tomorrow down at Pickles.
Yeah, I'll be out at Pickles tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. Drinks on Ryan.
That's what we like to see.
I like that. All right. Thank you, Cordell. Mr. Cordell.
See you, man.
All right, gosh, we got so much going on here right now.
I hope Kevin didn't get lost.
He might. Oh, does he have a key to get down?
Yeah, I gave him.
What was he going to do?
He was going to get Q. So, but anyway, we got another guest waiting for us in the wings. Are we okay with bringing him on right now? Should we wait for Kevin?
And as the door opens,
I'm a little terrified. I hear last time I had Kevin right behind.
Claudia's right behind you.
So we got. Well, you know what? Why don't we start to bring on Zach? You mind doing the honors here?
So we lot of linemen going. So why not bring on the lineman expert, Mr. Cole Jackson? So let's get him on.
What's going on, fellas? How's it going?
Thanks for joining us, Cole.
Yeah, I'm honestly, out of curiosity, since Ravens West has taken over, that's a good place to start with the offensive line places. Surprised at all with the Chargers there? Or you think that's a good fit?
Yeah, I think it's a fun little thing for Ravens fans to take a look at, given that, you know, their projected starting offensive line before tonight had John Simpson and Morgan Moses on it. So I think it's kind of interesting for us to take a look at that, because they paid Tyrone Smith, gave him a lot of incentives. I'm assuming that's going to be their left tackle. That's where Fantasy played. So it's like, where does he fit? You know, do you move him to right tackle and bump Moses to your swing tackle? But then you're asking him to alter his technique when he's kind of your left tackle of the future, or do you just slide him inside to left guard? So, I mean, based on what I saw last year with Simpson and Moses playing for the Ravens, I think Moses was the better player at the respective positions. So I think two factors play into this. I think Moses is better than Simpson, and I think it's lower risk asking Fantasy to play left guard for a year versus making him transition to right tackle and then back to left tackle. So I'd play him at left guard this year, and I wouldn't start John Simpson.
Yeah, you definitely have to protect Aaron Rodgers after, especially coming off an Achilles. I mean, Nick, you're coming off actually a very similar,
very similar path, different surgery, but similar path. You got to protect Aaron because it's going to be a bumpy road at the beginning. He's going to be getting his footing back. He's going to be getting confidence back in his foot. I know he talked about playing in a small little circle is what he was talking about. And he's done it in the past, but you're definitely going to have add some juice to that O-line to help protect him.
Yeah, I muted myself. I'm trying to figure it out here. Wow, my brain's been put through
it's a long night, man. You're already 2.5 hours into this.
Well, that's true. And be honest here, we were breaking down stuff with the Orioles because it's big. It's 'tis the season for baseball, right? Technically, so. People are excited, but this is the one day out of the year that everyone, actually, I'll apologize. Free agency, NFL draft, 2 or 3 days, depending on how you view free agency, kind of leads into then in this question. So Ravens, obviously, there is a need at the offensive line position here. I'm sure you've been asked about it. It's definitely been talked about. What is your kind of expectation? And usually the Ravens have been a best player available. Do you think it's something if there's a player available that they think can fit that offensive line, or do you think it's going to be status quo? They love looking later in the draft and getting great value.
Yeah, I think that what's interesting this year, normally I'd say they go BPA and they ride it till they die, but normally they usually, and they every year when they go through free agency, it's all about plugging holes. They're all about making sure that they at least have a competent starter at every position, because that gives them the flexibility to go into the draft and not need to draft a certain position. When you have that need so front and center, that's where you get the Hayden Hurst picks of the world. But just how they've always approached free agency, it's about, let's make sure that we at least have someone we can trust to start at that. Like bringing in Kyle Van Noy and re-signing him means, okay, we don't have to go edge right away, because we know we can start Owe and Van Noy, and we can upgrade, sure, if the BPA plays that way, but we don't need to. But what they did at right tackle by trading away Morgan Moses and only saving 5.5 against the cap was they don't have a right tackle on the roster. I don't think that I've been told numerous times that they don't see Patrick McCary as, a full season starter. He has durability concerns. Pretty much every time he's had to start multiple games, he's ended up getting hurt. He's really best as your kind of 6-man. And I think they paid him as a 6-man offensive lineman, that guy that can play all 5 positions. It gives you a ton of flexibility on game day. And Daniel Falele has not shown the development that I think we hoped for to be in a position where you could trade away Moses and then it's the next man up scenario. So I wouldn't be confident if, they miss out on tackle for the first three rounds, for example. Say the BPA didn't play it and they didn't reach for need. I'm not confident with Falele starting. So I think that's where need is going to overtake them a bit. But with the lack of defensive players taken in this draft, it just feels very Baltimore Ravensy, where a guy slips to them, right? Like a guy that, like a Kyle Hamilton situation, where it's like, there's before the draft, the amount of times that I got told there's no way Kyle Hamilton's falling to 14, and yet he does. That's just a Ravens thing that seems to always happen with defensive players. But then what I would do, and I've said it, for the last few weeks, I'd be all about trying to trade up to grab one of these kind of slipping offensive tackles. I'd be looking at, if Troy Fautanu gets into the 20s, I'd throw a 3rd round pick out and just go get him. And then my problems are solved.
I think that's Zach was getting giddy over here about that.
I was going to say, I was just about to ask you about him. If at what point, if he's still falling, are you pulling the trigger for that one?
I kept talking about pick 16, and I was trying to use the Mike McDonald leverage but I see they just picked Byron Murphy. I think what's reasonable, I think they could, before the Cowboys at 24, they're a team that could go O-line, 22, 23. I guess it's really going to depend on what happens here in the next few picks, but like Miami, Cincy, even the Rams, there's a bunch of teams that could go tackle here. So that's where the run could start and they could miss out on it. So, I would start looking right around that kind of, Miami, Philly, Jacksonville. If we could trade with one of them to get up there, that's where I'd be looking to do it. I think it cost you your 3rd round pick this year or a future 2nd.
So are we saying that the Jags just in the Vikings, is that accurate? Do we have any confirmed on that?
We're
seeing that real quickly.
On my screen, it says Minnesota pick 17, pick is in.
Yeah, so they just traded.
Yeah, they did.
We're behind you a little bit.
We are behind. We're still trying to get. We're maneuvering our guests here for a moment here as we try to get everything going. So we appreciate you stopping by. But yeah, what the hell could be happening here? They already got JJ McCarthy.
They need to get somebody to go with him, complimentary, or something to protect him.
Yeah, like a Brian Thomas Jr. Maybe. I'm trying to think of what's the next wide receiver that would be.
Well, they also have Addison.
So that's I'm trying to think, who would they be trading up to?
They already have.
One thing I can think of is Daniel Hunter went to Houston. Maybe they're trading up for a falling edge. Dallas Turner.
Oh, yeah, that would make a lot of sense because They traded up. How many picks is that? Let's
from 23, I think so, about 6
yeah.
picks.
Yeah, so I would think if it's got to be a player that they really want if they're moving up for him.
Yeah,
Did you guys see the pick just come in? It just came in on my TV.
Oh, sugar. Well, we're still delayed, so hold on a second.
We just saw it.
No, I don't want to be a spoiler.
Byron Murphy. Well, we appreciate you.
Well, yeah, well, like it's on Twitter. Twitter is so far ahead of everything.
Yeah.
I know, it's crazy.
I know.
Yeah, so it is Dallas Turner, which is crazy because the Jaguars get pick number 23, but they get 2024 fifth round, a 2025 third round, and a 2025 fourth round for making that trade. They gave up a lot.
We will not think about this trade at all, and then suddenly next year we're going to be like, why do the Vikings have no picks after the first? And then we're all going to come back to this moment and be like, oh, that's why.
Yeah. Well, if we're looking at it right now in general, look, they're trying to they hopefully have a quarterback for the future. That's their hope. And then they feel like they have the offensive pieces, but then you just lost a big defensive piece.
Yeah.
So you would think things would be trending in the right direction. It's not like that division, surprisingly. Look at what the Bears did so far.
I mean, it reminds me a lot of what the Texans did last year. They got their QB and CJ Stroud, and then they had that really aggressive, high value trade up to go get Will Anderson, right? So kind of go QB edge right back to back.
That makes you think here. Any other final thoughts? Kevin's moving his car right now, Cole. So that's why we're trying to.
Oh my gosh, Kevin! Is that? I was wondering why he wasn't in the studio. Oh my!
There he is.
Yep, making his return.
Speak of it.
Cole and I can never ever link up. Cole, I'm glad we can finally. And they
were trying to on, brother. How are you?
Get ticketed.
Did you get towed?
Did you get ticket?
No, but I only moved it like 2 spots, so I'm worried they're gonna try to get me.
You're so. I hope so. For leaving the show.
Go get hooked up real quickly so we can keep moving. Do you want to ask a Cole a question before we let him go? Everything.
Yeah, we covered the entire draft.
No, he's good.
We looked at your notes and we got all your questions.
Well, maybe last thing here, Cole. We'll let you get out of here because we ask everyone expectation versus what you would actually like to see for tonight.
I love that question because it is 2 complete different. My expectation is they're going to get the falling defensive player. My guess is Jared Verse falls to them and they go with an edge. I have nothing that validates why I think that. It's just for some reason that's what's in my head.
Talking into existence.
Yeah, and then what I would do is people are going to hate it, but I'd reach for an offensive tackle because I know people keep saying it's a deep O-line class, and it is at certain O-line positions, but if you go through the league right now and you look at left tackles on NFL rosters and you see where they're drafted, they're just not. It's so hard to develop them to be true left tackles. They're just usually first round picks, and I think that's what really scares me because they do have Ronnie for this year, and then he's probably going to be on the out, and you're going to be in a position where hopefully you develop somebody. So they got to get someone on their roster that they can do that with. So,
well, there we go. I'm intrigued now. You got me trying to see this all unfold. Now I'm every time that we've asked this question, I've gotten more excited. Except when someone says trade back, then the needle goes all the way back down.
Yeah, quick. Okay, so Cole, real fast before you get out of here, I'm seeing rumors. It looks like the Bengals are taking Mims. What are your quick thoughts on that?
That is one large offensive tackle duo.
Yeah,
but didn't they just bring in?
Yeah, they did. That's what I'm very confused about.
Trent Brown.
Mm-hmm.
And Mims doesn't project as a guard, so that's kind of surprising if that's the case.
That is the case. It's not a rumor.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, but it was Dov Kleeman who posted it, so I don't.
This is Ari. Ari put it up, so Ari.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't get that because I don't think you can. I don't see Brant like they're all 3 of them are 6'9". Like it's not really bodies that kick inside the offensive guard. So I don't know. How do you get all 3 of those on the field?
Mims isn't playing left tackle because Orlando Brown is a left tackle.
Did Fautanu get taken yet? Did I miss that?
No.
Not yet. Right. So
we're
going to start tweeting trade up here real soon. We got about 2 picks
to go around the trade up. Tweet trade up territory pretty fast.
Yeah. It's going to get real.
Well, Cole, we appreciate you taking the time, and if this all happens and there's a trade up, then you are getting a very quick message, and we might have to bring you back on. So we appreciate you. Anything you want to plug real quickly on the way out?
No, my YouTube channel has just been dead. I've taken a break since the season, but once the draft is done, I'll be doing film rooms on every single player that we draft and some of the UDFAs. So Road Graders with Cole Jackson on YouTube. Go check that out for dead coverage right now. But I promise there'll be some good stuff coming out soon.
Hell yeah. And then you can follow you on X at Cole Jackson FB, right there.
That's it. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, Cole, appreciate you. Well, if this happens, we're going to try to get you back, but enjoy the rest of your draft night, and we'll talk soon.
Awesome. Thanks so much, guys. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. Take care.
Appreciate
you guys.
All right, since we're moving, because we have our other guests but we have another guest in studio, Kevin, because Kevin, just to give everyone context here, Kevin did a tremendous job of setting this up. It's been my problem with having to go over the time slot, and that's on me as the host of the show. You can blame Ryan Ripken at Ryan Ripken if you want to blame that on X and Instagram as well. But Kevin, you want to explain who we have in studio with us and also who our next guest is going to be?
Yeah, so we're just flying through here, but in studio we have former Baltimore Ravens wide receiver, Super Bowl champion Qadry Ismail with us, taking time out of his very busy schedule to join us. So Q, I appreciate you taking the time to join with us.
Well, I tell you, this is quite the honor to be on you guys' show, Ryan. I know you and I met last year at a golf event, and we kind of tangentially talked about it, and I am glad that this has come about.
We're glad too. Honestly, Kevin put this all together, so that's why it's been great, and I'm glad Q we could make this all happen. And I was telling actually our next guest, I said, hey, we got to clean this place up because it's a mess. And I didn't even know. I'll be honest, I didn't realize. And Kevin's like, yeah, Q's coming in. You cool? I'm like, sure. Is he going to be okay with the place? It's kind of, but we appreciate you putting up with it. But actually also too, Kev, we got our next guest behind the scenes right now.
That is right. We're flying through. We have Rita Hubbard joining us right now.
Rita.
Hey guys, what's going on?
How are you doing? Where are you out right now?
I'm watching the draft. I'm out watching the draft. So hopefully, if you can't hear me, let me know because I got my earpods in. So, I just wanted to be outside. I wanted to see people's reactions for certain things. So I figured I'd give you some ambiance.
So boots on the ground right now. What are the vibes out there?
Everybody's just kind of like, I think the Michael Penix thing kind of took everybody's wind out of the sails, for lack of a better term. Like, we're just all looking around like, we didn't see that. That kind of changed things. So other than that, I think it's kind of gone the way that we think that things were going to go. Lots of quarterbacks, lots of offensive linemen, and then wide receivers. And hi, Qadry. I just talked to Qadry like at the 7 o'clock hour. He was on the show. So
yes,
just
yes,
hello.
you did. Yes. I was like, oh, I know that voice.
Hey, Kev, you've been leading it off. What you got for us?
Yeah, Rita, a bunch of surprises in the draft, but I think a surprise for a lot of people, and I've been asking this all night, is about Rashad Bateman and his extension. The Ravens, again, love dropping those moves before the draft, right during it, like they did with Lamar's contract last year. But how are you feeling about the extension? Did it surprise you, and was it the right move in your opinion for the Ravens?
Definitely the right move. When you look at Rashad Bateman and you look at his tape, talent is not the issue. He's been a guy that can get separation. He has been a guy that runs routes very well. And for me, I think health has been a thing for him early in his career. And when he's been off, and the Steelers game is an example, because a lot of people were off that game. It feels like the chemistry with him and Lamar just never really reconnected. And so for me, I thought it was important for the Ravens to commit to a guy like Rashad Bateman because I could absolutely see him going somewhere else and being a dominant wide receiver. So I think it's best to find out what he can do for you now as opposed to moving along. Now, that being said, I think that you still have to explore the wide receiving room because you do have a depth problem. So, if they pick a wide receiver here in the first round, if they don't like any of the guys remaining, I have no problem with it. But when it comes to Rashad Bateman and his future, I think it was very important for the Ravens to make that to take that leap and make an extension for him, because he does have a talent, and hopefully we'll get to see more of that in 2024 and 2025.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all certainly hoping for it. I think Ravens fans are hoping for it. Eric DaCosta, Baltimore, they're going to need it, right? That's the ultimate goal here. Yep. Zach, you were looking at, we were just talking. Oh, sorry. You had the next question lined up.
Yeah, no, I was, Rita, thanks for joining us. So a lot of surprising, like you said, I think the Michael Penix draft pick kind of just surprised a lot of people. And like now everyone was just confused for a little bit. So that's everything. If you're, we've kind of talked about, guys, do you think there's an opportunity for the Ravens to trade up? Because we just talked to Cole Jackson. He's thinking maybe if a tackle is there that they really like in those mid-20s, do you think that maybe we see the Ravens create some fireworks here? Or do you think they're more than likely sticking at 30 or trading back?
I mean, I think they're more likely to stick at 30, but I wouldn't go out of the realm of possibility if there's a tackle, an offensive lineman that they like, because we know that Mims is gone. The Bengals took him. Yep. If there's a guy that they're really still high on, I wouldn't be surprised now if they tried to make a move and go up and get their guy. I mean, obviously, offensive line is a problem for them in terms of, even if you add the guys that are currently on the roster, well, you still have a depth problem at that point. You need to replace those guys with at least the guys on the bench. So if I'm the Ravens and there's a guy that you still really like in this first round, maybe after the Steelers, you got to start making some moves here. And I would not be surprised. And I think that, we're so used to the Ravens hoarding draft picks that sometimes we feel like it's out of the realm of possibility that they trade up. But I don't think that necessarily is the case. I just think that that's kind of how the cards have fallen over the years. But I think if there's a guy left on their board and they're still there after 20, you got to make a move.
So do you think that tackle is probably the biggest thing, or somewhere on the offensive line is where you'd like to see them go, or are you looking some different position?
100%. To me, offensive line is the most important thing. And then pass rush, edge is the second one. But this is an organization that does best player available. We know that. They always practice that. And I'm cool with that. But sometimes it's cool with being best player available within need. Right now, that doesn't mean that you want to overextend yourself. If they feel like a guy is a top second round and they want to trade out and give somebody else an opportunity, that's fine. But ultimately, it's very hard to critique what the Ravens do when it comes to drafts, because for the most part, they've been very successful in what they've done. But I also think that us believing that they won't trade up is, I just feel like if there's a player that they have an opportunity to move up for that they really, really like, they're going to do that. And so it will be interesting to see once we get into the 20s, if there's a guy left that the Ravens really, really like and they decide to make a move.
Yeah. Well, in this case right now, we ask everyone this then, Rita. Well, first off, we're close. Rams are sitting at 19. Mims just went to the Bengals. So it's going to get a little bit frisky here. But expectation of what you think the Ravens will do versus what you'd want them to do, or who you'd want to see that'd be exciting for the Ravens to have.
I think that they stay. I think they stay at 30. And I would not be surprised if they somehow get an edge rusher that maybe if a Chop Robinson falls to them, or an Xavier Worthy. I mean, there's other offensive linemen that's on this that's still available. But is it, or because Verse hasn't been taken either, correct? It would be if a guy like,
well, there could be there's some reports we're not sure
okay,
yet.
Sorry, never mind.
We don't know. Scratch that.
Tough timing on that. It was reported like 20 seconds ago.
Forget that. All right, so I can't see that because I'm talking to y'all. So I'm watching it real time. Like
I know we're taking you away, but we appreciate it. We appreciate it.
I'm watching it like the rest of us losers here in the bar. But ultimately, if Verse is gone, obviously, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they stayed where they were and found some value there. And there's still some offensive linemen that you can find in that regard. So I just don't think that they're going to overextend themselves. But again, if there's a guy that they feel like that they are going to potentially, again, because you have a depth issue at the wide receiver position, wouldn't be surprised there. And I also wouldn't be surprised if they went cornerback as well, because that's another position where they have a depth issue as well. So those two are the ones I think I'm watching out for, even though, let me be clear, it is obvious that they have an offensive line. They need offensive linemen. So, but I still wouldn't be surprised if there's a cornerback or a wide receiver that they really like and somehow it falls to them.
I like it. It's interesting. But you know what they don't need, Rita? They don't need a long snapper.
No, they
don't.
don't.
We have him right here.
They do not.
I'm here.
They got it. They got the one and only Nick Moore in
still
here. He's back. No more conditioning tests.
No
the rest
more.
of the way.
No more.
Absolutely.
No more.
No more. You what was the comment you said that Aguilar said to you?
He said you ran so we could walk.
After the injury.
What a guy.
Yeah.
So glad to have you back, Nelly.
Hey, on the way out here, Rita, besides that, when I see you, we're going to have the tequila tastings. That'll be my treat. I got my bottles lined up for you.
Absolutely.
We asked a couple people that go to the yard a lot. Forgot to ask Cordell this, but on a hot dog, you have it. What are you putting on your dog if you're at the ballpark? Ketchup?
A little bit of mustard.
You mix it.
I do not do relish. I think it's disgusting.
I agree.
Amen.
That's Kevin,
man.
Preach that.
I'm sorry.
Preach it.
Sweet pickles is gross. I'm sorry. I'm not going to eat it. I'm not eating sweet pickles. As a matter of fact, I'm always rooting against relish during the hot dog race.
They won on opening day when I was there, though, so that was my vindication.
Oh, goodness.
They did win on opening day. You're right. And so green is one of my favorite colors. So look, they have the promo on Memorial Day. I'm probably going to get a relish shirt, even though I hate relish.
All right.
But I just like the color green. So.
Yeah, you like the merch. It fits you. Well, it's good to know. Hey, last thing then, anything you want to plug before you head on out and you can enjoy the rest of your night?
Yeah, sure. So, of course, 105.7 The Fan with myself and Glenn Clark will be back on Sunday from 12 to 3. Cordell and myself will be doing another Winning Drive podcast tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll talk about who the Ravens chose as opposed to them, trading out of the round, like my guy Glenn Clark believes is going to happen. And Gridiron Gals podcast as well. We'll be talking about the draft.
Amazing. Then, when I get this cleaned up properly for you and I actually get to put the bar in here at some point, and it's not even up at all. It's not even built yet, but we're going to have a little celebration down here. So
Absolutely.
I can't wait to have you down here.
I'm doing it for now. So
hey,
I'll wait for you.
I'm glad. I appreciate you. Hey, I wish I only got my water right now, but hey, maybe after this I'll take a shot. But Rita, appreciate you as always. We'll talk soon and enjoy the rest of your draft night. Okay.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Rita, everybody.
Rita.
All right.
Rita.
All right. There we go. There we go.
Yeah,
I know we're a little bit behind here. What do we got?
Why don't we have ice cold beverages? I'm just wondering.
That's what I thought. I asked the same thing.
Hey, you
We're just
didn't.
watching.
Well,
we're just watching
I
TV
should've.
with the boys
You could have.
and ladies.
You haven't been out. You've been at the Masters.
thought
You've been
you
at
were pointing to me.
I've been busy,
Broadcasting
man. I've
Cans.
been busy. We're back to work. John's working us hard. I gotta. Come on, man.
You want us to tell John to stop working you so hard?
No. If you do get the chance to talk to him, ask him where's my money.
Is that?
I want the money.
I need it back. I need my money.
Oh gosh! All right, I think we've been having our next guest wait for a little bit.
Kev,
Kev, go ahead.
we're ready for him. It's Mr. Jack Settleman of Snapback Sports. Can we get him on here? Get him on the
Yeah.
All right, I got to talk to Jack for a second. Jack, man, it's been a crazy night. I'm everything that went on. I think I had you scheduled for 8:30. That's why I brought the link. I told you 10. And then we were behind so much. I'm like, all right, can you do 10:30? Never mind. Can you do 10:15? I apologize for all the craziness of that, man. I'm glad we got you on, though.
Sorry
All
about
good.
that.
All good. It's draft night. That's what happens. Crazy shit happens.
Hey, were the Knicks playing too?
Yeah. The Knicks lost. Embiid had 50. Definitely
wow.
one of the most embarrassing performances from a human I've ever seen. Dirty play on Mitchell Robinson. I've lost all respect for him. But Maybe
I did see
he
it
should be an
pretty bad.
NFL player the way he's tackling people in midair. But
I
we
did
can
see
move
that.
on.
I did see that play. That was pretty bad. That was not a great look for Joel Embiid.
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, it's a not a basketball move. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
Not a
If
basketball
it
move.
was the regular season, he would have been tossed, but they're not
Yeah.
going to throw him out of the postseason game, although he really should have been. Like if it was
Yeah.
Draymond, he's tossed,
Oh,
he's
yeah.
suspended, but Embiid apparently gets a pass.
Yeah, he'll get a pass. All right. Well, we're not going to pass on this, or at least the Steelers don't look like they're passing on their draft pick. Kevin, you've been leading this off as well. Jack, appreciate, we had a lot to catch up
I'm
on.
to Zach because of his reaction. Do you have the Steelers pick?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Another quarterback?
No, they took Troy Fautanu.
No.
That's who we were hoping the Ravens would trade up
Mims
for.
goes to the Bengals. Fautanu goes
It's personal now.
to the Steelers.
They're just taking the guys that Bengals didn't need a tackle. That was solely
they
for
gotta
us.
keep Russ off the ground. The guy got sacked 100 times in 2 years.
Yeah, he's had a
Literally-
rough go.
Yeah.
Oh, I
he
understand it for
he
the
needs
Pittsburgh Steelers, but for the Bengals as well.
Okay, you
Obviously.
want to say Q, your guy's still on the board.
Graham,
Martin.
Duke.
Oh, that's
Dookie.
Oh, I just saw him pop up.
That's right.
So-
Live large, prosper.
Well,
Yeah,
if that's
smart
a guy,
kid, smart guy.
don't talk about him out loud too much because then he'll get taken next.
See, that's why I was trying to be on the hush hush.
They're
Yeah,
listening.
and told Kevin.
And they're
Sorry.
listening. to
All
everything.
right.
just blew
You
it.
know, I'll give mine. Xavier Leggett was my pick. Jack, when you talk about a position,
No,
the
way to go,
Bateman
Kevin.
extension happens. The Ravens need offensive line, but we're starting to see a run. How is the board really played out for you in terms of Baltimore? Do you like it? Do you not? We've seen a lot of quarterbacks too. I mean, that helps Baltimore.
Yeah, I mean, the quarterbacks, 6 of them in the top 12 is only going to help the Ravens because they weren't needing a quarterback. But hey, neither were the Falcons, and they still took their guy at 8. So maybe Lamar Jackson's quarterback security isn't as safe as we thought. But yeah, you get a lot of the QBs off the board, so you're going to have better players down in the back half of the draft. I think that the Ravens will pick at 30 just because they like having that extra year of control with the players with the 5th-year option. But I think they could go defense or offense. They need tackles and they need offensive linemen, but like we found offensive linemen deeper in the draft before. They like picking in the top half of the first round whenever they're in there, which seems to be pretty rare. I'm comfortable with the board right now. I think EDC will have a pretty good plan.
We're hoping. I mean, everyone. It's been good. Apparently, Mike Elias too is in there. By the way, of sitting there. And I mean, Q, you've seen it for the longest time. There's never been a panic in Baltimore when it comes to the draft. They feel like they're calm, cool, and collected all the time. Jack will ask you that. Well, Q, I'm saving up some because I have a lot of questions for you. So don't you worry about it.
I'm sitting back just chilling.
We'll get ready because you were gonna be bombarded with questions here. Jack, then I'll start with you. Okay.
Yeah.
Any biggest surprise for you so far? Is there anything right now that you're sitting there? There was one, obviously, Michael Penix Jr. went to the Falcons. That was probably not on everyone's bingo card after Captain Kirk went there. Is there anything else that sticks out to you so far in this draft?
Nothing too out of the ordinary. I would say not a surprise, but more so impressed that Minnesota didn't have to come up to a 3 or even a 5 to go get McCarthy, who seemingly throughout the process was their guy. I guess Bo Nix a little bit. Like, I understand the premium that we're going to place on quarterbacks, but I don't know. 6 months ago, if you said Penix was going top 10, Nix was going in the 12th, and even McCarthy at 11, I just feel like these guys seem to be overvalued. But then, hey, like, what is the difference between a first round and a second round pick if you are going to go get your franchise quarterback? So nothing too crazy there, but I was impressed with Minnesota being able to get McCarthy, which seemingly the whole way was their guy. But I'm not a fan of these guys. Nothing against them personally, especially the Penix pick. Like, I was at the Texas-Washington game. It was the best quarterback performance I've ever seen in my life. He did not miss a throw the entire game. He diced us up. It was that feeling of like, no matter what you do, he's going to beat you. And then we saw what happened against Michigan, and like he came back down to earth, more NFL prototypical defense. He's an older guy. He's a lefty quarterback. I'm not obsessed with these guys. And then I do love what Chicago did with Odunze. Like, you saw with Burrow, just arm these guys with so many weapons when their quarterbacks are on rookie deals, because that's when you can do it. Brock Purdy, same thing. How good is Brock Purdy if you plucked him out and put him in Carolina with no weapons? I couldn't tell you. But what I can tell you is when you make up 0.3% of your team's salary cap and you can have Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, CMC, and Kittle, it's a great strategy. So I do like that they're surrounding Caleb with the wideouts. What has your guys' thing been with the Ravens here? Like, who are we going for?
Well, we got Q sitting there. Can't say his name because we don't want to mess it up here.
We'll just say his initials, GB.
Okay, that works for us. Honestly, I think Nick, we talked about the Ravens could use offensive line, obviously, but they're a best available crew in general.
It seems to be the status quo there. I mean, we need O linemen, we need edge rushers, we need corners, we need wide receivers, we need everybody
except
Lamar and Long Snapper.
There we go. Except the long
I would say
snapper.
the only safe positions are quarterback and kicker right now.
Yeah,
I like this one.
Center.
So Kool-Aid.
this
So is this an option right here? Right? Like that's actually
Yeah.
who said that earlier? Was that Engraven?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I
think
not one corner taken.
Not one.
Yeah. Okay. So if I would assume a corner has to be taken between now, but how wild would it be if no corner is taken in the
If they
first?
can get Terrion Arnold at 30, that is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what that would be. Even he's the other Alabama corner, so that's the one.
I'm really interested. I'm intrigued. I'll be honest. Maybe I just had a different perception of how the draft was going to be, but it's not how I expected everything would.
It was just too chalk. It was so chalk. Like we were expecting the whole time leading up to this. The reports were, man, every team wants to trade up into the top 10. Every team's going to be calling the Patriots, going to be calling the Commanders, the Cardinals. These guys are moving up, and then everyone stayed. And so it is very interesting because I thought it was going to be a lot more chaotic.
Yeah, the one thing, I guess, the one curious pick, and Q, I'm curious on your take with this, was the Chargers go offensive line, pass up on Nabers, which goes to the Giants, a wide receiver needy team. But it kind of fits the style of the Ravens West with Greg Roman. Is that kind of how it feels? Is it that shocking?
It isn't shocking because I think if you go back to the combine and the Harbaugh interview with the Chargers media, it was a situation where he defined, hey, your entire team is built offensive line.
Yeah.
And if you look at any position, pretty much, even a D lineman would say, hey, look, if I'm on the bench and we got a 15-play drive going on, my legs are going to be fresh to get after the quarterback. It's going to help me. So with that, it didn't surprise me that they went offensive line. I think from a Greg Roman aspect of things, I'm curious because you have Justin Herbert and homeboy's been slinging it around. Now all of a sudden he's going to be like, wait a minute, bro. My arm is live. I'm getting paid to throw the ball, not hand the ball off. So what are you doing? I'm going to be mildly amused to see how the offense will unfold.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that question mark, right? And weren't they throwing it with Kellen Moore at the helm? Yeah, they were one of the most pass-happy teams.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like that they have all these weapons out there right now. It's Quentin Johnson's wide receiver 1 at the moment. So that makes you. That's no knock. I hope Johnson has a great year, but Greg Roman's wide receivers also had to know how to block, and so it's just curious how it will go. Jack, me right now sitting here. Expectation versus reality right now.
I would say I'm looking at the best available. I mean, you got 4 corners up there who I would be pretty satisfied with taking. I'll give a semi-hot, maybe lukewarm take here. I would love the pick to be Brian Thomas right now. I have been dying for Lamar Jackson to have a big-bodied wide receiver. Now he has it in Mark and obviously likely can go up and get it in the red zone, but like on the outside, just being able to pluck it up there, like that's Lamar's best play. It's not the deep shot, way, way down the field. And we have the burners in Bateman and obviously in Zay. I think the thought of you have, Mark, who's under control later into his career, but if you had Zay, another rookie wideout, and Bate, who you just extended for fairly cheap, the wide receivers of the Lamar Jackson prime are all going to be under control for a very low dollar. Then you can spend other places. You can pick at the O-line. You can pick at, edge rushers, get corners. I just feel like the Ravens are solid all around. They know they're going to bring in O-linemen later. I doubt they're going to go back-to-back first on the wide receivers, but maybe EDC sees how the league is trending, which is like, that is what we need. That is kind of where we are lacking in that playoff game against the Chiefs. I know we should have ran the ball more, and we've solved that with Derek, but they need separation. And if they can't get separation, you might as well throw it up to the dude who can go and get it. Not to mention, he also ran a 4.33. Like, the dude is an absolute freaking nature. It kind of reminds me of the LSU team where, like, Jamar ended up being the best receiver, but, like, Justin Jefferson was also on that team, you know? So you might just have two really, really freak athletes coming out of LSU there. So I would love that. I think realistically, as I'm looking at the board, I think we end up with a corner. I mean, would it shock anyone if we took a corner from Alabama? Like
the Ravens?
Yeah, that seems to be an obvious pick. I'll do one note on Adonai Mitchell, and I'm curious Q's take on this because I went to Texas, so I watched every single game last year of our college football playoff run. And Mitchell, he scored a lot of touchdowns and a lot in huge moments and could go up and make big time plays. But he also disappeared from a ton of games. And if you look back at his game log, he's got 3 games with like 8 or 10 catches, but the rest are 3 or 4 catches. He'll have the touchdown, so it'll kind of cover up maybe a lesser performance. That to me shows like kind of a lack of production. And Xavier Worthy was the clear number 1 on the team. Another thing on X, he struggles to catch the ball, which I don't love for a wide receiver. It seems like an important trait, but yeah, I'm somewhat out on Mitchell. Maybe I should be out on Quinn Ewers because between Jonathan Brooks, Jatavion Sanders, and those 2 guys, maybe the offense should have been even better. But yeah, Q, what's your take on the Texas wideouts?
I think the one thing it depends upon from an Xavier aspect of things, was I the featured guy? In other words, in certain game planning where you call him my number, and was I able to deliver? I think his speed speaks for itself. It's just out of this world explosive. But with Adonai, I think the one thing for him, and some of the reports were talking about his mental makeup, sometimes he would check out. And so it was hard to kind of connect with him. That concerns me. Receiver in general concerns me in this way because the Ravens are a playoff ready team now. We're ready to win now. You ain't trying to develop some dude. I don't care. I'm not trying to worry about whether or not a guy's like, oh, we can worry about him in year 2 or 3. Yeah, we're trying to go back to the AFC Championship game, take care of business, roll on to the Super Bowl and get our rings. That's what we're trying to do. Receiver, it is well documented. It takes a minute for a guy to get up to speed. So I think from that aspect of things, yes, Texas, explosive receivers, dynamic group, but does it translate over to immediate play in the league? And that's what makes me be a little bit cautious in trying to pick a guy in the first round.
It's fascinating. And honestly, we're looking at it as you were explaining, the name that's popped up against Lisa's is Mel Kiper's top 5 right now. There is Worthy that's sitting as his 3rd best available as we get moving on. But you're right. The Ravens are not in a position now where they were, well, you can say it was a bad half, a bad game, whatever it's going to be, or they had many chances to, win this game against a beatable Kansas City team, but you're 1 win away from the Super Bowl. And then that team you would have faced is who you beat earlier in the season. So you feel like it's all right there, Jack. So, I mean, I know you're passionate. I'm sorry about the Texas situation, by the way. It was a great run for the Longhorns.
It was. We're back. Finally.
Oh, Texas is not back. Okay.
We're back.
They're about to be so far from back that it's not even going to be funny.
The SEC.
Wow.
Shots fired.
Welcome to the big leagues, kid.
Wow. Okay. All right. I mean, hey, we're 3-point favorites in Michigan, the defending champs, and then we're gonna. The best
brag about being a Big Ten team, bro. Come on. No one cares. No one cares about that shit. Harbaugh's gone. Michigan's going downhill, bro. It's gonna literally be. It's gonna be
Jack,
SEC best.
Jack, you should have seen when we had to when it was going to be Florida State, Georgia, but then the fact that who's the last team that got in with the playoff? It was Texas and Washington. It was Texas that got in.
Yeah, Texas was
and Bama, yeah.
And Bama.
Bama was
so
of course. Sorry,
so Bama
was
got in, and so the fact that Georgia was left out, and I said, well, I thought Florida State was better. I was joking with Nick about that, and as soon as the game started, I think I got a message from Nick about this, about like, yeah, like it's kind of along those messages of like, this is the big leagues.
It was a really good game at the coin toss, and then we kicked off, and it was
over.
I had a guy on the team. I won't talk about who he is, but we had this argument in the sauna, and he was like, we didn't have anybody playing, blah blah blah. I'm like, bro, if you had lost by 21, maybe that's a legitimate argument. You lost by 60.
Yeah.
Okay. We could have closed our eyes and won by 21. Okay. We also had 20 guys not playing the game as well. So, it's a different ball game in the SEC.
Yeah,
week in and week out.
There's no bias, obviously, Jack, in this conversation.
Hey, we're in the SEC. I'm all for it. The SEC, it means more. The Conference of Champions. I already know all the talking points.
Just beat Vandy, please. Just beat Vandy.
Wow. That's where your expectations are?
No.
Vandy.
You guys have is Georgia at Texas next year or is Bama?
Yeah, Georgia in Austin.
I might have to go to that one.
Big boy.
I'll be down there. I'll be down there. We should chat because we're gonna lay a can of whoop ass on you. So I'm excited.
I will say though, my last college football game was a loss to Texas. I'll give you that.
Oh, that's why you're so upset.
Yeah.
That's where this is all coming.
And that was when the worst quarterback I've ever seen, Sam Ellinger, said, "Texas is back, baby." Or
Wait, that was the original "We're back." It really was.
That was it. And he proceeded to win 3 games the rest of his career.
Oh, I see why you were so. As soon as you said Texas was back, Jack, the face that Nick made, that
Nick
just
changed his whole aura. I can feel the energy from Nick is different now.
Oh, now it makes so much sense. You were the OG. Texas is back. You were the statement game.
You were
for
the
that.
reason it happened. Nick.
Statement game, yeah. It was a statement, that's for sure.
Oh goodness! See, Jack, look what you've done.
Statement
man.
at the playoffs. If you don't make the playoffs, then bowls don't mean shit. So
Okay.
that was a statement from that.
Oh goodness! See, you've opened up a can. All right, Jack, we'll let you get out of here. On the way out here, because we've been asking people, this is just Brad knows. Where am I going with this, Brad? You know the question.
Jack, I haven't said anything to you the whole time, but so I appreciate you coming on. What's going on your dog, man? What's going on your dog at the ball game?
I'm a versatile guy. It depends. I mean, if you get out, I saw you guys were trying. What's the new Oreo dog? What's on that guy?
Oh, the warehouse dog.
So much,
Yeah,
so much is on
Warehouse
it.
dog.
It's so much.
Have you had that yet, Q, Nick?
No, what do you eat that with a fork and knife?
You,
Well-
you pretty much have to.
Is it that?
Yeah.
What's on?
Wait a minute. You
It-
can't eat a hot dog. I don't care if it's called the warehouse dog. You don't eat it with
Yeah,
a
but
fork
how?
and knife.
What do we? You said everything's on it. What does that mean?
We'll get back to your comment here in a second.
Yes.
Jack, the warehouse dog has, I think, a little bit of everything on it. It's got like crispy onions.
I got it. I just got the full. Okay.
Tell us.
It's an all beef foot-long hot dog with
Yes.
horseradish infused brick sauce, crispy onions, pit beef queso fondue, and pickled pico on a pretzel bun.
Oh yeah, you're not eating that with a fork and knife. I thought it was like they put all kinds of stuff on top of it.
No,
That doesn't even sound that good.
Oh,
Yeah, it doesn't.
Oh, it was phenomenal.
no, it was very good. I wouldn't have it again.
Of course, you liked it, Brad.
I'd rather do like gumbo lump crab meat. I'd rather
Of course
do that.
you did.
Okay, so that's like Stuggies does that. Stuggies does the crab mac and cheese on the dog. That's what they
Yeah.
do. But it's okay. You mix. It's a blend. For
Yeah,
what for you?
Mustard, ketchup, relish, probably my trio.
Together.
I'll
That's
go all 3. Yeah.
Wow.
I feel
Wow,
like, especially like during. So, who do you root for in the hot dog race?
Well, I actually did the hot dog race at the Kansas City Royals game once, and I was
electric.
I think mustard, and I won. So I guess that's my forever team in that race.
Can we talk about the first pitch from that
Ooh.
game?
As
That
long as you cannot pull up the footage, we can talk about
I
it.
think he was trying.
I
I
was about to go to Twitter, but I won't. The velo was there.
All right. So my last name is not Ripken, so I didn't grow up playing baseball. And so they asked me before I was going to throw out the first pitch, do you want to throw off the mound or in front of the mound? And I was like, Mama she ain't raised no bitch. Like, of course I'm throwing off the mound. little did I know that throwing off the mound the first time in my life is a way different experience than throwing from a flat ground. And so I think when I came down, it was way earlier than I expected. My pitch almost ended up in the White Sox dugout. It was insane. If I had like 1,000 times more followers, I would have been viral with 50 Cent.
I was going to say, you went all 50 Cent on us.
Yeah, fortunately, I'm not famous enough for that. But yeah, it was definitely the worst pitch of all time. Don't go search it up on the internet. I would appreciate.
I feel like
that.
Zach's over there in the lab
for
right now. Everyone's got their phone.
Well, so
out.
you're playing the White Sox. You almost drilled Gavin Sheets in the
Yeah,
dugout?
I almost took out the Gilman kid because
Yeah,
as a McDonald fuck him.
Yeah.
Let them know. Let them know.
Go Hounds, baby. But it's well, actually, White Sox they're down bad right now.
They're down. That's
everybody but Gavin's down.
I would say they are down.
They are.
Gavin Sheets to the moon, but they're down.
Gavin Sheets All-Star voting starts now. Nick Moore Pro Bowl voting starts now.
We're there.
And Jack Settleman redeeming himself on first pitch starts now at Camden Yards. Maybe I'll talk to ownership. Might know.
I know someone who could put in a good word for you, Jack. Don't worry. I'll talk to him.
I don't know, but he doesn't answer my also when we tried the warehouse dog, the dude just ignored my calls and texts. He goes, yeah, sure, I'll let you know when I get there. False. He's a good kid. Calvin Edwin Ripken Jr. Okay, Jack, go enjoy. Oh, okay. I thought you were I wanted you to pull up the damn Jack's pitch.
Oh, wait. I will not play the pitch,
Dang,
but
Jack.
I do have to show the aftermath.
And
The ball is not in frame.
Oh, goodness. Hey,
That's rough.
Jack, you're a good
Appreciate
kid.
you guys.
I appreciate you and
Appreciate it.
everyone. Anything you want going on with Snapback Sports besides you guys are crushing it on the regular?
No, just go Ravens. Let's how about this? If you guys are gonna stay up till what looks like midnight, please Ravens just make a pick, because the worst is you stay up till 12:30 in the morning, they trade out right at the buzzer. So go Ravens. Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Hey, have a good one,
Have a
Jack.
good one,
brother.
Jack Settleman,
See you, Jack.
everybody. There we go.
Jack. Texas is
That
back.
got a little spicy there, Nick. That got a little spicy.
That was
Nick.
I've never seen Nick in the full competitive mode. He's like, Texas is the farthest thing from that.
But Q's chilling there, just taking this all in. You're right over there just enjoying it. And that, honestly, that
Unlike some people, I had a great game against Texas my senior year.
Ooh.
We sealed the deal on him. That was back in the day,
You-
before
you
any of
proud.
you were born. But that's okay.
What do you remember the numbers?
I was alive. I was the only one that was
He said
probably
I was alive. I think I might have had a C note that game. I think maybe something.
Ooh.
But I did close out the game. 'Cause that's important.
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
Yeah.
we had a chance to seal a deal against Texas. They came up to the Carrier Dome, sold out crowd, and yeah, my number was called. It was a 3rd and 8. Had a big post route. Corner was like way off. I was like, bro, I'm about to run by you. Just sprinted, bam. Had an amazing catch that the newspaper back in the day. See, now you guys just go right to
We s-
social media.
we still
You
have
got the
we-
highlights right
Yeah,
there.
but we were around for that.
Boom.
I've
Okay.
seen a
Newspaper. And it showed that I had dove. Boom. The ball just stuck in the right hand. My hands were crossed. One hand caught it. And put our team in position to have the game-winning touchdown. All right.
Big time players make big time
Texans.
plays.
Hey, in big time moments.
That's
Yeah,
right.
Nick, take some notes right there.
I
man.
mean, I
Could've
played
been you.
good against Texas, but I played long snapper.
That's
actually, I did not play that good that game.
And the
It's
truth
all-
comes
it's all
out.
coming- It's all coming out
We
now.
we may or may not have indulged ourselves prior to the game. So
Oh,
You
Nick.
thought you had it in the bag, Nick.
no, it's just like I was done with college football. I was like, fuck this place, I'm out. Okay. And I had a low snap and the punter freshman, and he was a freshman, caught it on his knee, and we downed him on the 6. They cut to commercial break, show the replay in the stadium. We were playing in the Superdome. Showed the replay in the stadium, and they got us. Coach threw the challenge flag.
Oh,
Because we literally, their offense was on the field and everything, and then they cut to commercial, and everybody saw the replay, and Kirby was not happy.
Mm.
Technically, it wasn't my fault, but
it's okay.
It wasn't good either.
It's your fault in my book.
It wasn't. No, it was definitely my fault in my own book. But
it's like, but it wasn't my fault.
But
you're a good kid,
The
Nick.
punter should not have taken a knee. It was not a field goal snap. Okay.
You're a good kid. Hey, Kevin, I think we got one more guest lined up for us,
do,
right?
yeah.
Before we get ready.
Rounding out the show, you might have seen him on Twitter, the X airwaves. It's Ramey. Can we get him on here?
There he is.
Let's
go, dude.
I just saw your tweet about the nerves starting to kick in, and I totally agree. We're like,
dude, I'm shaking. You can't see it. I'm shaking now. I'm nervous.
We just got a pick, Ramey. Brian Thomas Jr. apparently going to Jacksonville at 23. Is that a guy on your radar?
I mean, no, not really. To be honest with you, I didn't expect the board to look like this. I don't know if any of us did.
No.
So now I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I mean, I feel like regardless, we're guaranteed a shot at a player that we didn't think we had a shot at. So yeah, I'm chilling over here.
How'd you expect it to look? I mean, did you expect Penix to go at 8? Did you expect that run on offensive lineman? What were you expecting?
I think the first surprise was probably like JC Latham, Tennessee, but I guess you kind of figured that with Joe Alt at 5. But no, it was definitely Michael Penix. Michael Penix takes the cake. It's probably the most shocked I've ever been for a pick, I think, ever.
I'm telling you, I think the Chargers, even with them going with Alt, I think a lot of people had them penciled in with Nabers, but then obviously you know who the offensive coordinator is now in Los Angeles. I mean, did it shock you that they took Joe Alt? We've seen him favor offensive line over wide receiver before.
No, I don't think it necessarily surprised me just because it's something that's been mocked and it's been in a lot of the popular mock drafts. But they definitely could have benefited from a receiver. But again, nothing's going to take the cake from Penix. Penix is that's crazy.
I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, and I don't know how Kirk Cousins' camp is feeling about all this. I mean, how do you feel if you're Kirk Cousins' camp? You're probably not.
He's laughing all the way to the bank.
I'm about to say, who cares?
Yeah,
right.
He got a lot
so
of
much
money on the way.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter who they drafted. Like he's got to be there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if anything,
He
now
has
in
to.
2 years, he's just chilling with the clipboard, making a lot of money.
How do you make $411 million and be Kirk Cousins?
But see, that's the thing too. People realize, he's a competitor. He wants to win, but also making a lot of money is also winning. That's a great business planning. And
He's
100%
dominating the quarterback money making market, if you will.
Guaranteed money.
Yeah.
Not like I have to earn it. It's guaranteed money.
Ramey, this is something I have to bring up with you too. This has been a conversation. Zach, can you pull my computer's about to blow up?
Yeah,
Can you put
this
this
is
on the screen?
every single time.
No comment. No comment. I don't know. I don't know.
Every time you're on camera or do something, I feel like there are at least 20 of those comments where it's like, I did not know he was white.
All I can say is I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not white. I just look pale.
I don't know how to take that.
Yeah, that's gotta be, and it's every time, and I don't know how at this point.
It's every time. And
Have you ever seen White Chicks?
No,
I have seen White Chicks.
Yes. I
Wait
have
a
seen a
minute.
movie Ryan is looking at.
You haven't seen White Chicks, bro? Terry Crews and the Wayne Brothers, bro?
That's because Kevin started White Chicks.
No, Kevin wouldn't start it. Maybe. No, you're a good kid.
Yeah.
Well, no. What I was saying is when Terry Crew at the end is like, "You are not white," like, and then instead of that, he's not a woman, that he's white.
Yeah.
So that's kind of all the comparison. Also, fun fact with that, that's another movie that they don't make those before, and the humor just gets outrageous. That's for a different time. All right, we're sitting here, kind of. So the division. They strengthened up. We got some offensive line players, Bengals, Steelers. Obviously, that was needed. That's definitely a need for Baltimore. But the kind of the status quo here is there's still some really intriguing options for Baltimore here. Is this? I don't know. How do I want to put this? Do you think it's more likely now Baltimore stands pat and makes a pick here, or do you think that they would still move back, price is right, and continue to pick up picks because of kind of how the draft's kind of shaped up?
I think in any world where if you would have told me before the draft that Terrion Arnold was going to be on the board at 24, you got to stick and pick. You just had to stick and pick. I feel like the the skill of the player is just going to be too good to pass up on. It's going to be one of those deals. You know what I mean? Unless they, you always probably consider a trade back, but I mean, the offer would have to be, honestly, I think I'm just going to keep saying no because I'd like to see a pick tonight. Like Jackson said, I saw that.
Yeah, we're here. We're here. Might as well have a pick tonight, right?
If Terry Arnold
gonna be a late
falls,
one.
Yeah, pulled off this whole stream and they trade back. I mean,
I
disappointing.
already have it in the drafts. I showed them earlier. I already have the tweet I'm putting out if we go live for over 4 hours.
one of
and
your
we just
5,000 drafts.
Yeah, gotta keep
4
them.
hours later.
That's an even better one. Then nothing's changed with the Ravens on team.
My question would be,
Hey, we gotta-
who's the trade up though? Maybe LA trades up. Maybe you get a little hardball trade.
Yeah.
Oh,
Maybe.
Harbaugh on a Harbaugh crime.
Dude,
It could be.
that was literally in my head. That's exactly what I was saying.
I'm
And he
sticking with
got
this
me.
though.
Bro,
by
give
the
me
way.
some love over here. Bam.
He got me. He beat me to it.
I'm going to say it right now. This is not the first round pick here, obviously, but Blake Corum is going to end up with a hardball. That is still my prediction. I don't know which one. And I still think the Ravens go and get Corum. I'm still sticking with it.
It's got to be day 3. There's no chance.
I know it's early. I'm just thinking we're talking
We
about
have too many
hardballs.
needs, and running back is.
I agree. I agree. But if Jim is going to take the Ravens former players, John's going to take somebody from Michigan.
Even the score.
It just.
I mean, John
feels-
John loves his Michigan guys, dude. We've had plenty of guys over the last couple of years. So
Blake
we're
came
definitely
in
gonna
for a
get someone.
visit to the castle, so there was some friendliness there.
I saw it. He was in there.
Did you talk to him?
No.
Did you tell him that? Did you?
No, for what?
Did you tell him? Did you tell him?
Who's this old white dude in here? Get him out of here.
Did you tell?
You know you're gonna make them carry your helmet if they draft him.
No, there's no such thing as hazing anymore. Don't you know that?
Oh my bad. I didn't get the memo. We're not supposed to speak out loud on it.
Oh gosh.
Exactly.
Don't have him carry your helmet. Don't.
So you know what I was thinking about this? Well, I was gonna say you should have told him that you thought Big Ten's overrated. You know, you missed that. But Ramey, I don't know if
I'll
you
tell
heard that.
anyone that wants to ask me
I
that.
heard that whole conversation.
Goodness, yeah.
Anybody that wants to hear it, it's overrated.
Well, except for Marvin Harrison Jr.
No, that
And-
guy is extremely rated perfectly. 'Cause He is.
Well,
he
we
is just
actually-
better.
We have some breaking news here. Apparently, the Lions are trading up for 24 from the Cowboys.
Why? The Lions are trading up and the Cowboys are trading out of there?
Yes.
Yeah, so the Cowboys are moving to what pick?
29.
29.
Yeah, from 24 to 29.
Detroit's 29.
Yeah, so
sorry.
now
Yeah,
it's
Who does Detroit want right now?
Maybe a
Arnold?
corner.
Maybe the offensive line?
I think a corner.
they're so
Because
going
that whole
Arnold.
Cam Sutton thing happened.
Yeah.
Who's their top guy is why am I blanking on him?
Carlton Davis, I think.
Yeah, they got Davis. That's right.
Didn't they take
So-
a first round? What is he? Maybe a nickel safety last year, Branch.
Yeah, but he's like an
playing
all
the
round.
nickel, but
Yeah,
I
he
think they
play-
need somebody outside.
Two back to
He's a
back first round
stud.
DBs. You love it.
He's a stud.
Yeah,
man.
he's a good player.
Would this be for Cooper? Eugene?
Maybe.
It could be
I'm
because
trying to
a corner just got taken.
It's Terrion Arnold.
there
It's
it is.
Arnold.
Yep,
He's
Terrion
gone.
Arnold.
We were so close.
I
It's a
knew.
great pick.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Since we're getting closer here, we ask everyone here your expectations versus reality. What you would want. What you
Ryan's
would
real
want.
tired right now.
I don't know. I did. You should have seen. Well, gosh, we did an Orioles breakdown earlier. I had to explain that why Gunnar Henderson was good. We talked about Gunnar Henderson for a long time
we
earlier
did.
today.
Gunner.
We're
deserves
talking
it.
about. Oh yeah, dude's a stud. Ramey, I've said this to people. I've had two shit moments in baseball playing with guys. It was Juan Soto was number one, was my teammate with the Nationals, and then number two was Gunnar Henderson. We're just like, you're different. Like what the hell happened? Gunnar was doing stuff at 19. I don't know. They definitely breed him differently down there. And Gunner's also a stud basketball player. Not a lot of people know that. And he's
Gunner has some true athleticism then.
yeah, he was Mr. Alabama for basketball, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
Yeah.
And went the baseball route.
Yeah, and he's like 6'4", I don't know, he might be 230, and he runs like a deer. You know, he's tied for triples in Major League Baseball. He's already got 5 or 6 bags. We were talking about it earlier.
Huh.
Yeah, baseball's interesting. You can have like the freaks like Gunner, and then you can have Albert Suarez just emerge out of nowhere, 34 years old. You know, maybe not that physical physique that you would think.
Hasn't pitched in the bigs in 7 years.
And then he's just stud.
And he's throwing 3 miles an hour harder. That's a different subject here. It's different. Okay. Who you'd want to see the Ravens take versus your actual expectation?
I mean, I've made it pretty known. I like Adonai Mitchell. I really like him. It's not coming from the stereotypical we need a receiver, because we really don't necessarily need one.
We're trying to win a Super Bowl, but go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, but reality, I like Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid's where I'm at.
I would like that pick. I would like that pick.
He has a stress Jones fracture on his foot. Now, that's future stuff. We're trying to win a Super Bowl. Get an offensive lineman. Protect Lamar.
Are you talking about Kool-Aid?
Yes.
He has the fracture? Oh,
He
you're
has
right.
the Jones fracture.
Right. Yep.
Well, so
Hey, I'm honestly, I'm cool with anything, to be honest with you.
Derrick Henry. I'm not trying to,
No, you're not throwing me off. You're not throwing me off. I'm just gonna stick to my britches. But if it's an offensive line, maybe Jordan Morgan. I like Jordan Morgan too. I do like Jordan Morgan.
Got Morgan or Barton. I think those three. Now, I want to say though, Remy knows how to pick an agenda. You know who his agenda was last year for undrafted guys, don't you?
Who?
Keith Mitchell.
Oh, what?
It was me. We talked about him on Locked On Ravens, but
Yes.
Remy was the leader of that agenda.
Yes.
And look what happened.
Remy.
So he knows how to pick a guy. I'm going to give him
know
that credit.
I appreciate that.
Yes.
I miss a lot, but when I hit, I hit.
Now, I want to ask you about the crab cakes. You for a while had done and you can do insert literally whoever here.
Yeah.
Do you like crab cakes? Now you retired it because I think a lot of people started to say, "Hey man, it's not working."
Not working.
What was the backstory behind that? And are you ever gonna I see you bring it back maybe once or twice every once in a while. Are you ever gonna get back on the full agenda, or is it fully retired now?
Nah, I think it's done. No. This morning I wake up and Torrey Smith is saying it.
That's right.
I felt
because
I felt really good about that.
I was just gonna say because Derrick Henry got free crab cakes for life from Jimmy's.
Yeah,
they're great. They're fantastic.
I'm so hungry right now. I ate a Quest bar.
I can feel my stomach eating itself.
I haven't eaten for like 8 hours.
Wow. Can we stop the crab cake thing? Because Jimmy's has got a good one.
But wait a minute. Are you in fasting mode right now?
Yeah, Nick Moore's no
I'm
longer bulking.
I'm in the I ran out of time to eat dinner because I was taking care of my son. And
how old is your son?
He's 16 months. Almost 16 months.
Yeah.
And I do bedtime every night.
Yeah.
Because I'm gone during the day. So that's my time with him. And I'm like, I can't shortchange on bedtime, dude.
Bro, you can't. That's the bonding. The dad son relationship gets bonded at bedtime.
Yeah. We do bath time.
That's awesome.
And we play and do all that cool stuff.
That's awesome.
We play and do all that cool stuff. Yeah. I like how you put that.
We play. Dude, my son's a little b-baller, man. He plays basketball.
Buddy.
We got the one in the shower in the bathtub, man.
Yeah.
He slam dunks and I'm like, oh, yes. He does a little high five, man. I'm like, this guy. I'm sorry, but we don't play basketball in our family. We're all big dudes. There's not a lot of basketball being played in the Moore family.
This is cool for right now, but
yeah.
Sorry, genes are not on your side, homie. Pick another sport. We're good at a lot of sports, but pick a different one.
The versatility.
Hey, you know what? And also, Raymond, I don't know if you knew Nick was a baseball player too. That's he pro baseball player with the Boston Red Sox. He played with Mookie.
Okay.
You and Mookie were boys. So Nick and I have talked about a lot of road trips in the minor leagues in baseball.
What position was he?
I played third base. I got drafted as a third baseman and then finished up at first.
That's awesome.
All right.
And then he went back to college, went to Georgia, which
weren't you gonna try to be a linebacker at first?
Yeah, I was gonna try.
And then didn't a certain freshman
I
walked in.
conveniently went to school with Roquan Smith. We were freshmen together.
Yeah.
And I learned in about 10 seconds that I probably won't play linebacker in the SEC.
I was going to say, physique wise, everything was pretty identical though. No,
Well, no, yeah. At that time, yeah. No, let's be honest. At that time, I was in good shape, all right, coming out of baseball.
You still are in good shape, by the way.
But back then, dude, let's not forget, Roquan was committed to play wide receiver at Alabama. And then he went to UCLA, and then he went to Georgia as a linebacker. Wow. So He was a
cannot
lot
see
smaller
Rowe as
back
a
then.
wide receiver. No way.
Bro, he ran
Neither
like
can
a,
I.
He ran like
Yeah.
a 4.3 coming out, 4.38 or 4.39.
No wonder he
crazy.
runs so well.
How big was he when he was coming in?
He was not bro like the linebacker that
Well,
he
obviously
became.
he's
like size
big
wise.
now. Yeah.
He was a lot smaller, but he played. We had this older dude that transferred with. This was when UAB canceled their program. We had a guy transfer in that kind of ran the linebacker and kind of took Rowe under his wing. And then Rowe up and down played his first year, and then he obviously was dominant the next two.
Turned out pretty well.
Turned out
next
pretty.
year.
I mean, he turned out all right.
Damn.
He turned out all right.
So he's right there. He's looking.
Yeah, this is
thinner.
Yeah. No, he was.
Man.
Dude, he was blazing fast. I'm talking.
That's
blazing speed.
He just has that super fast twitch muscle fiber oozing through him.
Dude, we ran 10-yard sprints the first day of summer camp.
Yeah.
And I swear to you, he was crossing the 10-yard line. I was getting out of my stance. I
Yeah.
swear.
Yeah.
And we were in the same position group, and all the freshmen go together. I'm not exaggerating when he had to have beat me by 8 yards, like every bit.
I can see it. I would have been the same way. He probably would have beat me by 10.
Oh, now he definitely beat me by 10 yards.
What's your snap to punter or snap to holder?
Like from my time I snap it to when he catches it.
Yeah.
I'm usually like around 0.7 right now.
Yeah, go ahead, Roquan. Try that.
Yeah, exactly, bro. You ain't got that one on you, bro. Nah, bro. Bro's a good dude. I got lots of talent. Okay,
athlete.
They're unique.
Your arm strength through your legs is superior.
Yeah, you know what?
It's really easy. I just throw, look between my legs and throw something really, really fast. Hit like a.
Do you make any sound effects when you do it? Or are you like, like what?
Like if they mic'd you, they mic'd you up. They had to mic you up.
Yeah.
Like a,
They can't afford to mic us up.
Okay, two agendas.
There's too much shit being talked on field 3 over there in the corner. They can't. Every time Tuck gets mic'd up, 'cause he gets mic'd up pretty good bit every year. We all know because he's like walking very quietly, and we're all like, all right, well, he's that's a narc over there, so stay away from him. Stay away from that narc. Like he definitely.
Yeah, right. They had Urban mic'd up, and he was doing smelling salts the entire game.
Yeah, I mean that's Herb though. That's what he does.
That's great.
That's what he does.
We do need a mic'd up long
Dude,
snapper.
I'm telling
moment.
you right now, someone's going to prison if that gets. If they mic us up during the game, bro, shit just comes out, and you're like, what did I even say that for?
Well, I mean, anyone knows this when you play. There are certain things that come out that you don't want to say or you don't want on the airwaves.
We're very. It better be a good game because we're aggressive people. The three of us. Well, me and Justin. Jordan's kind of Cali vibe, low key, laid back.
So, are you yelling? Like, are you yelling something, or is it just after the play? Like, are you yelling at someone?
No, not on the field.
While
No,
you're
no.
snapping it.
Here's the thing, and you can attest because you played. Those guys could flip a switch and just destroy me within like that. So like I keep my comments to myself on the field. I'm like, hey, good job, man. Yeah, whatever. Because like the last thing I want is oh my god, I'm drawing a blank on his name.
Wilkins?
Last thing I want is Christian Wilkins to just absolutely dominate me again. I don't need that.
That
okay?
was the thing that we meant to talk about. We still haven't got that one clipped yet. Ramey, I don't know if you
Yeah.
heard this
Bro.
story. Is that Nick pissed off Christian Wilkins unintentionally?
I didn't mean to, right? I just side picked him, and I guess I hit him too hard. He didn't like it, and it was not a good night for me. It was a very long night.
he went to the sideline. He was like, "Oh,
No,
we
he
got Nick.
He looked me in the eye. He said, "I'm coming for you."
Way.
I'm coming for
He
you.
he literally looked me in the eye and he said, "I'm coming."
Yeah,
I was like, "Fuck."
All right.
So wait, did anything happen?
Oh yeah, no. I like he was
just
like blocking my
manhandled him the
guard, and I
entire
tried to pick him, and then I guess I hit him too hard, and he came after me.
And he just flattened Nick
Yeah.
play after play after play. He's a good kid though. You live to tell the tale.
We just so happened to punt the most times in a game that entire season that night. And it was just Thursday night, my first short week. It was horrible. Okay. It was horrible. Let's just put it out. It was terrible. I held my ground kind of, but my jersey was like green when I got done.
Oh God.
It was not good.
After the game, did you like go up to him and say something? Or
I
you
just kind of like walked by him and I was like, I'm just glad we're done, man. And I like walked off. I will say I got hella kudos from Anthony Levine when I got on the plane, he could see that I was like physically
Co-cap.
destroyed. And Co-cap stopped. Up to this point, he was always like, he was hardcore. He's old school with Ray and all that.
Yeah.
And you had to earn your stripes. And I remember I was walking on the plane. I was dead beat, and he stopped me. He's like, "You did good tonight." I was like, "Fuck!" I think that's like the peak. That's all you need.
I'm telling you,
That's
there
all
you go.
need.
I'm validated.
Yeah,
I've been anointed.
exactly. Since then, I've had his respect ever since.
Yes. You have now crossed over into the hallowed ground of the Wolfpack.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when we can trust you.
Yep. It took a long time because I played with Levine 2 years before he said that to me.
I'm telling you.
Well, it's a long 2 years for you.
Yeah.
I think we got some news over here, guys.
Yeah, Kevin, you can say it.
Okay, well, first, I want to do this. Jim Harbaugh was asked about the Chargers' weapons, and he said, I know the question's going to come up about weapons. We look at offensive linemen as weapons.
He's not wrong.
That's a gem thing.
In Giro's offense, that's not wrong.
There you go. That's right.
You need him.
Well, now we do have the next 2 picks. The Packers took Jordan Morgan, so Arizona, and then Q. I hate to do this to you, man.
No,
but the Tampa Bay Buccaneers took Graham Barton.
Oh, you put it out there.
Are we
It's
that
your fault,
delayed?
Kevin.
Well, no, you have to remember.
You
Twitter
made
is-
Q say it out
See what I'm
loud.
saying?
It's
I was
Kevin.
minding my own business.
Kevin's in cahoots with the Bucks.
Yeah, he is.
All right, so realistically, right now on the board,
Dang it!
Give me Cooper. He's falling.
It's gonna be Cooper.
If he's there,
It's gonna be
Ramey,
Cooper,
if Cooper-
Kool-Aid, or Guyton, or Leggett, or Mitchell.
well, now that you named them all,
We're all
something just
screwed.
Ramey, I don't know. You're kind of looking there. You don't know what to think right now.
Tell us, Ramey, how screwed are we?
I like Barton and Morgan, but now I'm like,
Morgan is gone too. He's
Yeah,
gone.
all
know
those guys.
he's gone.
I actually have a question for Q.
Uh-oh.
I don't even want to talk anymore.
So for both of those guys, I just left the
Graham.
board, right?
Graham.
They talk about arm length.
Why, Graham?
What's your opinion on arm length? Because they say
Well-
they can't play tackle.
Honestly, there are metrics beyond metrics when it comes to left and right tackle, in particular left tackle. So from a reach aspect of things, I agree, but I disagree when it comes to I would have from a footwork aspect the premium and let the arm length be secondary. But you got some general managers who are old school and then they get caught up in the metrics and they think, oh, well, his arms are so long that it's gonna, prevent the defensive end. I'm like, man, that defensive end is gonna get off the ball on him. And if he doesn't have good feet, it doesn't matter about his arms because he's gonna be called for holding every time. It doesn't really matter. I think arm length and it goes footwork, then arm length. And that's where a guy, when he was in his prime, healthy, Ronnie Stanley was so awesome because his footwork was so phenomenal that you couldn't get around him. That to me says it all. You got me on a tangent with the arm length.
Yeah, you really did go down.
I agree.
tangent there.
Footwork, definitely. Footwork's a premium overall.
Premium.
Yeah.
Like, man,
You're
you
right.
got to have a good, strong get off. You have to have an ability because if the guy goes from speed to power, or if he thinks that, I'm going to go ahead and dip up inside of you and you fell for the okie doke on the outside, you better have some footwork to recover. Because again, from an arm aspect of things, if you get caught up in that, then you're just going to be a holding machine and you're going to be on the sideline looking at everybody while Nick is trying to long snap because we've been on third down alert every freaking time because we're 3 and out.
Yep. I agree.
Well, that's the thing that's always fascinating to me with when it comes to like in the trenches or players, because obviously there's physical specimens, right, at each position, but especially offensive line, defensive end. And you look at guys that are so freakishly talented. I'll put it this way, where like Clowney had a great year this past year. That was a guy that I met freshman year at South Carolina when I was down there. And like when you look at it, freakish athlete, I think we can all say,
oh yeah,
absolutely freakish.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know about the techniques defensively, but athletic talent, he had it. But the thing, correct me if I'm wrong, what's going to separate you at the next level is if you can have that freakish athleticism where you're able to then implement it all the time, or at least on the offensive line side, you're right. Like footwork is so crucial to know what you're doing constantly. Like, and the other part, like Aaron Donald was considered undersized, right? Am I wrong with that?
He was, but he was hella strong.
He was, So that's what I'm saying with certain metrics for guys. He's a beast, but his moves combined with his stature, strength, kind of tells a different story. And I think that's where when people, I guess, was the argument before, like, oh, if you're a freakish athlete, you're going to have success in football. It's like, well, that helps. Yeah. But there's so much more to it besides than these quote unquote like intangibles metrics.
It is, in my opinion, and Nick, let us go ahead down this road.
Uh-oh.
Well, no, because I think people get so caught up, the scouts, the general manager and his scouting department, they get caught up in all of the metrics, but the art of playing football, the mental game, the understanding of the offense, the understanding of the defense, what's my role in all of it? How do I, a high tide raises all ship in Roquan Smith. Once he got there, Patrick Queen, all of a sudden his game just elevated. You don't have that happening by just looking at a piece of paper and saying, well, a guy ran the L drill and the 5-10-5. Oh, he ran a 40. Well, that's all well and good from a 40 aspect of things, but can he play football? Can he make tackles? Can he come to balance when he needs to? Can he understand the line call and what it means that, if I am the gunner on the outside and now all of a sudden, there's a special call and I got to look in to see if the ball is going to be snapped by Nick the way we practice it, or was I zoning out in the meeting? All those little things come into play when you're talking about the art of playing football, winning football, not metrics.
I think you're totally right, because I'm not an advocate for, obviously you need the combine and it definitely shows some athleticism that maybe you don't get to see in a game in college, but you're right. Football is so much, it's way beyond running in a straight line, doing these cuts in a controlled environment, where you're getting all the max and there's no pressure and all this stuff. The game itself is so much more than that. And guys, a lot of these analytics is becoming like the thing.
There you go. That's
so people are looking at these analytics like they're the end all be all. And I'm like, bro, they trust me. There's been plenty of greatest players ever before they even knew what the word analytics meant. So it's not analytics that would make a guy good. Obviously, it helps when you're big, you're fast, you're strong, but take it into an account. Okay, I'm not talking smack here, Ben, but Ben Cleveland analytically is a freak. And he's 60 pounds or whatever. He's got 12% body fat. Yep. He's an absolute. He's 6'7". Like, he ran a 4.8 540 at the combine. You can't teach that. But how many games has he played?
Correct. He's been in the rotation from an offensive line aspect of things, just because Joe D was like, well, you know what? We're going to put him in there because we have some guys like Morgan, his shoulder. John, we're going to give him a little rest on this series. Outside of that, Ben has been struggling to get on the field and stay on the field.
Yeah. And he's my college teammate. He's a good friend of mine. I'm not talking smack on you, buddy, but that's the key.
You're proving the point.
Yeah, 100%.
Nick, as far as what the analytics say from just the measurables versus the art of playing in his particular position, offensive line. There's a difference.
And there's countless. I mean, how many guys? Jamarcus Russell. We could go down a list of dudes that win all the guys that win in front of Brady. Come on now.
Well, but also if you're looking at that, I mean, everyone. That's why it's the social media throws now. When Zach Wilson rolled out and threw the ball 70-some yards with no one coming at him. No time to make it. All is Zach's going, I'm going to roll out and throw this ball as far as I can.
Yeah.
Predetermined.
I want to say he's already determined. He's making the throw there. He's got nothing, his brain's shut off. And yes, it's an unbelievable throw. I'm not taking anything away from that. But that is not how you play football.
Nope.
No.
Well, if you predetermined, you're just going to throw picks all day.
Yeah, you know what I'm curious
That's what he
about?
did.
That's what he did.
I mean, he just big machine.
He was, and now you know what? He could be the future star of the Denver Broncos. Just kidding. They took Bo Nix, so they're hoping Bo Nix is going to be the guy. But also the intangible. I was looking up with this. Wasn't it before the draft that everyone was thinking Kyle Hamilton was a top 5 talent going into the draft, or initially top 10 talent?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden,
his 40.
He had his 40-yard dash time, and I think it was almost it was 4.59. I think I was seeing 4.59, almost a 4.6. If you're going, wait a minute, is he going to be too big to play. He's going to be too robotic to play the position.
Right.
And then early on, people were trashing him after the Dolphins game and all this stuff. But I think what people realized was Kyle Hamilton was a dog at Notre Dame, playing some of the best talented players. And that's where the game tape matters, right? And then all of a sudden people knock him. And then Eric DeCosta, the front office, goes, no, this guy can play. Yeah. They let him figure it out. And now I consider him like he's the jack of all trades for the Ravens. You ask him to do anything. And that was actually, we'll play that reel again, Nick, in the future. But there isn't anything he can't do for this team right now for Baltimore. No. But a 40-yard dash was a reason why teams were like, wait a minute.
You tell me, you played wide receiver, so you were fast. 40-yard dash to me means absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
Because it is 100%. You train, it's a skill. Like, obviously, you can't teach speed, right? But running the 40-yard dash is 100% a skill.
Yep.
Like, I'm dog shit at it. I ran 2 timed 40-yard dash in my entire life. They were both at Pro Day because I'm like, this is not important for me. And they were shitty. They were 5 flats. Well, my top speed is as fast as our tight ends.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Isaiah's way faster than me, but like I run relatively close to Mark. I run over 19 miles an hour and I'm 270 pounds.
Yeah.
Like the 40's 100% a learned trait.
Here's the crazy thing about it. The reason why the 40-yard dash came into play was because of the Cincinnati Bengals. Mike Brown wanted to see who can be a gunner on the outside and cover a punt. And so they were like, well, what's a hang time for a punter?
4 seconds.
And so they was like, well, it was like 4 seconds. Well, like be more specific. If he punched it 4.5 seconds, that's kind of a good, really strong hang time. If you can run faster than 4.7 seconds, then you're fast to get down a field in 40 yards. And so therefore it became this thing of a 40-yard dash. That's how that all came to be.
I did not know that. That is very interesting.
It's crazy. Awesome. I'm telling you. So next time your gunners on the outside say, hey, man, y'all mofos better go ahead and I'm about to snap this ball in how many?
Yeah, my 7.7.
Okay, in 0.7, y'all better get down there on the field and cover it in 40 yards and technically 4.2.
Well, you'll get
then we'll have a fair catch.
Yeah, from snap to kick, you'll get 2 seconds. And then if you get a 4.5 hang, you get 6.5 seconds to make it down there.
Woo.
So
get down there.
They should be fair catching it.
Well, hey, now we can talk about this for a while, but something just happened here. Kevin, Chiefs.
Yeah, we have the Chiefs trading up with Buffalo.
Uh-oh.
We don't know who for yet.
Why are they showing Cardinals just picked again?
Yeah, they took Robinson.
Yeah, and now Buffalo just traded. Yeah, I can see the look on Ramey's face.
Ramey, what are you thinking right now?
Don't be my guy. Don't be my guy.
I was just gonna say that's our biggest fear. And
he's gonna look good though. They're gonna make him look good.
Yeah, I don't know who it is.
It's him.
Don't spoil it.
It is. Is it?
It is not him.
Is it Cooper?
No, it's according to sources. Dov Kleiman. It is it's Worthy.
That's what I was gonna say.
Really? Well, not really. That's really surprising.
I'm not surprised by that.
If there's a team that would, but I will say this: there's
him
also,
and Hollywood Brown. That's a lot of really nice speed on that side. The sides of that.
Well, it seems like
but there's no. I mean, obviously they have Travis Kelce to be that guy that just is the guy that the big target or what have you. Where Patrick Mahomes just throws the ball and he's going to catch it no matter what. But like they don't have any big bodied wide receivers. That would be, I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. Patrick Mahomes just wins ball games, but
I would say they've
kind of
won
weird.
with Tyreek Hill, and he was definitely not a big body guy.
But also too, then they trade Tyreek Hill away, they win. They find different ways. But Andy Reid's just one of those guys that seems to. It helps also when you have Patrick Mahomes, but having the combination of Mahomes and Andy Reid, the mind of him to be able to try to draw up the creativity and to try to get the most out of your quote unquote guys, it's an interesting landing spot. What's interesting is Buffalo, who needs a wide receiver.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
all their wideouts.
I'm not saying that's a fit. Like Worthy's a fit for Buffalo, but right now on their roster, Kevin, you got another thought here? You raised your hand.
What'd they get for
the
pick?
No. It was the first.
He did. And he does that at times. He puts his hand up.
No, I didn't do it now, but it
Well,
was
you just
a
did.
first, a third, and a seventh for a first, a fourth, and a seventh.
So
So they got
So Kansas City receives the 28th pick, 133 and 248. Buffalo receives 32, 95, and 221. So they also moved up.
Also, apparently, according to Jess Rebeck, the Ravens really liked Darius Robinson, but the Cardinals took him. So that could have been an option.
I wasn't going to say his name because I thought we were going to get him.
Let's be able to sneak him in there.
He couldn't let Kevin take that one away.
You can't put the finger at me for that.
I'm not pointing the finger at you. You raised your
picks
hand
ago.
and
Yeah.
then just messed the whole thing up.
Yeah.
Well, I'm actually trying to confer. Oh no, it has apparently Calvin Noy switched to 53. Fashion tweets. I don't know if that's true or not.
He might have because what did he play at last year?
50.
50.
Because Delshon Phillips left.
Yeah, he
so,
did.
Interesting.
That was a hefty. That was a hefty,
did he just report that?
No, apparently
hefty
the
paycheck
uniform
to get that
account.
switch.
did.
Way to change the subject on jinxing
Well,
Ravens players, Kevin.
Fashion is important.
It is important, but also you jinxing the Ravens picks
People,
is another thing.
people are not happy with the Bills right now.
The Bills fans are not happy.
Yeah.
They're just throwing, dude. They're trying to.
They're trying to get under the cap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they wanted to
salary
maybe get another. That's I guess why part of it's probably to move up from 133 to 95 is also part of the reason. Maybe they think they can get multiple.
They got to get wide receivers, right?
Yeah, have to.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. And what are the Cowboys going to do? I guess they're trading down because they think they can get a running back down there.
I don't know. Well, that's
Dude,
just way,
a running back being taken was like plus 850 in the first round.
For Dallas or for anyone?
No, point 0.5.
It ain't happening. So the best running backs that'd be on the board? What we got? Brooks,
Jalen Wright, Corum, Braylon Allen.
The Ravens are drafting Blake Corum.
Well, no,
Ryan would say, "I told you so."
It's a hot take here, boys. You heard it here first.
I didn't say first round for Blake Corum, but Blake Corum is playing for a hardball. I'm going to stick with that. I'm sticking with it. And if it is, then hey, I just like to, talk it into existence. I think he's a solid back. It's not a need, obviously, but it fits kind of what the hardballs do. I don't know.
I don't know if it. Yeah, I don't think it's a need to draft the guy.
No, I mean, it's not a need when you got Derrick Henry, Keaton Mitchell, that hopefully, knocking on wood, comes back healthy, and you saw how dynamic he is. And then
That's a UDFA though. They're so good at that.
They're amazing.
They're so good at finding those UDFA guys.
It's just that the hardballs swap everyone. I mean, Mike McDonald went back to Michigan, then came back to Baltimore, now in Seattle. But it's a whole different other story. Well, we will see what happens. We're getting closer. Picks in on the board now here, which I guess was
crazy.
broken on X.
I'd be pretty shocked if Dallas didn't take Guyton here. I could see them.
Ramey, what are you thinking? I also didn't tell you. You got the mood light set for the purple in the back. Was that intentional?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. With
Yeah.
the bed.
Yeah. You got me. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. I don't know if you guys know.
You keep bobbing up. I can tell. It's
Yeah,
got that energy.
We're doing the same thing, me and Ramey.
It's
I'm like
expectation.
bobbing.
Yeah. It's like, so what do you think, Ramey? Because I know you want AD. You want Mitchell.
I mean,
but with the guys on the board, is Cooper a lock at this point?
I mean, I like Cooper. I mean, to be honest with you, there's a lot of guys. I can probably name probably 10 players that I would enjoy them picking. But
that's
we all got a guy. We all got a guy that we like.
Why do you like AD?
I knew it.
He's a guy that I've been just familiar with since high school because these guys are around my age.
Yeah.
So
How
I'm
old
21
are
years
you?
old. I'm 21 years old.
That's right. So it's okay. We usually get on Zach if you've seen with the show because Zach doesn't know a lot of movies except actually Kevin knows less movies.
Yeah.
I knew the movie tonight though.
Okay, white girls.
Yeah. Well, you don't know. You didn't know. What did you not know? You didn't know Whitney Houston.
Yeah.
For Kevin Oakey. You didn't know Shania Twain.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't know the Backstreet Boys.
Criminal.
I did know the Backstreet Boys.
Wait.
I said you did.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So we missed this.
Wait a
So
minute.
we
Wait. I gotta go back to this. Kevin, you didn't know Whitney.
Ryan did.
No.
So we
I knew the song once the chorus came. Ryan didn't do the chorus that time.
Okay.
No, okay. We also sang it for you, and you could we hummed it
But not
to the
chorus,
point.
though.
But not the chorus.
No, we did. We did.
So we got
you on tape, bro. We got you on tape.
No. The first time there was no chorus. The second time there wasn't.
Well, because you know what the freaking chorus is to "Oh, I Want to Dance with Somebody." That's the song.
And you know I would have gotten it if you had said that.
So Q, we broke it down where it's like, and when the night falls. We even started with that melody.
That is true. That is true.
And he sat there, he's like, "Oh, let me hear the chorus. I still don't know it."
That was back in the day on the cassette tape.
Yeah,
a little mixtape.
He doesn't know what a cassette
Myers
tape
High
is.
School.
I'm so nervous right now.
I'm officially. The Cowboys took Guyton.
Yeah.
So now the Ravens are the next one.
I am shaking. Like,
all right, we should all go around here. Official predictions.
Give me Cooper. Let's just do it.
I think it's going to be Cooper, but I'm sticking with I think it's going to be Xavier Leggett.
I don't even care anymore.
Cooper's going to be best available. So
I will say this because people immediately make jokes about it. The first white corner in the league in however long would be selected while Michael Elias is in the war room. They always get on him for he has a type in the draft. And so that's immediately what people are going to do. That's immediately the joke people are going. I've already seen people saying it earlier today when they announced he was in it. They're like, "Oh, Cooper DeJean, lock." And that would be wild if that actually happens.
So since the Chiefs got Xavier Worthy, mother of pearl, we need a defensive back.
Yeah.
So
we need
a
a
lot of
couple.
speed.
Cooper DeJean.
Is
I think
it?
it-
Well,
It would
and
be
then
nice
and
to get
look,
another white guy out there.
What do you
I was
got?
gonna say that
He
that
won't
fills
play
the spot.
corner. I can promise you that he's going to go to safety.
I was gonna say that fills the spot at corner for Team White. The white team.
White dudes don't play corner.
He said white. You're not
I'm just
wrong.
saying.
Well,
There's not one.
There
so
is
you're
not one.
wrong.
They're going to bring him in. They're
There's
going to have a
safety.
conversation
Do we
with
need
him.
safeties though?
Hey, bro, here's the deal. You're white. You're not going to play.
That's what I'm saying.
We'll
Like,
move you over to nickel. Then we'll put you in the dime package and just say that you're a corner, but we know you're a safety.
You know, I was just working out with the defense today, and I was thinking we need more white guys out here because I was the only white guy out there.
I know what you're saying.
And I felt cool for a split second, and then I watched Travis Jones run 19.5 miles an hour, and I was like, "Well,
no, that man runs
Bro,
that is
bro,
so
listen,
scary."
Listen, that dude. We go in there. All right, yesterday. We go in there. He runs 19.5 miles an hour. All right.
Oh my god.
Then we go into the bench. This guy hits 300 and 340. He paused for 20 seconds.
Pauses
about 1 inch off his chest, and then bangs out 10 reps like it wasn't even there.
So you're hyping up how great of a year Travis Jones is going to have right now.
He better. He's been training with me. What are you talking about? Look at that.
Yeah.
That guy's a freak, dude.
He's got talk about intangibles.
Listen, I'm
I was to say, talk about intangibles, but we need him on the field to do that. We need him to bench press some
we do.
Steelers O linemen.
I'm a Homo sapien. I think we're all Homo sapiens in here. He is not. He is a level beyond Homo sapien.
I was not sure where you were going.
I didn't know. I didn't know either.
I didn't.
He's
no
a
idea.
different breed of human being. If you didn't get that joke, he's a different breed.
I will say it's super.
Got you now. Got you on the same page. We're on the same page.
It's super fun because me, Ramey, and Kevin are just. I can see us all just refreshing Twitter and stuff. Like we are.
I'm doing the same thing.
There's a
We're
name that I'm
entertaining
like,
the crowd.
Yes,
we're
we
making
are.
sure
Hey, you know
they're.
what? I'm just gonna enjoy it on the screen when it pops up.
Yeah,
you know?
don't say anything.
let's not spoil this one, please.
Let's watch it on the TV.
Yeah, you
we're
know what,
watching.
Kevin. You know what? You want to be locked on, Kevin? You can put up a tweet, but do not tell us what
Well,
happens.
I'll tweet about it, but I'm not gonna. I won't say anything.
But see, now then it'll come up on my notification, so you're messing the whole thing up
You have
again.
notifications on?
Mute it.
Can't.
Kevin,
Kev.
locked on, Kevin.
Kev.
Sorry.
Mother of pearl.
Yeah, Zach, keep your thoughts to yourself.
Oh, I will. I will.
Yeah.
I won't say
I want.
Zach is just going to just say it out loud.
He might.
He's going to ruin it.
all the pressure's on me, so I won't.
Zach.
I gotta get up and I'll tell you what. This seat, by the way, I don't know about the couch, but this seat is not made for these pants. So it's been.
You're feeling it.
What kind of pants you got
The
there?
live stream either.
What kind of pants you wearing?
They're
Slim fit?
well, they are slim fit. Makes me look.
You got some Lulu?
No, they're like ball something. They got great flexibility. When I've done some TV work with Rocco,
Nice.
wow, the flexibility is.
I just
Okay.
bought my first pair of
All right.
Lululemons the other day.
You did?
Wow.
Yeah.
I hope they took out all the BPA in it. So therefore, you can like have your man parts and all the testosterone be there.
Yeah.
You want another child, do you not?
Hey, breaking news on that note. Breaking news here on the Ryan Ripken Show. Nick Moore's having another baby. He's having another baby. Having boy number 2, baby. Let's go.
Now you can wear the Lulu. I was a little nervous about that.
You waited until the pick to tell us
Yeah,
that?
well,
Yes.
he segued right to it, so I had to go.
Okay, see how we just that's that telepathy we have.
We got the connection.
Oh, so I can't swallow pick 30, but he can say he's got.
We found out, and I told everybody at the facility, and I was like, John was in there too, Harbs, and he was like, "Oh, when's the due date?" I was like, "Oh, it's November 3rd. It's a Sunday in November." He goes, she should probably push out and come out on Wednesday. I was like, I'll be sure to tell my wife that baby's gonna come out before Sunday.
My guy should come out November the 8th.
Yeah.
The greatest day in all of history.
Oh, is that you?
That's right, brother.
Hey,
you know what?
We'll see. My son was born. My first son was born 5 weeks early, so I don't think we're gonna make it to November.
Do
8th.
not, Brad. Don't say it,
Brad.
Don't say it.
I'm not. I'm just saying
looking
that
at
the
the
pick is in.
television. We're
All I'm
looking at
saying-
the television.
We can see the pick.
All I'm
is in.
saying is
Let's
the pick
see.
is in.
Okay.
Okay.
Don't say a word.
I feel better now.
Yeah.
Because they're talking about the Cowboys and doggone doing
They're
all their
cheering for-
crying, and the family is all happy. Oh, God.
And you know what? I'm closing off my comment section. So
Yeah, I
can't
also
even see
did
it.
too.
Close it.
I'm
Yes.
closing it so I can't even see it.
Nobody here knows.
No.
No.
Kevin.
We don't care about you anymore.
I'm not going to say.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything.
Kevin, didn't we just talk about this though
I'm not
for the
saying-
last
I'm not-
5
I'm
minutes?
not
Besides
saying-
Nick breaking the news that he's having another child.
Yes.
I was
Hey.
there. I know. I was there.
Hey, you know what? The Ravens didn't trade out, so
That's big. Yeah,
okay,
we
good.
got what
Good.
we came for.
Yes,
we got
we
what we
did.
came
Yeah.
for.
This is why we're here. And
Well,
I
it's all
also
depending on the
wasn't very
pick, but
quickly.
we got what we came
I
for.
still remember the fact that you still have the giant ass bear right behind you, still in the cow
Yeah, this
suit.
guy's chilling, dude. He's looking at
Well, so you guys don't know that story with that. So that bear is from Alex Rodriguez, my dad's final year, and he gave that to me for my 8th birthday.
Did he really?
Wow.
Yeah.
Did he sign it?
No, he didn't
Can we
sign
sell
it.
it?
Can we sell it?
Well, so then
That's
Zach,
pretty cool.
Zach put his cow costume on it, and
Oh,
now
wait.
it's
Zach and the cow.
It's coming.
the
There we
pick is
go.
in. Do
Where's the
not
volume?
don't. Yeah. Do we have? Let me see.
Kevin is all like, whatever.
Let's listen to Roger Goodell.
I already know it.
Let's listen to the commit.
Boo. Just like everybody else.
Who's taking us to the promised land?
Yeah, the flock. The flock is out there in Detroit. That's right. Justin
Ravens
Tucker's-
flock is a real thing. Okay.
It is.
It's a
Justin
real thing.
Tucker favorite place to kick.
He's going to get some real estate there.
Yes, sir. For real.
And
61
you
yards.
know what?
That's
It
his
doesn't
joke.
happen. It
This
doesn't happen
61
if you
yards.
don't snap it.
That was all me.
You did all the work. Yep.
Damn right.
61 yarder.
Yep.
Did you pick him up?
No, he took off like a like a cannon.
Man, I'd have ran. I'd have got the football. I'd have ran and got the football. Like, I got it.
Canton took that football
stole
from
it
us.
back.
Yeah.
I see there's like 8 or 9 comments that have built, and I'm just not touching it.
Don't touch it.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm not.
Don't
I'm not.
ruin this moment for us.
I'm
We
not.
waited for. I've been here 3 hours.
Well, guess how long we've been here, Nick?
Look at these guys,
Steve
dude. Look at
Is
Stevie.
Elias there? Do you see Elias?
Where's
Look at
Uncle-
Ozzy just chilling.
Ozzy's
Where's
like,
Eric?
whatever.
Where
Whatever.
the heck is Eric? He's not sitting in his seat.
Where's Uncle Mike?
Eric is somewhere in the place.
Yeah, they showed Uncle Mike.
No, I don't see Uncle Mike right there. I
They keep
don't.
saying pick is in and all this stuff. Just walk up to the podium.
Seriously.
It's a production.
Well,
dude.
they
the
milked the
NFL
hell
is
out of
a
Caleb Williams.
in the production business.
Yeah, see, they're
You have
getting the
to
song
produce
going.
Oh, we did
entertainment.
not break out in song.
Son of a.
We broke out in
Yep.
song on this
I got to
one.
stand up for a second. Hold on. I
The
gotta
flock.
stretch it.
The
Oh.
flock. Stretch again.
Stretch again. I'll tell you what, these pants they're not ventilated enough.
They're
They're
not.
not
makes sense.
ventilated. What do you got?
Man,
You
it
got
looks like
swamp
you're about to
ass?
crop dust your
You got-
area over
you got
there.
some swamp ass over there, bro. All right, here we go. All right, Kamish is on stage.
Okay,
Here we
now.
I'm going to see the suspense.
Oh,
okay.
Corner.
We needed a
Nate
corner.
Wiggins.
Everyone
Did
that
not
we
go with best available. Like,
Wow.
Yeah.
everyone
white
that we
corner.
thought.
Nate. The
Well,
non-white corner.
Like Q said, it's not really a corner if he's white, right?
I'm telling you, he's going to go.
He's going to be a safety somewhere,
Well,
that dude for the Eagles.
That's right, exactly.
He's talk about fast. He went 4.28 40.
I did see that. Yeah, I did see
That's
that.
some good speed.
That's a good player.
They like their lengthy, taller corners. Now, the issue that a lot of people have is he's got little slighter frame, built a little slight, like the Marcus Peters frame a little bit. But he's fast. He can run with anybody. So
I tell you what,
he's going to be running because
they're going to put weight on his ass.
better.
John loves those dudes that got freaking giant arms.
All right, so I got to give him credit. Daniel Jeremiah, just every year it seems like his final mock draft, he absolutely nails.
Yep.
And he had the Ravens taking Nate Wiggins, but he's very much on like he doesn't do what he thinks is going to happen. What he feels would happen. He's going solely off what he's hearing. So his final mock is always very on brand. And so far he's done a few off here and there, but
they kept showing this. Sorry to cut you off. They kept showing that play right there where he ran him down and stripped it at the 1. That's like the Ravens way. I think that's
play like a Raven there. Yeah. Ramey, are you okay? Because I saw you cringe like 6 times while we were waiting, and I was trying not to look at you.
Oh, I mean, I'm cool with it. Hey, good in my book.
Welcome to the flock. You know,
welcome, that's all I can say.
Yep.
Hey, Nate, welcome to the flock.
Yeah,
baby.
welcome.
And you know what's gonna happen? Nick's gonna wait for you at the door to help you sign that contract with Eric and Steve.
I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be there. So when you come in,
seriously,
look for me.
So the question then becomes, right? Like, you know, what's going to happen in the offensive line, right? I mean, obviously, you know, there's plenty more of the draft, but
I think there's going to be a run early, Brad, in the second round for a lot of those guys like Patrick Paul and those types of players. I think second round offensive lineman is very much in the cards right now.
I mean, we have to get one. So.
I'm hydrated.
Yeah.
I'm going to.
I'm not surprised.
Take a break.
Oh,
because I'm hydrated.
Yeah, you're hydrated. That's the most important.
Now that the pick is in.
Yeah.
I saw Ryan kind of get up and stretch because he didn't have the proper ventilation. Now I'm gonna relieve myself real quickly here.
You should. Hey, you know what, guys? In the moment, Cube just gifted 5 memberships to the show.
5 gifted.
Perfect.
That's Dubs in the chat right there, baby.
Tweeting to clap, but I took a break.
Yeah.
What a guy. Q, appreciate you.
Thanks, Q.
Well, so I guys, I'm kind of low-key kind of happy about I trust with the Ravens and what they're doing. Again, cornerbacks in this case, if we're looking at this, actually, if we're being honest, they've had a good track record of bringing in players, especially on the defensive side. I mean, trying to think, was Marlon the last first-round cornerback that they took?
Pure cornerback. Yeah.
Pure cornerback, right?
That's correct.
Turned out well for the Ravens.
Sorry, I had to post Nate Wiggins 98-yard pick 6 against UNC, so I had to say screw it. Nate Wiggins 98-yard pick 6. So, you know, just another day in the life.
We've really been here for a long time today. So far,
we sure have.
Yeah, I mean, Ramey, you should have.
Brad, you haven't been here. You've just been in the background.
That's true.
You got Miss Rachel on in the background, dude.
Yeah, for sure.
Holy shirts and pants here. Well, hey, if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. Ramey, you've only joined us here for the last hour, quietly scared.
Now I can talk a lot now. I'm good.
Yeah, maybe frisky, maybe you're a little horned up. I don't know.
Anticipation with this stuff is real. Like, let me tell you, it is real.
Yeah, you know what? I'll be honest though. I just felt like things were going to happen the way they were going to happen for Baltimore there at the end. I was really kind of interested what those picks early on were going to be. I still think the most surprising to me was still the Penix pick and Malik Nabers going to the Giants. And the Giants, no quarterback. Is there any quarterback that wasn't taken that we expected, by the way? We didn't talk about that.
Those are the 6 that they had projected to go.
Yeah. Next is like Spencer Rattler and those guys.
And those are, you know, maybe there's a diamond in the rough, but those are backup quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Also, I was just thinking. Sorry, go ahead, Brad.
I was just going to say, like, you know, I think a real surprise too, probably for a lot of Giants fans, is that the Giants are sticking with their guy Daniel Jones. You know, there's a lot of talk about
Dude, they got Danucci. They got the guy in the wasn't it Danucci? No, who played
DeVito?
Did he?
DeVito?
Yeah.
that's right.
Tommy
Yeah,
DeVito.
DeVito. Yeah.
DeVito.
What are you talking about? He's the guy, dude.
Rocco loves doing this too,
Yeah,
by the
yeah.
way, as much as he can. Just throw it out
Gabagool.
there. So, I mean, look. So that's probably one of the storylines. Giants stand pat. Daniel Jones, their guy. They paid him. I mean, I know it's not the certain guarantees after a certain point that they can get rid of, but they just recently paid him in the last year and a half, 2 years. Kirk Cousins is paid, so he's going to be down there. But you draft Michael Penix Jr., that's not a young quarterback. He's not, right? Because Penix has his 5th, 6th year, right?
He's what, 25, I think, right? 24?
20. I think it was 23, 24.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe that was a type. Maybe that was a typo on the thing. They meant to put TD. I'm not sure.
Zach, what are you frowning about over there?
Me and Kevin are just very confused at the moment.
Yeah, 49ers reached.
I'm also confused.
You see what we're talking
Yeah,
about?
Yeah,
The
that's
49ers take Ricky Pearsall, the Florida wide receiver, over guys like A.D. Mitchell, Xavier Leggett, etc.
Those character flaws on AD Mitchell must be real.
Yeah, that's
can't trust them Texas boys.
Speaking of character flaws, how we feeling about Caleb Williams at number 1 overall?
I know.
Yeah,
Brad's still taking Rocco
It was one of those things that it was predetermined like 3 months ago, 4 months ago.
It was predetermined, I think, last year.
Yeah, and it is.
But
what
like
it is,
he's got drama attached to him, correct? I mean, like we can all agree that he's got a little bit of a drama.
Well, there's
issue.
Voorhees speaks very highly of him. Andrew Voorhees played with him at USC.
Mm-hmm.
He speaks very highly of Caleb Williams. So Voorhees is a stand-up guy.
Yeah.
If Voorhees is vouching for him, I vouch for him.
He's saying he's a really good dude, and some of the stuff that I've seen in the media lately is maybe a facade.
Well, and here's the thing: the reality is, you go out there and play well, it doesn't matter. You go out there and can lead a team, and this is this arguably the best situation a rookie quarterback can go into that I can remember?
I think so.
First,
Q, is this something that I'm trying to think about with who they have? Because right now they drafted Adunze at 9.
DJ Moore.
You already have DJ Moore and Keenan Allen.
And
DeAndre Swift and Cole
Kmet.
And you have a solid defense. Solid. Is that the best for a quarterback to come into for being the number 1 overall pick?
As far as guys surrounding him, yes. But here's the biggest thing. Who's the quarterback coach? Who's the backup? And how are they going to help him understand and navigate some of the complexities of the game? That's the big question in the room.
You need that veteran for sure to give you that guidance in those difficult, because you don't know until you experience. You don't know until you know.
Thank you.
And so it's hard to anticipate things that you don't know are going to come up.
That's where a veteran guy, he can sit there and he can talk to you about, all right, cool. Here's where Minnesota, they love to XYZ on this particular third down because this defensive coordinator, and this is how we face them, and all those minutia details that's going to help Caleb be a successful quarterback.
Well, hey guys, as we talked about this, I know Brad, we got another pick or trade.
Yeah, the Buffalo traded out again.
Hand was raised.
Buffalo's gone.
Buffalo traded to Carolina. Carolina takes Xavier Leggett, my guy out of South Carolina. They met with him 4 times pre-draft.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
that was their guy.
Wait, Carolina traded up 1 pick to pick that guy?
They want that 5th year.
I think Buffalo would. I think Buffalo is interested, but they probably have enough guys on their board.
See, that's why you're here, Zach.
Buffalo has to be.
That's why you're here. I didn't think about that.
Zach knows stuff.
Especially with the market of wide receivers right now, with how that's going up. 5th year is still valuable.
Yeah.
I thought this was interesting that Adam Schefter or Paul Hembo put out earlier today, as far as like the hit or miss based on whether the player signed a second contract with the team. Those positions that were drafted in the first round, center, offensive tackle, and guard all were like high marks. 92% of centers that got drafted in the first, in the first round got a second contract. And then among the worst were wide receivers at 27%, tight end at 33, running back at 38, cornerback at 38, and quarterback is right in the middle. So you got a 50-50 shot of these 6 guys that were drafted tonight based off of the last 20 years that they're going to hit or miss. That's it's a pretty big gamble there.
Yeah, well, and also, at least in this case,
Brad, send me that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in that case, then, what was the year? The year with the Fields draft. How many of those quarterbacks are left? Just Trevor Lawrence, the only current starter at the moment.
I believe
Ramey,
so.
does
And
that
then
sound right?
With 2018 draft, that was the year Lamar Jackson was drafted. I think it's just Lamar and well, actually, there's quite a few. I mean, Baker's still there. Yeah, Josh Allen. Of those five,
Could
there's
be Darnold, I suppose.
Yeah,
could be.
I mean, he's around, but not. He didn't. It didn't hit.
Who did you say? I'm sorry.
Oh, no. That's what we're talking about. Okay.
Yeah, just talking about of picks that turned out for first round picks. So in 2018, you had Lamar Jackson and Baker Mayfield are two, and then you had Josh Allen as well, right? We're talking about the year with is that 20? Was it 21 or 20 with
Justin Fields was 21, yeah, because Stroud was 22, or he took over at Ohio State.
Or is it 20? I don't know. It was 20.
Justin was 22, huh?
No,
Justin was 21 because yeah, that sounds right.
Okay, so in that context, though, is Trey Lance, Mac Jones, Trevor Lawrence, Fields? Is there another quarterback I'm missing in that first round?
In that specific one?
Well, the point is right there, the only one that is still starting is Trevor Lawrence. Now, Justin Fields, the door is not closed on him at all, but that's not, again, how it panned out. He got, obviously shipped off to Pittsburgh.
We hope it doesn't. What do we have for him?
Yeah, but honestly.
Games a year. That's it.
Yeah. Unbiasedly, what are our thoughts on the situation in Pittsburgh?
Oh, the quarterback situation?
Yeah.
You have to start Fields, and which is going to be I just don't.
You think
you have to start
think?
Fields?
I
he
think
sits
so.
behind Russ for a year.
But because now
At
that
least.
becomes the option of do you pick up Fields' fifth-year option now in your Pittsburgh, and I feel like they're going to want to see what they have. I know obviously they promised Russ the starting job, so it gets sticky there, but I think it's a very interesting situation where if Russ, I don't think he starts out as the starter, but if Russ struggles, it's going to be hard for them not to put Justin Fields in there.
Do you think Russ is going to struggle?
I think obviously it was a brutal situation in Denver.
Yeah, I talked to Melvin Gordon about it, and he was like, it was nobody could succeed in that situation.
Really?
Yeah.
It's interesting. Well, and also, it is fascinating because it did become a place where obviously it seemed like Denver didn't want Russell. They were still finding ways to win. You can say what you want, that Russell was not the same Russell, quote unquote. Overall, he was not the sole reason why that team was having struggles. And they actually had some very good moments last year. Doesn't help, though, when you know the team doesn't want you. That doesn't help at all.
Makes it tough.
But the other part, I guess, Q, I'm curious because the biggest part for Pittsburgh is getting their playmakers the ball. And so they had Freiermuth was injured, but no piece of that. He's a talented piece. But then obviously George Pickens is the main guy that we talked about. Do you think in this case, okay, first off, your view on Pickens, but then
barely
do you
used
think
last
that he
year.
does he get unlocked with Russell or Fields?
I think either way, you got two quarterbacks that know how to get him the football. Number one, I don't think the guys that they had on the roster last year really understood how to get him the football. I think at the same time, his antics on the sideline, why I am smiling is because that's a typical receiver diva thing.
Yeah.
And it really doesn't matter. I think with Russ has had plenty of big play receivers. I think he can, kind of give Pickens some confidence as far as like, yo, man, here's what I'm looking for. Here's how I'm going to get you the football. And I think for Justin Fields, I think the same thing. I think he knows, hey, when you got a stud, you feed the stud. There are going to be plenty of times for him to flourish with either quarterback. I think it's an upgrade. If I'm him, I'm like, off-season program.
100%.
Let's do this. It's revived.
Yeah, no question. It's an upgrade from what they've had since he's been there.
Well, and then system plays a part too, obviously. But when you're looking at what kind of transpired, just the fit wasn't there. You can blame Matt Canada, you can blame Kenny Pickett, whatever it was. They were not scoring points. I mean, Pittsburgh continued to win games, and the craziest shit.
Well, Mike Tomlin.
That's a credit to Tomlin. And
Yeah.
the defense
Well, no, that's
and
what I'm
special
saying though.
teams.
Like it was the Ravens game. The craziest shit happens especially when Baltimore goes to Pittsburgh.
Dude, no, I had this conversation at the media camp. One of the topics was Russell and Justin Fields. Pittsburgh always finds a way to play good against us.
Always.
They could be the worst team in the league.
Yes.
And they now take out the last game of the season last year because we didn't play anybody. But I've been here. This will be my 5th season on the team. I've only beat them once. And that was when Trubisky came in and threw 3 picks.
Yeah. You had to remind me.
And I don't know if we.
Here's the thing. You're insulated from all this. I have to listen to all these freaking Pittsburgh Steelers fans from my hometown. They come out of the woodworks. Oh, the Ravens, we got to get you guys. No, you're not. And then when they get us, I have to explain to myself to say nothing to them.
It's been tough sledding for a while.
Well, that's the thing is and they're fugly. They're fugly games.
Oh, they're terrible games. That game, the game before London this year was horrible.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so it was the Orioles playoff game at that point. And I remember I was sitting at Pickles doing the pregame show, and
that was such a bad.
I was going like, "Wow, the Ravens are up 10. Okay, it's going to be they're going to cruise to a victory." And then I'm getting ready for it to wrap up one of the game, and all of a sudden I see, wait a minute, the Steelers took the lead, the red zone pick 2, like the weirdest stuff happened, and then Ravens lost. It sat there. I'm like, there's no way. What do you got, Zach?
Just want to put the official statement out there after digesting the draft pick. The league really let the best player in the draft fall to the Ravens. It's just crazy. Every year, the league let the best player in the draft fall to the Ravens. It's crazy. It is crazy. So
we've gotten some statements from John Harbaugh and Eric DeCosta saying, he's a ridiculous athlete. And apparently Harbaugh was in the defensive meeting room or just in the defensive room. And they were saying, can you imagine if Wiggins falls to us at 30?
I'm not surprised.
I love hearing that. But again, this is going to be a
Zach is amped right now.
Yeah. Well, best player in the draft fell to the Ravens.
I think it was
what is that, like the
27th,
8th year in a row that's happened?
Yeah, it's incredible.
96 carry the 1. Yeah, like 20, 28 years in a row. Huh?
Wow, good math.
Although I will say, I have just started saying that recently because the Kyle Hamilton pick, when that happened, I was watching with my friends and I started running around the house screaming, they really let the best player in the draft fall. So ever since then, every year, they really let the best player in the draft fall to the Ravens.
Someone said, the Bills said, if we can't beat them, no one can. With trading out
to the Chiefs
and let them get Worthy.
Sugar.
Just pumping at everybody.
So which players are we most surprised at that fell to the second? I think Ramey. I think AD for you.
I'm Johnny Newton. To be honest with you.
Yeah, Cooper too. I'm surprised Cooper fell.
So how many corners went in round 1? 2? 3?
I think 3.
Kool-Aid didn't go. I don't think. Did he?
Kool-Aid still there. Neither did Dijon.
Yeah.
So
but I think 3. Yeah.
So 3.
Yeah. So just looking at it.
Yeah, 3.
Right now, that's definitely shocking. The Bills. So right now, if we're looking honestly, we talked about their wide receivers. So is Khalil Shakir their number 1 default right now? Who else do they have right now?
Curtis Samuel.
Curtis Samuel.
Okay, so those are the top 2 at the moment. And I like Shakir, by the way. I do like his style, but that's not. It's a different.
He's not a wide receiver 1.
Pick doesn't make it.
No,
not at all.
No.
When you show Kirk Cousins' contract underneath the draft pick, it makes negative sense. We are all now dumber for having read that comment.
Yeah, Raymond, they're showing Michael Penix Jr. getting taken the recap, and then they're showing Kirk Cousins' contract with the Falcons.
$180 million 4-year
deal.
The
crazy part of it is Penix said he did not meet with the Falcons in the pre-draft process in Atlanta.
I mean, I love Flowery Branch, Georgia, but damn, son, it gets hot down there, boy. It's gonna be hot watching. I mean, damn.
All I know is on IG they had the Falcons GM talking to Arthur Blank trying to explain the pick.
Yeah,
I mean, you got to do some explaining because you can't dump. Nope. They're never going to be able to get rid of Kirk Cousins' contract. No one's ever going to take it.
Nope.
So they're stuck with Cousins, or they're just going to bite the bullet in a year or 2 and pay his contract out.
Yep. I saw someone say this was their punishment for tampering because there's all the things about them tampering with Kirk Cousins. So like, you got to take his backup now with the 8th overall pick.
You think Roger changed the pick as he got the tape? He's like, no, we're picking a quarterback here, boys. He looks at Arthur's like,
now, the Ravens must have really loved Wiggins because Eric DeCosta just said he had 8 different trades available and decided to take Wiggins instead of moving out.
I mean, from everything we've seen, I mean, he fits
actually, I will say
you can't teach a kid to run a 4.28.
I just
Even though I said the 40's stupid.
No, but it's a measurement of speed. That
No, it
means
is.
that he can play on the
100%.
field fast.
Yeah. And we love fast people. Okay.
Woo-hoo.
Play fast. That's all John says all the time.
and
Play fast. Play physical.
Well, the other part too is we mentioned, yes, especially with the cornerback position, it's either your technique has to be very good. You have to still be fast enough at that position. That's not one where you can be, slow-footed by any means, especially what you're going to be asked to do, and especially with the wide receivers that are in the AFC North and obviously in the AFC in general. So we just mentioned George Pickens.
Yeah.
Freakish athlete right there. Then, by the way, you still have Jamar Chase and T. Higgins currently still with the Bengals.
Yeah, and then
See what happens.
The Browns are loaded at
And
wide
then the
receiver,
Browns just
man.
added Jerry Jeudy and Amari Cooper.
Yeah, they talk about speed and Jerry Jeudy, like they're loaded up there.
Yeah, so that's the thing. So it's a necessity, and it's not like, especially with the offseason for the Ravens.
Good chess move. Good chess move.
Brad.
We talk about this all the time. It's like, why do we have to be fans of Baltimore sports? Because in the AFC North, it's arguably the best division in football, and then you have the Orioles, where they're in the best division in baseball. It's just like, why do we have to do this to ourselves every freaking year?
Well, it's
because we're built different up here, dude.
I know, it's just crazy. It's like
fucking workers in this town, baby.
That's
the
what we
blue
do.
collar, hardworking sons of bitches.
Let me ask this: who wins in a race, Nick? Zay Flowers or Nate Wiggins?
I've never seen Nate run in a straight line in real life, but Zay's pretty fast. However,
about to find out.
However,
I think know what you're about to say.
This is a hot take, but I think 8 might be the fastest guy on our team.
Oh, I think when Keaton comes back.
Keaton,
that's football
yeah,
speed.
Keaton is built different. Okay.
Oh my
goodness. Let me put
goodness.
some respect on my boy. We're going through the rehab process together.
Yes.
Keaton, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. You probably
He's
in a
washing
straight
his mouth
line.
out with soap next time.
Yeah. In a straight line, Keaton is definitely the fastest guy on our team. Yes. I retract my statement.
What was it? Was it the Seahawks game when he had his coming out?
Yeah, that was his coming out party.
Bro, like when he
around hits that sideline and it's over.
I was
over.
I was sitting on the couch and that dude busted corner. I was like, holy shit.
Yes.
I have never seen somebody just straight, like, dude's got an angle on him and everything and just outrun him.
Bye-bye. See you later.
Yeah, he's built different.
We need him back. We need him back.
Oh my
God. We've been going through the process together with rehab stuff. So I'm in there with him every day. Yeah, he's going to be back.
Are you guys giving him red light therapy? I hope
they're giving him all kinds of stuff.
Photo biomodulation at its finest.
Yeah, we do actually. They just installed a what are they calling it? So we're not a recovery room, but something like that. And we have these whole entire wall.
Yes,
is red light,
bro.
Yeah,
you need to.
Yeah,
I'm dead serious. So now you're in my wheelhouse. I'm king recovery. Every veteran that is a veteran should be telling the youngins this: take care of what takes care of you. Roger Craig, look him up, you youngins who don't know who he was. Literally had 1,000. He was 1,000-yard rusher, 1,000-yard receiver for the 49ers. Yeah. I was a rookie with the Vikings. He goes, Q Niski, man, let me tell you this. Here's how you stay in the league. Take care of what takes care of you. I was like, oh, Roger, all right, bet. Roger Craig is talking to me. Oh my God. He's giving me advice. I'm going to take it. Literally from that point forward, boom, move on forward. Fast forward to today. The red light literally helps your mitochondria as far as your body's ability to overcome injury. Now, what did you have? It was
Achilles.
Achilles. Oh, I had Achilles. That's easy.
Yeah.
But the problem is you were training with your heels locked into the ground. And so then when you went out in full max neural drive forward, the heel into the ground, the Achilles got overloaded. So there's a way to be able to plant the foot without putting your heel into the ground. I'm dead serious. This is vet to vet talk here. Loving you, brother.
This is new science. I need this.
I'm telling you. At the same time, from a red light aspect of things, it's going to help you as far as your ability to overcome the inflammation, the inflammatory process. It's huge. If y'all do you guys have a
you're talking we have the red lights on the wall. We also have red light. Like could a red light sauna be equivalent, or is that a different?
So the red light sauna helps. That's cool and all. That's for longevity. You can jump.
We have the red light panels.
We need the red light panels.
Yeah, we have those.
Get that sucker up close and personal for you.
Okay.
You should be living in that. At the same time, all highly refined processed foods, stay away from them.
Yeah, see, we're working on the diet.
Yeah, I'm dead serious,
No,
bro.
I
You're in
know, I
that.
need
You're
that.
you're in that realm now
Yeah.
where you got to take care of the long game now. The long game is about recovery. You already got the skill. You know what to do. You man, how many games have I been in? How many pressure situations? Oh, I already know how to do this. They trust you. Justin is like, yo, bro, you're a part of us. So that being said, you're not trying to have somebody else come up in there. So highly refined processed food is going to screw up your body's ability to overcome on Sundays.
Okay.
You don't want all the highly refined processed food. Seed oils, terrible for you.
Well, I knew that. Yeah, I try to keep those out. Yeah.
So at
any
the
type
same
of
time, every time you get hungry, just keep on going past any fast food restaurant.
What
any of them.
what diet are you? What diet do you recommend,
Bruh?
Because I just seed oils can go. I know that idea, and they've led into like for instance, I did animal based diet for a while about 2 years ago, and I saw a lot of success with that.
Absolutely. You should be an omnivore, because here's one of the things you have to recognize. Nitric oxide is hypercritical. So by literally having green leafy vegetables, it's going to feed your oral biome. Your oral biome is helpful as far as your nitric oxide. Your body's ability to produce nitric oxide has a ton of functions, has an ability to help you as far as your recovery, your blood flow, obviously from a testosterone aspect of things, your brain, your ability to overcome brain fog, all those things, nitric oxide helps you to overcome. So then at the same time, when it comes to having, yes, animal-based products, that's fine, but you also want to have them grass-fed. You don't want to just have some little sloppy nastiness that is genetically modified.
Yeah. Don't want that.
None of that.
Yeah.
So olive oil, extra virgin olive oil from one country source. You take doggone a teaspoon to a tablespoon to even, like, I would say a couple ounces of it, since you're an active player. Wow. Slosh that down in the morning and in the evening. Your body will thank you.
From Greece?
Pardon me?
Where do you get the olive oil from?
Oh God. Like, as long as it's 100% from that country of origin, then you're living large.
Okay.
Yeah. You're going to, from a recovery aspect of things, bro, you're going to be living large. Your knees are going to thank you. Your Achilles are going to thank you. You need to load up on some vitamin D3. Zach over there, don't do it. Okay.
We're still on the show here.
You know what I wrote?
This is real insight.
You know what I wrote?
That's a true bet. Right
It is, but you know
This is how you take care of your body.
Yeah.
I mean,
telling you.
So this
Q
is the
Q
beauty.
knows what he's talking about.
In the future Q2, because I could just listen to this for a while because I'm fascinated with all of this. But to the same point,
go ahead.
It's funny. We have the Rip After Dark. This is like Q After Dark, but for different reasons after dark. You know what I mean? But in all honesty, well, you know, anyway.
Go ahead.
But in all seriousness, like, this is something, especially this day and age, if we're going to talk with athletes trying to perform at a high level, that's obviously a huge talking point now. That's way different with understanding this from what it was decades ago, or even the last decade.
Yeah.
And then even for a lifestyle, just personally, there's so many other parts that go into this. And it's true. Like, I'm trying to even find that more now that I'm done playing, but I'm still trying to have my body work at a high level because I want to be able to function as long as possible. But there's so many more intricacies to it. I love that.
Mentally, for you and for you,
Mm-hmm.
for all of us, I'm just going to leave Zach over there.
This is a rivalry developing right here.
It's a friendly one. It's a friendly one. I have mad respect for him because he has a mustache. There it is. But what I'm saying from a mental aspect of things, for you, Ryan, you're right now in a whole bunch of negative ion. Well, no, actually, those aren't negative ions. Those are lighting that is harmful to you.
Yeah, there's a lot of it right here.
So unfortunately, that is not what you want. But vitamin B in all forms, critical. But vitamin B12 for you in methylcobalamin, that is hypercritical for your body's ability to recover. So the recovery game is where you're at. I'm telling you, your brain already knows what to do. It's about the recovery. For you, Ryan, an update drink is what you would need. update. I don't have any affiliation with the company. Maybe y'all could work out a deal.
I'm interested.
But literally from a mental aspect of things, it has the vitamin B12. It has the 5-HTP. It has the L-theanine and the acetyl L-tyrosine. And it has a molecule off of caffeine called paraxanthin that doesn't give you the crash, the like, oh my gosh, I had all that coffee. You wouldn't have all that caffeine crash. Next level. For you, it would be chaga mushroom.
I would take chaga every day.
Every day. I'm gonna get you on some.
I take a lot of different versions.
I'm gonna give you some Michelin Restore.
Okay, I don't have that, but I need it.
Michelin Restore. Like I'm about to go off on this one.
Oh, please do.
Michelin Restore is literally. I was talking to the scientist. She has horses, competitive horses. And the one, unfortunately, was like going down the path of they're about to put it out to pasture. Gave it the Michelin Restore, which is a derivative of chaga mushroom. Bruh, the numbers were out the roof as far as its ability to recover. At the same time, they tested it on humans and their ability to adapt, and it's an amazing, powerful adaptogen. So it gave the people with their conditions, their body's ability to restore. So at the same time, for you as an active athlete, again, that chaga that you already have is amazing. But Michelin Restore is that. So there is the Toyota, for an example. It's going to get you from point A to point B, reliable. But then there's the Bugatti. We're trying to have you, a fine-tuned machine, be ready for the longevity, because now you're talking about like sustaining excellence. And that's where, the Achilles, you should be up and running, moving around, never breaking down again via the proper training. But then at the same time, putting the proper foods in your body, the very cells of your body are going to be able to recover and take it to the next level. I know you're a man, love your beverages, but I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, alcohol is. I
Poison.
learned quickly it was bad.
Done. It's over. It's jacking up your system. Yeah. Highly refined processed foods and alcohol are in the same family, but you're an active athlete. These young dudes right now, they're ready to take over. But your intelligence and your body's ability to know what to do is what gives you the edge. Why not go ahead and compete from an aspect of recovery aspect? That's what you're looking for.
Genius advice.
Did you, Ramey? I know you just wrote all that down.
I did.
We got it on camera, so I'm gonna get the playback on.
I'm telling you.
I'm prepping for the future. I'm only 21, but I'm just staying ready.
Bruh, your insulin right now is at its zenith, and that's awesome. But when you're 26, that insulin is going to click, shut off, and then you're going to need what we're talking about. You're in your go zone right now, Ramey. But Nick, he's a finely tuned machine. It's different. And you got a flat tire with the Achilles.
Yeah.
How far out are you?
Almost 9 months.
Oh, bro, you're at full speed.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You're
well, the other thing we're going to do, Q, which people don't know in the show, maybe they do, is we were going to do the Oklahoma drill with Kevin and Nick to test how good he was.
Make sure I'm good to go.
Kevin agreed to it too.
Kevin, we don't know if Kevin's making it out of that drill, but we're just hoping for the best.
Oh my God, his cervical spine will be crushed.
The last thing I have left is block taking another man. Take.
Whoa!
God dang it!
See, this is what happens. I'm telling you.
I lost my train of thought. Okay, the word taking on the weight of another person in a block. That's the last thing I've done. Running at top speed, cutting, doing all that.
I didn't know that was the next. I didn't know. Do all rehabs
right
do
now,
that?
You guys are children.
After dark.
You guys are children. You fucking children.
Nick, literally, it is. I'm telling you, you can take on another man in a block as long. I am dead ass serious. I'm looking you in the eye. I will put it to the test. Do not train with your heels locked in to the ground. You can take on any man, their mass on your mass, as long as your heel does not go into the ground. You distribute the weight through the fullness of the foot, except through the heel. You will absolutely be able to take him on and do what you want to do to him in your experiences. I am dead ass serious.
That's great advice.
I'm telling you, do not let your heel goes into the ground. What's going to happen is the inside ankle bone is going to collapse down. The arch collapses of your foot. Now that ankle bone, which is anchoring the Achilles, it's put in the Achilles in a weakness. And so that's where it stretches in a bad way, pop, and it's going to go ahead and rupture. You don't have the ankle in the ground. Now the Achilles, the ankle is able to float. The arch of the foot, which is designed to be a half dome shape and strong, the outside of the foot is just rock solid already. And now you don't have the ankle into the ground. Now you just like, all right, bet I'll do whatever I need to do. Never have your ankle into the ground.
That makes sense on the inside part because I've been dealing with some of that pain on the inside part of my ankle.
Yeah, inside ankle bone low. Yeah. That's the death sentence right there because now you're collapsing the arch. Yeah,
that tracks.
This
for those
is
listening.
I'm entranced, and now I know that the last stage for Nick Moore is to take on a man. No, take a man.
Yeah,
take a grown man out back.
Telling you,
Nick.
I did that on purpose.
No,
I apologize to my people. For those of you that came to listen to Nick talk, I apologize for my language.
Nick,
really,
okay.
you'll drop F-bombs and all shit, and then I'm sorry
I'm
about
take
that.
On a man.
Yeah, I'm gonna take on a man.
I didn't know that was the last part of the rehab. Do all players have to?
No, just on the Achilles. That's
That's the only one.
It's a very unique thing. It's niche to this.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I mean, call Aaron, dude. He's in Kurt. They're doing the same thing. Why do you think they got Michael Penix, bro? He's got to take on the man.
Aaron and Kurt, both of them, for them. So Aaron has a way in which he moves that's a natural mover. Unfortunately, the Jets and the strength staff of their people kind of ruined it by having him squat and deadlift and or do machines that pushes the heel into the ground. And so then when he started moving, his injury was a scenario where when the guy got onto him, then the ankle started to collapse inside and his Achilles stretched and pop, it went. For you, what you're trying to do is not allow for that Achilles ever to be in that compromised position. The tendon, and this is another thing. Dr. Keith Barr's work, he is his fascinating work on tendon and ligaments. So tendon goes from bone to muscle, and the tendon right now for you, the way they probably did your surgery, it has that catgut that kind of like holds it into place. Collagen is what tendons and ligaments are made out of. So literally an hour before you train, you should be overloading with some collagen, some bovine collagen powder.
Yeah, we have. I've been on that basically the whole time.
That's awesome.
Taking that in the morning.
That's awesome.
It's helped.
But take it like right before you go out and train again.
Yeah, because I usually do my stuff like first. Oh, like multiple times a day.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've been just doing it. I guess twice. Once we have like pre-made collagen shots and then the powder in the morning.
Yeah. You do it right before you get ready to that hour window, like right after you guys get ready to go through your walkthrough.
Yeah.
Take that thing down and be good. And then literally, like no BS, that red light is your best friend. Get the red light as close to your Achilles as you can. Just sit there, be like la 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 la.
Yeah, we have the chairs and stuff set up.
Yeah.
They just got all that finished last week, I want to say.
That's awesome.
I didn't know that about the red light. Because I watched a guy today, Josh Ross was in there, had the damn suntan glasses on, and he was about this far away from the light. He's just standing there he always wearing his compression shorts.
That's right.
He's just standing there looking at it.
Yep.
Didn't move. I was like, oh.
Technically, you don't really need the glasses. When I have a couple of red light panels, and I got a lot of them after my Achilles, and literally the closer you are, the more the near infrared can get to you.
Okay.
But then you're also looking at the eyes are the gateway to the brain. So from an eye health and ocular health aspect of things. There's more mitochondria in the eyes and in the brain and in the heart, rightly so. So therefore, you want to have that expression. You want to have that eye health. So looking at it won't harm your eyes.
Okay, that's good to know.
That's
how much have we learned in the last?
I was going to say this
is revolutionary.
I learned more in the past 20 minutes than anything we talked about during the draft.
We could just do a whole podcast right on this.
We could talk about honestly, what the hell happened in this draft?
We
that was
wasted
actually
4
relevant?
hours on this stupid stuff
to get to the good stuff.
Those that stayed with us.
I tell you what, honestly, I was thinking about that. The long, and you know what? The one who missed out on it was Kevin. Because
Did
Kevin,
he just leave?
No,
he's
Kevin
got to
has
go.
to do Locked On.
Oh, okay.
Locked On Kevin.
So he's
He had
filming his hit right now.
Had to do his thing because
He
he
doesn't
just
care about us.
got up and dipped.
I think he hurt. Oh,
If he had
made it
to
all the way
ask
home.
Anthony, he'd have been all right.
well, no, he hears us because he came into the
I
back.
was gonna say, I
screen
heard
there,
somebody
and then he's
go,
gone. He
That
left.
tripped me out so much. So he made his background his usual. So he's using a screen right now and like had his virtual background be his normal one. When he just hopped up and his background was his house, I was like, did he actually just drive home in the next past 5 minutes?
This is
What a guy.
this
could do
is
He's
this
dedicated
is,
to the craft.
he is
He
dedicated to the craft. Well,
He's a machine.
yeah. Well, I think we should probably wrap it up here. What do we
Yeah.
think? I mean,
We're just at
I
12:21, so we're at almost 5 hours.
I could honestly listen to Q
We're
talk
eight
about.
minutes shy of 5 hours.
I could, and Ramey's getting his notes out there so he can get ready. You know what, Ramey? If you want to get in on helping
show
Nick,
you.
if you want to help,
Oh, there's actual no.
I'm taking notes. I got my notepad out and my pencil.
Wasn't this your last day
Atta
of
boy.
classes too?
Last day of classes.
Wow. So even after hours, he's still taking notes.
Yep.
That's a true student.
I'm trying to be a scholar.
Yeah.
Okay.
First part of student athlete student.
yeah.
Yeah,
Olive oil.
I'm gonna. What's the saying?
Omega
It's,
3 fatty acids.
I'm an athlete first and a student second.
Didn't
Or no,
remember
I'm a
that.
student first and an athlete
Wait,
second.
didn't what was it? Didn't Cardell Jones? Was it Cardell Jones said I didn't come to school, or I didn't go to
Yeah, I didn't go,
I didn't go to
school.
Ohio State to play school, something like that.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. He didn't. He didn't. Well, he went to play football because he won a national championship.
That NIL money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Out there in the open.
Boy.
Yeah. Imagine if they had
whole other
NIL
conversation.
money there, Nick, when you
Bro,
were there.
I'm talking to some of these long snappers that are coming out. We'll just burn time until we get to the 5 hour mark.
Yeah.
Are we trying to? Are
yeah,
we going
We're
live?
only 7 minutes out.
Yeah,
we're
almost
7
at this
minutes out.
point. We're- yeah. What's another?
I've been
what's another
talking to some of these
6?
long snappers coming out, just getting the feel, like meeting them and stuff like that. These dudes are making like 150, 200K as a long snapper. Wow.
Damn.
I'm like, bro, I make like not that much money.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Fuck. I'm like, we're not taking pay cuts going to the league, but I'm like, dang, dude.
that's amazing.
Guy from dude, my buddy from Georgia, he turned down 200K to go back for his 5th year. He turned it down.
What position?
Long snapper.
I'm long snapping down there in Georgia.
I need to do
he's trying
that.
his foot in the
Between the
draft.
hedges. Go ahead and snap
Q,
it.
hey, Q, out of curiosity, what do you consider long snapping? Is it hiking or snapping the ball?
Whew, that's a tough one. So
It's changed since
I'm about to say,
back in the day. It's changed a little bit since Q started.
I
Since Q's
would
time.
have considered it hiking the ball.
Mm-hmm.
But there is such the art form of it all that go ahead, Nick. School me on
It's evolved. It's
the-
snapping.
It's
100%.
snapping.
Well, so the thing
Yeah.
was, I said this to Nick the first time I met him. We were doing it was first one of my interviews I did on the Off Script with Ribs. First time he get involved actually with in the media sense with this YouTube channel, and I brought that up. I'm like, what is the art of hiking? He's like, first off, it's not a hike. Okay,
It's a snap.
it's a snap.
The center now. So back in the day, centers used to be field goal snappers.
Right.
Mhm.
Like most teams didn't really carry a long snapper. Like they carried a center and then they carried, usually it was a tight end or somebody. My buddy's dad played center 12 years in the NFL and he snapped field goals. That's just how it was done. Because back then the rules, you could just absolutely obliterate the center.
Yep.
So if it was a guy like my size or smaller, you're just gonna get crushed.
Yep.
So they since the rules have been evolving to protect us, it has become a much more specialized position, and now it's becoming more of an art, and so it is no longer hiking, it is snapping.
I'm kind of appreciative that they are protecting the dudes because it was like hellacious. Like,
oh yeah,
literally, y'all be sitting there and you could never really put your head down because you're just getting all crushed up. And
I talked Morgan Cox is like one of my closest friends, and he's like kind of he is my mentor.
Morgan's my guy.
He's the bomb.
Oh yeah,
and he started in 2010.
Yep,
and they could hit the long snapper when he started, and now he's like. We were talking this offseason. I'm like, he's turning 38 actually just turned 38 right now.
Oh, wow.
Happy birthday, Morgan.
Morgan Koch, happy birthday on the 26th.
Yeah.
So I'm like, you're turning 38. They just had his fourth kid. I'm like, how much longer you got? And he's like, bro, it's so easy.
Yeah.
Like what I've endured over the last 15 years, it's like,
yes,
I can play as long as they're going to keep cutting checks, baby, I'm keep coming back.
Yes. There's nothing like that locker room experience. I'm telling you.
There isn't.
Like, you got an eclectic group of men.
Mm-hmm.
Every subject is fair game. There is no filter.
Zero.
And as long as you have a cool, like, head coach / front office, then it's a joy to go to work.
Yeah.
If you got some stupid, ego-filled, non-educated having coach, you're like, mother effer, this sucks. Practices are boring and long and arduous. But when you got a cool culture, man, bro, you're like, oh yeah, we're still playing.
100%. That's, and I think the culture has a lot to do with teams doing well.
Yep.
Like that, and some of that comes with longevity and being, having that consistency and the owner, GM, head coach, and we're very blessed here in Baltimore to have the same three guys. But you're right. There is the one thing I love is you can like you said, there's nothing is off limits, and no one gets upset about it. It's like say your piece, and then we're done.
And you're done.
We're boys.
Yep.
Because there's something about when you go through something extremely difficult, like training camp or doing conditioning, or working out together.
Yep.
You have a different level of respect for that person, and you're able to be honest with them because they've seen it. They're like, this motherfucker gets through it with me.
Yeah. So
they don't get upset, and when if you guys aren't on the same page with some ideas and such like that. And today's day and age, it's a very divisive community that we're in. And
it was divisive. There have been some locker rooms that I was on that was very divisive, and
that's tough.
And like I'm like looking around like, what the heck? I had 2 losing seasons in my entire from doggone Pee-wee all the way through the pros. One was my sophomore year in high school, and one was when I was with the New Orleans Saints. And both years, the common denominator was we had bad leadership.
Yeah,
just bad. It was horrible.
You got it. Leadership is such a vital importance when you have a team.
Oh yeah, well, also it's anything right now when people talk about like chemistry, leadership, why it's a thing, and the reason why I brought this up with baseball, and this is the thing actually. When I was down, Zach's already heard this story, but
close your ears, Zach.
Yeah, close your ears. Well, they already closed. And also Rocco's on the screen now.
Has he been on this whole time?
No, he joined just to be a part of the 5 hour.
I was gonna say I feel like I heard somebody join just recently.
Well, yeah, it was the guy that was making noise that didn't know what he was doing. Anyway, the point that the sport. Yeah, it is your bad, Rocco. Good to see you, Rock. You're a good kid.
Good to see you guys.
Yeah. So the story I was about to say was down in spring training with all the injuries that are going on right now, with like the top couple pitchers for the Orioles being out, and there's a lot of buzz around young talent, right? There's a lot of young studs that are on the Orioles. And I kept hearing one name. And Zach, when I said, hey, there's a name that's buzzing in spring training, he's like, oh, it's got to be Jackson Holliday, the #1 overall prospect. Is it Cowser? Is it whoever else? And again, good players. And I kept saying it was James McCann, technically the backup catcher for the Orioles, but I think he can start for a lot of other big league teams. But they said he brings things to the team that are invaluable.
Yeah.
They said as far as learning how to win, bringing a professionalism, a culture, a calmness, in helping guys along their way. And last year they brought in a couple veterans as well, where people were like, oh, what is Kyle Gibson going to do for the team or Adam Frazier? It's like, well, they fit perfectly. Actually, Mike Elias told a story about how, I don't know, Nick, if I told you that the Orioles were thinking about not celebrating hard after they clinched last year of the playoffs.
Yep.
And Adam Frazier went, sorry, what'd you say? And he said, fuck it. We're winning this game and we're going to blow it out, even if it's a wild card spot. And they did. And Mike was like, damn right, Adam Frazier was right.
Yeah.
For so many other reasons, these guys bring something that we can't quantify on the stat sheet. Like, that's what you need for every team. And then now for the Orioles, when it's like, hey, how do you feel with guys injured? They're like, we have a good group here. Chemistry's built, culture's set. But you have one thing get in there that messes it up.
Yeah.
You can feel it. And it's like the plague.
Toxicity, it grows very rapidly.
One of the things, and I don't know if you've experienced this, but when you got guys who are selfish and they're narcissists and they happen to have talent and they're good and they're jealous of your body's ability to play and compete and all that, and it screws up the locker room bad. Like, my God, man, can't you be happy for me? Can't we just all get along? Like, you getting paid, great, good for you that you got a contract. Oh, nice. But when you got narcissists in there, man, that toxicity just drains the whole thing. Like, it just sucks.
Yeah, sticks out like a sore thumb.
Oh,
I think kind of what you were saying, Ryan, what we have in that role, what I think is like Josh Johnson, why he brings that element of experience and leadership to the quarterback room, but also to the offense.
Good point.
He has a very special connection with Coach Harbaugh because he played for Jim, and he has a really special connection with Coach's dad, Jack. But he's been in the league, 17, 18 years or something crazy. He's like 40 years old almost. Yeah, and he looks like he's like 25, but he brings that element of leadership, and there's like a sense of comfort around the guy. Like,
there's a reason you keep those guys around. Yeah.
And he definitely helps with everybody.
Well, yeah, that's the thing is it might not be the sexy and it might not be the flashiness of guys, but those guys matter. And also, you can even look at it on a different scale. This was for the Patriots, but Slater all those years and Belichick raves about the dude. Yeah. And yeah, he was a great special teams player.
Co-cap for us.
But again, like that's the point.
Yep.
That's the point of those guys being there. It's almost kind of like how I was going to describe it. It's those are things that are overlooked outside of the facilities, outside of the locker rooms and all of that. So yeah, I don't know. I'm all about that, especially being in it. And I can tell that's why when super teams happen and people build and they're like, damn, this team's going to be so successful. And then they just fail is because everyone forgets about the intangibles, which we talk about as a team. We tell our recurring guest, Rocco DeSangro, about it. We tell Kevin, who's back from his hit.
Boom.
He's here.
Back like you never left.
I accidentally joined this stream instead of the hit streamers.
Yeah, we were so confused.
Well, and then I saw in the comments, everybody was telling me to run. Did you have a conversation about me running?
We talked about the Oklahoma drill.
You're gonna die.
You came in like right at the Oklahoma drill. Was getting talked about.
I don't know why you're ready.
I'm ready.
And I think Rocco would want to do it too.
We're gonna have to do it for charity.
Are you doing it with like shoulder pads and helmets?
Probably.
Oh my God.
So there's a video of AJ Dillon
for protection. We got to give him the new Orbit helmet protection.
Yes, you do.
Oh goodness!
Big old
no, dude. Literally, it's called the Zenith Orbit, and so today we had the rep in from Vices was in there. We're doing our head scans and stuff, and they have a list of the preferred helmets and stuff. But now it's gotten so far as everyone has to wear the what do they call it? The freaking protective thing.
Oh yeah.
Except for quarterbacks, punters, and kickers. So I have to wear one.
Oh,
and so I'm like, this is new for us this year, and I'm like, this could potentially get in the way of my job. Like it could have, because it adds about 1.5 inches on both sides of your helmet. So we're talking 3 inches extra on both sides, and then another 1.5 inches on the top. So I don't know because I haven't tried it, but there's a chance it could get in the way. So I'm like going through all my options. There's certain helmets that are certified to where you don't have to wear the cap, and the devices guy was like, there's a reason why you don't have to wear the cap. And he showed me this Orbit. It literally looked like an astronaut fish helmet, like fishbowl that you just put on your head. Like it was like this. It was literally like this big, dude.
So are you saying
like
that's
side to side, not front to back? Like this is like your ears.
Is that what you're saying that Kevin needs to
Yeah.
wear?
It's the most protective helmet that's ever been made up to this point.
But what I'm saying is maybe we get those like big bubbles.
Oh yeah,
around.
we get the
both get
that
and
yeah.
see how far I fly.
Yeah.
You know what I'd like, to, but this is what I was trying to
those are
say.
fun.
You know, AJ Dillon, the Packers running back, he was at a minor league game in the past, and they did the Oklahoma drill on the field, and he did it with the mascot with the helmet on, and AJ got up, trucked the guy, and the mascot's head went flying.
Oh,
Do we have that?
Is that kid alive?
I don't know.
Dear
He still might be in concussion protocol, which we're worried about.
Yeah, I would be in concussion protocol with AJ Dillon.
Well,
he's a powerful man.
Listen, that's not going to get you to the Pro Bowl. Let's not sell yourself short there, guy. We need to promote you, not tear you down.
Yeah, that's right, AJ. I'm coming for your ass.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh gosh, and there's Rocco coming from the rafters here.
Look at this guy. Did you just wake up or something, dude?
What?
Oh my!
Worked an 8-hour shift, Nicholas.
8-hour shift.
That's
bro.
what we've been doing
That was
technically.
it? That was all?
Yeah,
That was it,
exactly.
bro?
You guys did like a 5-hour stream. You've been talking the whole time. You're killing it. I'm
No,
jealous.
we put in the
there's
legwork
video.
before.
Rocco, there's the
I
video.
know. You walked so I could run.
Oh, we're watching the video.
Oh,
Oh my goodness!
like he lowered the boom on
How much
him.
did that kid get paid to do that?
Not enough.
Not enough.
Not enough.
Get paid?
No, Kevin.
Low man.
No.
low man
No,
land.
Kevin.
You're not getting paid enough
This is for
either.
charity.
You're
not getting paid.
This is for
Did you guys
charity.
see when McGregor beat the hell out of that mascot before too?
Yes.
And he was like punching it in the
seriously
face and the
injured.
stomach. And like there were rumors that mascot actually ended up in the hospital. I don't know how true
No,
they
he
are,
did.
but that's
He
like
did.
being a mascot, man. You got to make sure you have some good insurance as well. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, we'll figure that. We'll figure that out in the future here, but we're definitely going to do it. We're going to have one. We're going to have the hot dog race.
Yep.
Which the in
Back to back, Kevin runs in the hot dog race, and then immediately once he finishes, he has to get on.
Flip it. I do the Oklahoma drill, and then I try to run the hot dog race the day after.
You might not be moving.
That's the point.
That's an
Yes.
advantage.
We'll see if I
We'll
can-
have
so
automatic wheelchair on standby.
it's so hilarious that people are still watching this and commenting and interacting. You guys are
I love
incredible.
it. Is
We're
Joe still
literally
in the
just
chat,
bullshitting.
Yeah.
Has Joe been on the stream the whole
to shut
time?
up in the
Yeah.
show.
Of course he has.
I'm so tempted to just put him in timeout and just destroy his whole life, but I'd like.
I'm not sure that
I don't know. He's
destroys
been
his whole life.
What's that? I mean, it would. It would.
It might.
Yeah, a lot of people. It's been Joe just commented actually 4.5 hours of a great stream. What makes the last part so bad? Oh gosh,
He's a good kid. Thank you, Joe.
He is a good kid. All right, I think we should wrap it up. I
Yeah,
think
we're
it's been
we're
long
over
enough.
the 5-hour mark. Let's go home.
Yeah,
Way to go.
Good
All
job,
right.
team.
5 hours.
We did it.
Oh God, it was
great job. Hey, Ramey, thanks for hanging. There you are.
Hey, thank you for. Hey, I'm glad I was the last guest.
He's quietly been in here for like 2 hours.
Oh yeah, I'm like Brad. I'm like Brad's protege. I'm just sitting here, ducking off.
I love it. Brad, is that why you're watching Miss Rachel, Brad? You got him?
Yeah.
You're watching it with him? Nice.
For sure.
Nice.
For sure.
Well, yeah.
All the
Rocco, to update what happened, we watched. They had the draft. Q joined us later on. We had a ton of guests as well. Then we had Q After Dark, had Nick After Dark. We honestly
You
didn't
do
get into
not.
Rip
You
After
do not.
Dark.
You do not want to know what the last thing in
We
Nick's
are,
rehab
we are
is.
not clipping that, by the way. We are not clipping that content.
I think I missed it.
I don't sell myself for clicks.
Kevin
All right, we're
missed
not
it
doing
too.
it.
I missed it.
You lost it. You gotta watch. You gotta watch the 5-hour stream.
Nick, you had a good one the last time about Rip. I don't know if you remember that. We don't need to bring it back up, but that was one of the
Do you remember
most
that
flippable
one?
moments I've ever heard.
He actually said that though.
I didn't say that.
No, he said
What?
it.
Hold on, what exactly did I say?
What did he
were my
say?
words?
What was it?
I said
I just
we
know
gotta,
what you said.
What I said?
I know what you said. I don't want to slip up and
He
say
just,
what.
wait, he said beat his ass. Yeah, what did he say?
I said beat him up, and you
Yeah,
thought
he said, and then you go, yeah, let's beat him off.
you just get, but the thing is, you go, I'm just repeating what Rocco said.
I thought he said that, bro. That's why I said it.
Well, the thing is, you were confident that Rocco said it, so you repeated the same thing like 4 times in a row.
And then you looked around and you're like,
we got
what?
Hey, did we get clicks? We got clicks on that video.
Well, we
That's all
haven't
that
clipped
matters.
that video. We will.
We're not clipping that one either. That's not.
Okay. All
Nick
right.
thinks if he points to the camera and says it, that just have he's like, we're not clipping that, by the way. Like we have some behind the scenes people.
Because he thinks he's talking to me. That's what it is.
Yeah. Brad, we're not clipping it.
Holy shirts and pants.
All right, I gotta go to bed, dude. I gotta work. I got rehab in the morning.
Okay, yeah.
I got rehab in like 6 hours.
Heels down.
All right. Well, hey, we appreciate everyone here. Thank you for tuning in. I don't even know where to begin or end with this, but I will say, as always, have a day, have a night. I say we'll be back for our next stream on Monday, but it'll probably be tomorrow or Saturday. Who knows? So, all right, Ramey, appreciate you, man. We'll have to get you down in the studio. And the
Q,
Ravens
thanks for
had the
coming on
best.
too.
Q, appreciate you. Thank you.
Round of applause for both.
Thank
we
you,
all
thank
got
you,
smarter
everyone.
because of Q.
Yeah,
we sure did.
All smarter.
And Nick, thank you for.
I brought the laughs. Okay.
We had
That's
our
what I was
co-host come back and our recurring guest Rocco DeSangro
And
jumped
check
in
out
at
Q,
the
by
end.
the way, if you didn't say missiletraining.com.
Missiletraining.com. Missiletraining.com.
That's it.
I can't tell you how many comments were about like this was not where I thought it was going to go, but I need more information. He goes, can I talk to Q more about these situations?
Missiletraining.com. There you go.
Missiletraining.com.
There it is.
Oh, goodness. All right, everyone. You guys have a day, have a night, and we will see you all soon.
Peace.